Hi, welcome to Novel to Listen. Relax and enjoy. Chapter 1 to 50. Mother, I'm so hungry. Quote, in the single apartment, Lin Qinghe opened her eyes on her bed and was in a daze. After a while, she sighed frankly. She grabbed the phone at the bedside and checked the time. It was only 5:30 in the morning, and it was May in the lunar calendar. The sky outside was already bright at this time. Lin Qinghe put down her phone silently, and then a magical scene happened. Out of nowhere, a glass of water in her hands. Lin Qinghe observed this cup of hot water which was still steaming. It was just like when she put it in last night. Taking in the phenomenon within her eyes, Lin Qinghe no longer hesitated. She got up to wash up. She was just an ordinary office worker and did it pretty well. She is currently the sales department manager. Although she was ordinary, what happened to her recently was not ordinary. As she brushed her teeth and saw her dark circles in the mirror, Lin Qinghe shook her head again and sighed. Although her heart was in a mess, she did not forget to put on her makeup. No one would believe her if she talked about it. For 3 consecutive nights, the dream she had contained a child who grabbed her, called her mother and asked for something to eat. The dream felt so real, it nearly scared her witless. At first, she thought she was too tired as she had recently worked overtime, so she didn't care. But the second night, she had the exact same dream. Along with this dream, an interspatial space of about 10 square meters appeared in her body. It was about the same size as her single apartment. This scared her, but probably because she had the habit of reading novels, her ability to accept was relatively strong. Of course, this is also related to her strong tenacity. In short, she accepted quickly. The interspatial space on her body is in the palm of her hand. With just a thought, she can see it. The space was like a storage box. Last night, she put a cup of hot water into it as an experiment and it was exactly the same when she took it out in the morning. The temperature didn't change at all. This is enough to prove that the space was unchanging. The condition it was in when placed inside, is the condition it'll be when taken out. And just now, the child was in her dream again, calling her mother and saying he was hungry. And then she was awakened. But this time, she finally didn't hesitate anymore. The strong uneasiness in her heart made her have an intuition that something strange would happen, so she had to make some preparations. Because she saw in the dream that the place was extremely poor, she wondered whether if it was in the apocalyptic years. The supplies and food were very scarce. The faces she saw were very vague, but without exception, their bodies were all skinny and faces were sickly yellow. Although her childhood days weren't easy, but compared to the environment seen in the dream, her life growing up under the 5-star, red flag, basically Chinese flag, in the early days of reform, food and clothing was not a problem. It is impossible to imagine that the dream kind of living environment. Her novel was not read in vain, and now she had an additional interspatial space on her. She believes that if she didn't do anything else, then maybe by chance transmigrated to the apocalyptic era, she will starve to death. Soon Lin Qinghe finished washing and sorting herself. She took out a pen and paper and began to count the supplies to be purchased. The basic 7 firewood, rice, oil, salt, soy, vinegar, tea had to be prepared with the exception of firewood and tea. Among them, rice and oil are the top priority. Lin Qinghe replaced the firewood and tea with brown sugar and rock sugar. White sugar isn't necessary. Rock sugar was enough to replace it. Eggs were added to the notebook. In the dream place, something like eggs is definitely an acid currency. In addition to the eggs, there was meat. No matter what kind of meat, she had to get some anyway. And also medicines, for emergencies, colds, fevers, bloating and diarrhea are all necessary. And needed to buy some oil, menthol balm for all kinds of aches. 1 box of these things was sufficient, and will not occupy much space. After writing these, Lin Qinghe felt that the food supplies were almost enough. Then she started to write the rest. She didn't know if it was cold there or not, but warm quilts had to be prepared. The mattresses had to be prepared as well. All of it needed to be gray and not colorful because she saw in the dream, the place is gray and white. There was no color at all. Thinking of this, she blew out some heavy exhales, despite her optimistic nature. Afterward, materials began to be added again. There were some personal items of her own. Although the materials were important, she also wanted to leave some private space for herself to buy some female personal items, which were also equally important to her. Few pages are written full of materials. She looked back and forth several times to make sure she didn't have anything left out and then sighed in relief. Then she started counting her savings. After checking a few times, her saving was only 50,000 yuan. For her who had been working as a department manager for just a few years after graduation, this deposit is naturally small. But there was no other way, as her expenses weren't small on most days. Cosmetics are a necessity. Every so often, she goes shopping or eats out with my friends, which one didn't cost money. From the current her, one can't find the shadow of the past. She was an orphan girl abandoned by her parents. She grew up with her grandmother in rural from a young age. When she was a sophomore, her grandmother passed away. From then on she fed herself until she graduated from college to find a job. Although life wasn't easy, she still persisted. Now she was living very well. Originally she wanted to save a down payment, and when the time comes for her to get a house for herself, so that got her to save on some expenses and try not to be part of the Moonlight Group. She still had more than 2,000 yuan of loose money on her, plus 50,000 in her card. It's a total of more than 52,000 yuan. Straight out, she rented a minibus online. It was a driver's license she got from the time she studied in college and work. At that time, she wanted to make some money as a chauffeur. Later, I disliked the fact it was little money and lots of trouble, so she dropped it. It was a young man who rented out the minibus. Because he wants to go back to his hometown for a few days, so he planned to rent it out. He originally thought of just giving it go, and didn't expect someone would really rent it. After Lin Qinghe contacted him and heard that urgently need it, he drove it over. It was not too far away and arrived downstairs in around 10 minutes. Lin Qinghe paid the deposit online, so there is no need to pay any more. After trying to drive it, it was very smooth, even if she hadn't driven for a long time. Although the minibus was a bit old, there was only one row of seats behind the seat, and the last row was dismantled to become a minibus that could carry goods. Lin Qinghe was very satisfied. Sending off the vehicle's young owner, who tried to strike a conversation with her, she carried her bag and hit the road. She hadn't had breakfast yet, so better to eat breakfast before you start fighting. This breakfast shop was a 10-minute drive from the apartment where she lives. The journey was short. Lin Qinghe was aware she's a foodie, but she can't come here often because the location wasn't on the way to work. Sure enough, the other business had yet to open, but the breakfast shop here opened at 6:15 a.m. There were already street cleaners buying buns from here and ate while leaving. "Auntie, give me one bun and a cup of soy milk." "The 3 yuan worth bun," Lin Qinghe said. The aunt of the breakfast shop answered and soon brought it to her. A hot steamed bun with a cup of soy milk. Lin Qinghe came by this store by chance half a year ago and came in for breakfast once and found this store. The aunt in this store is local. Her family got 3 buildings for rental. According to the current house prices, like her single apartment will cost 1,000 a month, without including the utility bills. Cheap ones cost 600 or 700 a month. And 3 buildings are collecting rent. What does that mean? Even if a family does nothing, there's no worry about food and clothing. But the aunt's family couldn't sit still. The couple opened the breakfast shop with their eldest son and daughter-in-law, and the business was extremely prosperous. Not only was it clean and hygienic, but it was also particularly good. Like the bun Lin Qinghe was eating, just one is enough for her to be full as she got a small stomach. A bun costs 3 yuan, but it contains meat, eggs, and cabbage. It tastes very delicious and had plenty of ingredients. And this bun is why she drove all the way here. When Lin Qinghe still haven't figured it out, she was skeptical. Would transmigrating with an interspatial space really happen to her? After hesitating for 2 days, she thought it through today, the 3rd day. This decision made her feel a sense of urgency. She was afraid that she would transmigrate to the poor place before she was ready. Then that would mean call heaven get no answer, call earth get no inspiration. And she didn't know if there was any place for cooking. This big and delicious bun was really suitable. "Auntie, how many buns are there? You're very skilled. It's so fragrant. I want to buy it for my colleagues." Lin Qinghe wiped her mouth with paper and told the ant. The ant laughed. There is still more, but if you buy more, I can't make it cheap for you, our profit is not big. Because the business is really good, there are a lot of made in general stores. Before there were construction sites making a large order, but it was the same, no discount on the price. That's because no matter how much was bought, this store's bun can be all sold out. There is no shortage of big clients like Lin Qinghe. Auntie, how much you have, pack it all for me. I drove over here, so I can be put in the back seat. Lin Qinghe said. But you really have to give me a cheaper price, this trip of mine saved your family a lot of effort. The ant saw that she wasn't joking, said, then I'll see how much there is. She went to take a look and soon came out. I have made a lot today. There are 300, how much do you want? There are only 300. Lin Qinghe couldn't help ask. Oh, little girl is not big in age, your tone is not small. 300 isn't little, at most. 3 of our buns are enough to make a big fellow full, the ant said. There are many people in our workplace unit, and they are all big men. Their appetite can't be compared to us. And it tastes this good, one person will have at least 2 or 3. The 300 are not enough to share. Lin Qinghe said with a smile. Are there that many people in your unit? Ant froze and looked at her suspiciously. Even if one person gets 300 are enough for 100 men. Lin Qinghe laughed. Just our unit doesn't need so many. Isn't there a unit next door? However, I'll take those 300 first. Auntie, what do you think it should be packed in? I'll take it to them first to see if they like it. If they like to eat them, you may have to work hard and do overtime today. Been working overtime for a while, so the workplace order snacks. What kind of workplace are you in? To need a big girl to come out to handle this. The ant saw that she wasn't fooling her, so she took out a foam box and spoke. It's a bit like a foam box that contains popsicles when you were a kid. How about using this box? Said the ant. Because construction sites order buns, so the store had these big boxes, specially reserved for packaging buns. Okay. Lin Qinghe saw it looked very clean, nodded, and replied to her last question. This wasn't appointed for me to do. My sister-in-law is responsible for the few units' meals, but she has a cold. I have no choice but to help her out. Auntie, your bun is good, a lot of filling and clean. This is famous in the area, everyone will definitely like it, and my sister-in-law can also rest. Quote, although these words are full of loopholes, under the rendering of Lin Qinghe's colorful rubbish, the ant didn't care about it that much. First packed up 3 foam boxes for her, because some had not been steamed yet, so the ant asked Lin Qinghe to wait for her. Lin Qinghe said that she'll take the 3 foam boxes first and told the ant to continue steaming for her and she will take the already steamed ones in the foam box to her workplace first and will return soon. Although there were some loopholes in Lin Qinghe's remarks, it was true she got matters to handle. The payment was cleared in one go, so the ant didn't doubt anything. Under Lin Qinghe's bargaining, the ant reduced the price by 20 yuan. Although it's only 20 yuan, Lin Qinghe doesn't mind the saving was small. She can't wait to divide 1 cent into 2 cents. 20 yuan is enough for her to refuel. After leaving the breakfast shop, Lin Qinghe parked the car in a quiet, deserted place, and directly put 3 foam boxes into the space. Then she headed straight to the nearby market. She came to buy eggs. She usually cooks herself and treats herself, so she comes to this market to shop. As soon as Lin Qinghe arrived there, she bought up the free-range egg from a local old ant. It was because they are familiar and she also knows the old ant's eggs are the freshest, and basically, none are broken. Speaking of about, there are also free-range eggs sold in supermarkets. Those eggs are also cheaper, but they have to be picked carefully, otherwise, it was easy to buy bad ones. Although the eggs of this old ant are a bit expensive, Lin Qinghe doesn't mind buying from her. And this transaction, the old ant also gave her a little discount. It was the old ant's son who carried them over to the market for her to be sold. Lin Qinghe came over at that time. The old ant's son hadn't left because he will help the morning rush, otherwise, the old ant can't handle on her own. So Lin Qinghe asked the young man to load her 2 baskets of eggs into the vehicle. 2 baskets of eggs got loaded in. Lin Qinghe immediately settled the money including 2 baskets and carrying pole. then sent him away. Knowing that the other party would be confused, Lin Qinghe ignored it. Anyway, she gave him enough money. This kind of basket was relatively large and contains a lot of eggs. She heard the old aunt said that one basket of eggs weighs 45 pounds. A pound of eggs cost her 8 yuans, originally was 8.2. 90 pounds of eggs in 2 baskets cost her more than 700 yuans because they are all free-range eggs. Even if she got a discount, they are still expensive. Naturally, 2 baskets of eggs couldn't satisfy Lin Qinghe, but it was still okay. She crossed the eggs out of the book. At this time, the aunt from the breakfast shop called. Lin Qinghe drove back to the breakfast shop. She gave the aunt a few positive comments. After the praises, she took away 3 boxes of steamed bun. Although the size of this foam box wasn't large, the volume wasn't small. It can hold almost 50 in one go. 300 big buns were completely packed in 6 boxes in 2 trips. However, Lin Qinghe still wanted more big buns, so she straight out booked 500, and planned to come to collect it tomorrow morning. Although the aunt didn't understand the reason behind the action, Lin Qinghe gave a deposit of 1,000 yuan, so she readily agreed and didn't act nosy. She simply asked her to come over at this time tomorrow morning to get her buns. At that time, she would have it all packed up with the same foam box and not one less. Lin Qinghe expressed that they're a known brand. She naturally believed nothing will go wrong. Then she drove away, returned to the market again. Because she had bought eggs here, and what's more 2 baskets. So this time Lin Qinghe didn't dare to make such a big move. At this time, the market has opened, and soon it became bustling with people. Lin Qinghe got her eyes on the pork. Her luck was pretty good because today's pork was all excellent and from local pigs. It's the type that has no taste and very delicious. Even if she didn't like pork much, if she encounters this pork, she'll buy a little. However, the price was a bit more expensive, but Lin Qinghe didn't care a bit. Originally she wanted to be low-key, but seeing this kind of pork, Lin Qinghe threw it out of mind. At once, she asked for a half side of the rib, pork belly, lean meat, oily fat and the likes she wants from the first pork store. The same situation with the next few pork store. This made the few pork stores bosses puzzled and questioned what's going on. There are 3 relatives from my mother's family who have a happy event happening today. Initially, they already had it arranged with the pork store there, but suddenly they sold it to others. This is an emergency, so they came to me. He helplessly explained. I won't talk more. Hurry, help me chop up the ribs. Don't need to bother with the pork belly and fat's meat. Just pack them for me. Although the few pork store owners didn't understand how the other pork store promised and then go back on their word. But there seems to be no other explanation than this. Why else would they suddenly ask for so much pork? Only weddings can use so much pork. So without hesitation, they immediately chopped the ribs and the likes for her. Lin Qinghe settled the bill one store by one store. Altogether the ribs weighed 80 pounds or so and 1 pound was 25 yuan. The ribs cost more than 2,000 yuan. There were also pork belly, lean meat, and fatty meat. Because they were already picked out and heard her say that it was for happy events, they were willing to give her leeway. Just buying so much at once, except for giving her back a few yuan's change, the price was not cheap. Lin Qinghe asked them to help carry them to the vehicle and transported all the pork away. She drove the vehicle to a remote place. After Lin Qinghe made sure no one was around, she immediately put the 8 bags of ribs and all kinds of meat into the space. Adding up the pork and ribs, it amounted to 5,000. In addition to buying buns and eggs, she now has almost 45,000 yuan left. She cancelled the word meat off the list. With this much ribs and pork, it's enough to eat for a long time. As for other meat, chickens, ducks, fish, etc., forget it, she didn't have much money. She thought it through. Even if there's a lot of money, the space only has 10 square meters. It is very limited, can't hold much. She had to prepare some of everything for the just-in-case moments. As for the market, she couldn't go there anymore. She drove to a pretty far large wholesale market in the city. She began to order rice, brand name rice, and 50 full packs of it. Each pack was 20 jin, aka 10 kilograms, of top quality good rice packed in vacuum. The wholesale manager thought she was going to open a store by herself. As soon as he asked and found she wasn't, he wondered why did she order so much. Lin Qinghe explained that it was ordered by her workplace and was a benefit for everyone. Besides the 50 bags of rice, she also ordered 50 bags of 20 jin flour, also top quality. Because it was a large order, the price was at the wholesale price, so it wasn't expensive. On top of that, there was peanut oil. She bought a certain flour brand one. This brand was very expensive, but it was also very pure. She also uses this brand of peanut oil. A barrel was 5.5 kilograms, equalizing to 11 jin. She looked at the wholesale price. After a moment of hesitation, she got 5 barrels. Even wholesale price, it was 100 yuan or so per barrel. 5 barrels were nearly 600. The wholesale price of one bag of rice was 45 yuan. The retail price was 60 yuan, meaning 15 yuan cheaper, but 50 packs of rice also meant more than 2,200 yuan. The price of flour was similar to rice. 50 bags also amounted to 2,000 or so. Adding all these, it's at the boundary of 5,000. Lin Qinghe counted in her head and then appraised the space again. 2 baskets of eggs, 8 bags of pork, and 6 foam boxes of ready-to-eat buns were inside. This left 5/7 of the 10 squares space. After putting these rice, flour and peanut oil, there were still about 3/7 space left. She asked the wholesale manager to call people to put all the goods in the minibus. But there were too many things and the minivan couldn't fit it all. Lin Qinghe decided to take half and send it to her workplace first and then came back half an hour later. The wholesale manager said that it was no problem and gave her a receipt. Lin Qinghe left 50 bags of rice and 5 barrels of peanut oil before leaving. Halfway on the road, she placed the goods inside the space and crossed out the words oil and rice in the book. As a sales department manager, Lin Qinghe was skilled at making maximum use of one day's time. Halfway on the road, she changed direction and headed directly to the pharmacy next to the urban hospital. She visited this pharmacy once before, and their stock was complete. Just the price was expensive. One trip a few hundred was cut down. But now Lin Qinghe couldn't care about so much. She got some for cold, fever, bloating and diarrhea and other emergency use. She bought 10 boxes of the 666 brand cold capsule. She also bought some other medicines that are very likely to be used, such as the menthol balm jotted in the book. Several of them were particularly expensive, costing her nearly 10,000 yuan, but Lin Qinghe didn't mind as they were prepared for just in case. These don't take up much space. Because Lin Qinghe bought a lot, she asked the pharmacy to give a paper suitcase to pack it. After putting it on the minibus, Lin Qinghe took out the notebook and crossed out the word, medicine. Then she drove over to the wholesaler, and the wholesale manager called someone to load her remaining 50 bags of flour into the vehicle. If you still need anything, I can prepare it all. As long as you come here, I can ask someone to load it into the vehicle for you. The wholesale manager said politely. Dragon Boat Festival was nearly approaching, and he deduced that this must be a big company giving benefits to its employees. When Lin Qinghe heard what he said, on impulse, she took out the notebook and wrote down brown sugar, rock sugar, soy, vinegar, and salt. Then she gave it to the wholesale manager and asked him to prepare it according to the amount above while she sends the flour to the unit first. The wholesale manager expressed that it was no problem. Lin Qinghe drove away and collected the flour into the space halfway on the road. Now there are 3/7 of space left in the space. She felt that the food supplies are almost enough. She stopped on the main street, took out the notebook and crossed out the words flour. Then she looked at the other things to see if there was anything missing. She would make up for it if she lacked it. She organized the space and checked if she can make more room. Taking out her cell phone and checked that it was nearly half an hour, she drove back. The wholesale manager had brown sugar, rock sugar, soy sauce, vinegar, and salt ready for her. 20 jin of brown sugar, 20 jin of rock sugar, 12 bottles in a box of soy sauce, 15 bottles in a box of vinegar, a large sack with 25 small bags of salt inside, and one small bag contained 2 jins of refined salt. Someone put it in a vehicle for her, and then Lin Qinghe settled the bill first. I still have something to buy. Lin Qinghe said after the checkout. Miss, what you want to buy, you can tell me, I will take Miss over. The wholesale manager nodded. Lin Qinghe didn't act shy with him. This time she came to buy women's products, aka period stuff. She frankly ordered 10 boxes of supplies, and she requested the wholesale manager to call someone to tear off the outer packaging and scattered them into 5 boxes. Because this saves space. With these 5 large boxes plus the brown sugar, white sugar and stuff before, the 2/7 of space was left in the end. Although it was a bit excessive, Lin Qinghe felt that the current supplies are not in short supply, but this stuff was really indispensable. Because a lot of materials had been stored in the space, enough to temporarily stabilize the situation in the desperate situation, she did not believe that if she was really to transmigrate, she wouldn't be able to live successfully. So what she had to consider now should be personal issues. Lin Qinghe ignored the perplexed look of the male wholesale manager and asked someone to take it to the minibus. And took it with her. Then she took the yet to recover and first time meeting such bizarre client male wholesale manager with her to continue shopping. Lin Qinghe also bought 2 large boxes of tissues, toothbrush, toothpaste, body wash, shampoo, face towel, soap, moisturizer and so on also can't be forgotten. She even saw old-fashioned double-eared iron pots and old-fashioned casseroles pot in the supermarket. She got 2 of each. In addition to those, were 5 sharp old-fashioned cleavers. The male manager automatically attributed this was for her female colleague to take home to use, so there was nothing to ask. Whatever the client wants, he just give it to them, and it's not like he never saw this kind of client. Lin Qinghe glanced at him and said, "These things, you have to make it cheaper for me. I bought so much from you." "That's for sure," asserted the male manager with a slight smile. "How heavy is this quilt? How is it sold?" Lin Qinghe came to the clothing area, pointed directly at the shelves of quilts packed in bags. "This is a good 5 jin quilt. If Miss wants to buy it, I'll give Miss a discount. The wholesale price for one is only 308. The wholesale manager said, £5 isn't enough. Give me another. No, give me 2 7 jin quilts. Lin Qinghe glanced and frankly spoken. The male wholesale manager swiftly arranged 2 7 jin quilts, both of which can be used for double beds. Lin Qinghe was satisfied with a glance because the quilt could leave the inner core and remove the outside. She briefly looked at the mattress and also asked for 2 wool mattresses, both of which were grayish in color. They looked very old, but the quality was really good and the price was not cheap. The wholesale manager said that it was targeted at middle-aged and elderly people and would she like to change it. Lin Qinghe conveyed no, it's exactly what she wanted. A new batch of fruit arrived in the fruit area today. Would you like to see it, miss? The wholesale manager said politely when it seemed like she was almost done. Lin Qinghe originally wanted to leave, but after he said that, she examined the space. There was currently 1/7 space left. It was just enough to keep the ordered big buns, but if it was packed in a bag, she can find a bit of space. And with more than 10,000 savings left, Lin Qinghe came to the fruit area. In the end, she got a box of grapes, a box of yellow pear, Iris nivalis, and 2 boxes of apples. When the bill was settled, Lin Qinghe drove away with all the goods. It was one vehicle full. She took all the materials into the space halfway on the road. After solving these problems, Lin Qinghe let out a sigh of relief. Now that these things are gathered, even if there were any accident, she should not have to worry about it for a short time when she went over, right? 10 square meters was only so big. From start to end, so many things were put in. The space in her palm left some room but not very big. There was only a place reserved for the last 500 white buns. And when the time comes, she'll have to put it in a bag and take it inside. If she uses a phone box, it may not be able to fit it. After being busy outside all day, she grabbed a bun from the space and ate it when hungry, drank mineral water, and passed it as a meal. She reached home when it was 6:30 in the evening. After a long day of exhaustion, her spending was down to the last few thousand yuan after all her spending. However, she didn't plan to spend any more. Don't mention that the space couldn't fit any more, it was for in case the unexpected didn't happen. Then she'll be empty-handed. However, after sweeping in so many things, satisfied Lin Qinghe was tired and paralyzed. She planned to sleep after taking a bath. She didn't know whether these preparations were enough or not, but she had done her best. The only thing she prayed now was to hope that place would not be the apocalypse. She had read a good quantity of popular male apocalypse novel. The male lead got a space without a warning, but apocalypse was too dangerous. Along with the random thoughts, Lin Qinghe went to sleep, but she didn't expect that once she sleeps, she would sleep to the 60s. Mother, I'm hungry. A ragged child carefully pulled her hem and pulled Lin Qinghe, who was familiar with this phrase, from her days. Lin Qinghe looked at the child, who was as thin as a little monkey, with complex eyes, and fell into the silence again. She didn't expect that she would transmigrate like this, and what's more transmigrate into a novel she had read before. It was after she had received the memory of the original body owner that she reacted. Because the deepest impression she got this novel was the three villains in the story, Zhou Kai, Zhou Zan, and Zhou Guilai. These three are brothers, the eldest Zhou Kai, the second Zhou Zan, the third Zhou Guilai. This the boys' names inferred wish for their father, who was on the front line of the organizational unit, to be able to return triumphantly early. But the name didn't have any use. Their father didn't return triumphantly but instead retired halfway. This was a fatal blow to the family. The mother of these three villains, aka the original owner who was one of the village flower, prettiest girl, only married the villains' father cause she got her own objective. She wanted to be an official wife one day. From a young age, she dreamed of flying up a branch and turn into a phoenix. For this purpose, the original owner resolutely married the villains' father and toward the villains' father, who wasn't at home all year round. Even if he goes home he had to leave before the seat gets warmed, and what's more never say words of love, she tolerated with the little patience she had. But it was also limited to tolerance. Don't think about getting any warmth and tenderness from her. As a village flower, the original owner got a proud heart as she was beautiful from young to big. Only others can coax her. How can she be humbled and be good-naturedly with others? However, because the villain's father sent money back every month punctually, the original owner would pretend to be polite and compliant with him, even when she hadn't taken a liking to him. That's why they got three sons. However, this situation remained until the villain's father retired. The villain's father retired due to injury. But no matter what the reason was, the original body owner's dream of becoming an official wife was broken, and in the following month, there wasn't any stable allowance of 12 yuans. On top of that, the villain's father wasn't thoughtful and don't know how to say pleasant and comforting words. Let alone words of love. How could the original owner, who had taken a blow, endure such a life? Under the same roof, the original owner's grievances became deeper and deeper, and her temper became more and more irritable. When she was in a bad mood, she would readily treat the three sons with hits, scolding, and punishment of starvation. Although the three sons weren't so decent after growing up in this environment of domestic violence, but also weren't super bad. The real trigger was the original body, aka the lowest rank 18-line female cannon fodder, at the age of 31, also the time of 1977 college entrance examination restoration, ran away with the educated urban youth, a special term during the Cultural Revolution, who passed college exam and was going to return to the city. Having said that, got to talk about the appearance of the original owner even if she was an 18-line female cannon fodder that was only mentioned in a few sentences under the author's pen. The author's description of her appearance was carefully written, saying that her eyes were eyes and her nose was a nose. From young to big, she was pretty in her maternal family's village and well deserved to be the village's flower. And even if the villain's father retired and got no allowance for every month, she never went to the field and relied on the incommunicative villain's father and her three sons to support her. She took the blood of the whole family to provide herself. As for the villain's father and the three sons, don't think of getting anything. For she must have 2 new clothes every half a year, and she always had to apply vanishing cream and clam balm on her face. Additionally, she didn't need to go out in the wind and rain. So even at the age of 31, the original owner looked younger than the average 25-year-old girl. The foundation was there and she knew how to dress up, so even if she was 31 years old, she was still a pretty beauty. In private, she hooked up with the educated youth in the countryside. Later, the college entrance examination resumed. The educated youth became part of the first group of intellectuals admitted to the university. At this time, the original owner couldn't endure. Under his encouragement, she took all the family's money and ran away with him. The author's description of the backgrounds of the three villains, Zhou Kai, Zhou Zan, and Zhou Guilai did not stop there. Later, the tragic end of the original owner was written. She was abandoned by the educated youth, all her money got scammed and finally died in a foreign land. And her three villain sons had made a name for themselves in the underworld. But their ends were no exception, including the villain's father. When the description of the villain's father appeared again in the novel, he was already in his 50s. On the way out, he ran into his eldest son who was fighting with people and was losing because other side got more people. The villain's father was skilled, but because of old injuries that haven't been nursed in the early stage. Sometimes it acts up, making him unable to walk in the past years. So how could he be a match to 20 or 30 years old youths? He was stabbed with a knife within a few moves, and it was a good few. He died before his eldest son Zhou Kai could cry and send him to the hospital. The villain's father was the biggest trigger because when he died, it cut off all the chance for the three villain sons to turn back, prompting the three of them to truly embark on this path of no return. Later, there was a severe attack on their underworld. The oldest brother Zhou and the second brother clashed with the police male lead, while the youngest brother fell in love with the gentle and kind like a rabbit girlfriend of the male lead, which was the female hero. The author wrote that at first, the three brothers planned to kill the male lead through his weak point, the female lead. Zhou No. 3 pretended to be mentally retarded, approached the female lead and was taken home by the female lead to be taken care of. In the end, instead of using her, he was attracted by her kindness and innocence. He fell really deep and couldn't extricate himself. Zhou No. 3 had a lot of entanglement with the female lead. As a reader, Lin Qinghe had Spitzlot at the time. Because under the author's pen, the heroine was not completely without feeling toward infatuated Zhou No. 3. Zhou No. 3 described by the author as a very manly and handsome man and was smooth talker, especially skilled at pleasing girls. In fact, the three villains' appearances were top quality in the author's writings. They can be compared with the male lead. And if he wasn't good looking, the female lead wouldn't take him home if she saw an ugly monster with mental retardation. Let's not go into details on the process. In the end, because of this kind female hostess, Zhou No. 3, as well as his elder brother and second elder brother, were all served. Without exception, they got executed by gunfire. From the beginning to the end of the story, this novel is laying the foundation for the hero and heroine's love road. Using the misfortunes of other people to set off the happiness and purity of love of the hero and heroine. Mother, have you cooked yet? I'm starving to death. When Lin Qinghe was immersed in the plot she had seen before, a completely dirty boy burst inside from outside. Seeing this boy, Lin Qinghe's mind sprang at Zhou Dahua aka Zhou Kai. The same message was same as Zhou Erhua, who was glancing at her as he held onto her hem and asking for food. It was also because of the names of her three sons, did she come to sense that she had entered this kind of wolf and tiger den. Mother, my elder brother said that he was hungry. Zhou Erhua was worthy of being a dog-headed tactician among the three brothers in the author's writing. Listening to it, he's only 3 years old and already knew how to play mind games. He himself really wanted to eat, but label another as the culprit. At this time, Zhou No. 3, who was sleeping on the side, was also awake. He was 1 year old. He couldn't speak now, not even the simplest father and mother. That's all right, all three big villains who cause trouble in every direction are all here. Should she hang them up first and beat, or beat first then hang up? The three sons' name are Kai, Zan and Guilai, but it later changes in the chapter, cause it's their nickname or childhood name. The nicknames are simple. Dahua is biggest baby, Erhua is second baby. You can also learn the number order in pinyin here. Guru. When Lin Qinghe looked at the three brothers without good intentions, a loud belly sounded. Zhou Dahua, Zhou Erhua, and 1-year-old Zhou Sanhua, all looked at their mother's belly. Zhou San also puffed out saliva to copy the stomach grumble. Lin Qinghe, let's eat first. According to the memory of the original owner, it was time to eat at this time, otherwise, Zhou Dahua, this kid won't come back. It was all well timed to come back for dinner time punctually. Mother, what did you buy? Zhou Dahua saw a package on the Kong and asked. Lin Qinghe noticed the big package, and the corner of her mouth twitched. This was what the original owner got from to the market in the county city after breakfast at 5:30. The fabric she bought for herself was going to make a new dress for herself. It was already the end of September in the lunar calendar. Although it was not cold, it was already a bit cool, especially in the morning and evening, but after entering the lunar calendar's October, it will get colder each day. This fabric was for preparing clothes for herself, and there are 2 pounds of new cotton in it, so the package looks a bit big. But it doesn't matter how big it was, it had nothing to do with the 3 children are. The original owner prepared it for herself. Delicious stuff. With a turn of a head, Lin Qinghe answered. Don't coax us, mother. Every time you buy cloth for yourself when you go out and lie to us that it is food. The future villain, who was still Zhou Dahua, was already very smart. He grinned when she said that. In fact, the original owner's treatment toward the 3 brothers was so-so. It was set to the minimum level of won't starve to death. As for how well, it was non-existent. However, children at this age have a natural dependence and attachment to their mothers, and what's more, they are also in the age of remembering to eat and forgetting the hit, so naturally, they won't hold it to their heart. Hearing what his elder brother said, Zhou Erhua released her dress, because he remembered it too. Ah, Zhou Sanhua could not understand this, also noticed the big package, so he stood up and staggered towards that side. Lin Qinghe quickly hugged him. It won't be a trivial matter if he fell. It then came to her and asked Zhou Erhua, who put your brother on the Kong? The thoughtless original owner went to the market early this morning as she was afraid that she wouldn't be able to buy good cloth if she was late. She had saved a lot of cloth coupons. When she left in the morning, Zhou Sanhua was left to his 2 brothers' care. However, Zhou Dahua immediately ran off to play, while Zhou Erhua stayed behind, but he didn't have the ability to put Sanhua on the bed to sleep. My grandma, said Zhou Erhua with disinterest. His grandma was Mother Zhou, the mother-in-law of the original owner. Speaking of which, Lin Qinghe even wanted to criticize the low-rank, small cannon fodder. The population of old Zhou's family wasn't monotonous. The villain's father, Zhou Qingbai, was the youngest son of Father Zhou and Mother Zhou. Above Zhou Qingbai were 3 brothers and 2 sisters. And below Zhou Qingbai was a still not married sister. She was currently a worker in the county city, which was very decent. All 3 elder brothers above him had already started a family, but they did not receive as good treatment as the original owner. That's because Father Zhou and Mother Zhou both doted on the youngest son Zhou Qingbai. But it was also exactly because of this, that the original owner wickedly caused trouble on the first day of the marriage. The excuse had come knocking on the door. On the day of the wedding, Zhou Qingbai could only consummate and then hurried away after receiving the urgent report, leaving no words behind. This made the original owner feel like she lost lots of faces. Of course, Father Zhou and Mother Zhou felt like they owed her, so when she complained, they said nothing. After all, the newlyweds hadn't stayed together for 2 days before their son left. They had mistreated 4th daughter-in-law. At this time, the original owner wanted to seize the opportunity to propose a separation. She had the idea of splitting away from the family before she married, as she wanted to have sole financial power. Perhaps the original owner was a bit lucky. 1 month later, it was found out that she was pregnant. Forgive all 3 sisters-in-law above her for secretly lamenting the original owner's stomach capability. The original owner was a person who knows how to take advantage of the situation. On the day she found out about her pregnancy, she started a starvation strike. An appearance of not wanting to live. If it was just her, Mother Zhou, her mother-in-law really didn't want her to get used to getting her way. But there was no other way. She had her 4th son's baby in her stomach now. Being on the front line, 4th son was in a lot of danger. If something ever happened, then this was the only bloodline of the 4th son. So when the original owner proposed a separation, she had no worries at all and did not think about the consequences of the word coming out of her mouth, like what would the villagers think of her or what would they say her behind her back. But even if she thought of it, the original owner didn't care at all. Because she had never put herself together with the people in the village. She thought that she would leave the village and barren land sooner or later. Because of using her life, as well as treating her tummy as a protection amulet. Father Joe and Mother Joe finally let her separate in desperation. And also mobilized other people in the old Joe family to build 2 bedrooms house. This caused quite a stir in the village. No matter how others comment, the original owner ignored it. In short, the original owner successfully separated and had not been to Father Joe's and Mother Joe's side since then. But it's still that phrase, the original owners have no other skills other than a capable belly. One after another, she got 3 sons. With this, even Father Joe said nothing. Because the eldest brother, Joe Ching-mu, and eldest sister-in-law Joe now have 3 daughters. It was until the 4th child, they got a son, currently only 2 years old. However, her stomach have movement again now. Don't know if it's a boy or girl. The author did not elaborate. The second brother, Joe Ching-lin, was also in a similar situation, 2 daughters in a row. The last child was the son, now only 3 years old. The third brother, Joe Ching-sen, currently had a daughter, who was already 6 years old. The last time she gave birth to her daughter, she lost her vitality. It was until this year she recovered and became pregnant. Third Joe's sister-in-law's stomach was no longer small. It seems that she will give birth by the end of this year. Under this premise, the original owner with 3 sons in a row made the original owner stood very tall in old Joe family's home. Rural people, especially people in this era, have a desire for a son that is more than a full stomach. The stomach can be hungry, but one can't be without a son. Sons birthed by the original was equal to all of her sisters-in-law, so Mother Joe didn't make it hard on her. But in the end, her heart ached for her 3 grandchildren. What's more, Mother Joe was also clear about original owner's personality. From time to time, she would come and take a look. For example, now, in the midst of a busy autumn harvest, Mother Joe still took the time to take a look. "Mother, why are you in a daze? My stomach is flat out hungry." When she was in deep contemplation, Joe Dawa became a little impatient waiting. Lin Qinghe took a deep breath and glared at him. "Dare to yell at your mother again, there is nothing for you to eat. Who cares that he'll be some villain in the future? Right now he's just a small bean now for her to mold and pinch." Joe Dawa didn't put it on his mind but curled his lips. "Wait for me." Putting Joe Sanwa on the ground to let him move freely, she then hummed away as she carried her big parcel back to the room. She had her own room, next to the children's room. Outside was the kitchen. Mother really brought back delicious food. In the neighboring room, Joe Dawa asked Joe Erwa. Joe Erwa pouted. When his mother just got back, he thought so. After being reminded by Big Brother, he didn't have any hope. Even though he looked 3 years old, he was already sharp-witted. Under the command of Joe No. 2, besides killing the male lead, it was possible for a tie when fighting with the male lead, if it weren't for Joe No. 3 ruining everything. "Keep acting like this, I'll beat you." Although Joe Dawa didn't understand his brother's expression, he still felt like he was being underestimated and glared at him. "Who do you want to beat?" Lin Qinghe opened the door and spoke out. And she was holding a bun in her hand at this time. It was still warm, and the scent emitted from it made Joe Dawa and Joe Erwa gulp. "Big white bun. Want to eat?" Lin Qinghe glanced at the brothers. "Want." Both nodded honestly. Even Joe Sanwa stepped forward to hug her feet. He also wanted to eat. "Will you be obedient in the future?" Lin Qinghe asked. "Mother, I have always been obedient, and the disobedient one is Big Brother." Joe Erwa expressed. "You dare to talk about, I'll really beat you." Joe Dawa angrily roared. "Beat who?" Lin Qinghe glared. Joe Dawa wanted to reply with, "Beat second brother," but in the end, the big white bread was too tempting to say anything. "Half for you guys. I still have it in the cupboard, so if you behave well, you will have it for the next meal. But if you are not obedient, eat cornmeal cakes." Lin Qinghe stated. Compared to the earlier famine years, cornmeal cakes are undoubtedly a good thing. In those years, it wasn't a lie to say that they ate bran and coarse vegetable. Obviously, Joe Dawa and Joe Erwa did not like to eat it. After all, they received allowances and ration coupons that Villain's father sent back each month, all of which the original owner had to bring their marriage certificate to get. So even if the original owner does not go to the field to earn work point, living standard at home was not bad. But eating cornmeal cakes was a common occurrence. "I'll be obedient." Lin Qinghe finished speaking, and Zhou Erhua immediately answered. Zhou Dahua scolded him for being gutless, but under Lin Qinghe's gaze, he also quickly followed and copied him. Then Lin Qinghe decided to give these three villains half a white bun. A white flour bun wasn't small. Lin Qinghe just transmigrated over and couldn't fully digest the matter. So eating half a white bun was enough. The remaining half was given to the three sons, but half of the white bun was not enough for them to eat. Lin Qinghe looked at the egg jar at home and there were a few eggs inside. So she beat the 3 eggs for their brother. She poured boiling water over it, and it became egg drop soup. "Mother, I'm not full yet." Zhou Dahua quickly drank and declared. Zhou Erhua was not full either, at most was half full. On the other hand, Zhou Sanhua's appetite was not that big. With a few gulps of the egg drop soup, he was full. Of course, he got full fast and got hungry just as quick. Children of this age were generally white and fat, but Zhou Sanhua was skinny. Although the children in this era were all like this, as they were 30 to 40% starved. They all lived like this. However, on this side, it was because the original owner didn't care. Because with the villains' father's allowance, there was no shortage of food in the family. The 3 children could avoid being raised to this extent. "Both of you, go to sleep on the Kong," Lin Qinghe said. "I'm going out to play." Zhou Dahua immediately rebutted. "Go out after sleep and I'll cook meat for you tonight," Lin Qinghe said. "Really?" Zhou Dahua quickly inquired. Not just him, even Zhou Erhua's eyes also brightened as he looked at their mother who was a little different today. "It's fine if you don't eat," Lin Qinghe gruffly responded. Zhou Dahua and Zhou Erhua immediately hopped to Kong. Zhou Sanhua couldn't get up, was still off the Kong, uttering, "Ah ah." Zhou Dahua was afraid that this little brother would cause them to have no meat tonight, so he came down, picked him up and Zhou Erhua pulled him up. Really must say, the two of them really got Zhou Sanhua onto the Kong. "Sleep well." Lin Qinghe covered them with thin sheets and said, "Is there really meat tonight?" Zhou Dahua confirmed again. "Yes." Lin Qinghe nodded with certainty. Zhou Dahua and Zhou Erhua were relieved and then took their brother to sleep together. Lin Qinghe returned to her room regardless of whether they were whispering in private. It was a single room, but it wasn't big. It only got a Kong and a closet, as well as a washbasin and a towel. Next to it were rice crock, corn pot, egg jar, half a bottle of oil and salt container that was about to reach the bottom. These were stored in her room. Because there was a small door in her room, she didn't put it in the cabinet. In other people's homes, it was directly placed and locked in the cabinet. Lin Qinghe was also a little tired. The original owner had walked all morning and she also just transmigrated over. So she came out to close the door and decided to let other matters wait till she wakes up. So the mother and sons took an afternoon nap together. At the same time, in the remote frontline units, Zhou Qingbai was immediately sent to their district hospital for an emergency operation. Several of the partners rescued by him almost kneeled down to the doctor, willed for the doctor and nurse to save their old Zhou. The district's major upper ranks deeply frowned when he learned that Zhou Qingbai was seriously injured and was sent to the district hospital. He was very optimistic about Zhou Qingbai, but this time it may not be easy to save his life. In the future, prepare for a small clerical job for little Zhou. Finally, one upper rank sighed and declared, "With little Zhou's temperament, I'm afraid he won't stay again." Another upper rank also felt deep pity, shaking his head. If this hadn't happened this time, little Zhou's position would have also be promoted again. It wasn't easy for the farmer's children to break into the current spot with their bare hands. Really a pity. Hearing this, the previous upper rank was also silent, because they all knew Zhou Qingbai's character. If he could not go to the front, he would not stay. Then used the credit he made this time to apply for a living allowance for him to take home. I heard that he still had 3 sons at home. Finally, the upper rank stated. The other one had no comments. While at home, the mother and sons, who carelessly and heartlessly slept, didn't receive the legendary telepathy connection at all. Lin Qinghe slept till 4 o'clock. When she woke up, her 3 sons were awake as well. Probably because of thinking about the meat she promised, Zhou Dahua didn't run out to play in private. Lin Qinghe scooped up and washed her face. She took out 2 new towels from her space. The color was very low-key, one for herself and one for their brothers. As for the original owner's treasured one, she was going to use it to wipe the feet of the 3 Joe brothers. She called them over, wiped the face of all 3 brothers, washed their hands again and then sent them off. "Mother, it's time to cook," Joe Dawa reminded her. The children were hungry fast. At this time they all became hungry. Lin Qinghe relied on the fact that the brothers were all young and didn't know what she brought back in her big package, so she went in and got an apple. Without peeling, she just washed, cut to 2 quarters, and gave a quarter each to Joe Dawa and Joe Erhua. As for San Hua, Lin Qinghe took a spoon and scraped apple puree to feed him. Joe Dawa and Joe Erhua never expected there was such delicious fruit to eat. Even though it was only a quarter, the 2 of them were very satisfied. Lin Qinghe was not worried, because there were apples and pears at this side, but there were no grapes. She intended to eat the grapes secretly. Occasionally taking advantage of the absence of the 2 big ones, she can feed some to the little baby, who can't talk yet. As for Joe Erhua, he was too ghostly sharp. Don't give it to him to eat, so she can save all the trouble that comes from eating. After feeding half to San Hua, Lin Qinghe ate the rest herself. Joe Dawa and Joe Erhua, who already finished and was prepared to protest about her bias, shut up. "I'll make meat for you, so take care of your brother." Lin Qinghe got up and instructed. Because the white bun at noon and the little half of the apple, Joe Dawa and Joe Erhua dare not disobey. Although they were young and don't understand a lot, they are not stupid. They can slightly feel that their mother seems to treat them better than before. Lin Qinghe entered the kitchen. There was only one earth stove in the kitchen, but the wok on the top was good. Although the spatula was very old, it was in good condition. But these were all exchanged by the original owner with her maternal family after her family separation. She had exchanged them for a large price. And it was because of the kitchen equipment, old Joe family only agreed on splitting the family. Otherwise, the wok would have been a big problem after separation. Industrial coupons were not easy to get, and the old Joe family didn't have any. Although the kitchen was simple, everyone else was in a similar condition. From young Lin Qinghe had lived with her grandmother in the countryside. So it wasn't hard for her to use this old stove pot, even if she wasn't used to it. What's more, she still had the memory of the original owner. She scrubbed the wok, boiled water, and then got a pot of rice washed. There was rice in the barrel and flour in the other barrel. But there wasn't much. The original owner had not thought of buying rice and flour on this trip, just cloth for herself to make clothes. Lin Qinghe shook her head, took a bag of rice from the space and poured it in. And then took another bag of flour, poured it into the other barrel and filled the jar full with eggs. The 3 kids in the family don't care about these, and they don't know to count. At most, they know that there are more eggs and more rice. As for how much, they don't know. So it was up to her how it goes. After doing this, Lin Qinghe took a piece of lean meat from the space, about 150 to 200 g of it. She planned to make egg lean and pork congee rice porridge. As the knife at home was very blunt, Lin Qinghe frankly took a new old-fashioned styled kitchen knife from the space and used it. Since there are few kids at home, as long as she did not do anything out of the ordinary, she was not worried at all. Even if there was something out of the ordinary, can she be worse than the original owner? Besides, she collected these materials to make herself more comfortable, but not for them to collect dust. Her new knife was sharp. After washing, it was much easier to chop the meat. The 150 to 200 g lean meat was soon all chopped up. At this time, the water in the pot was also boiled, so the washed rice was poured into it, and then she started stirring with a large spoon to avoid them sticking to the bottom. "Mother, what are you making for us?" At some unknown time, Joe Erhua appeared at the kitchen door and blinkingly asked. Lin Qinghe said, "Tonight we're having egg and lean pork congee tonight. Is it delicious?" Joe Erhua never had egg and lean pork congee before. But there are eggs and meat, just think about it, it must be very delicious. "That's of course, it'll make you swallow your tongue later," Lin Qinghe said. Joe Erhua could hear that his mother was joking, looked at her, and then cautiously walked over to hug her leg. Lin Qinghe glanced down at him. "What's wrong? Mother, you're so good, Zhou Erhua gazed at her. It's enough to know I'm good. In the village, whose mother is a stepmother? Look at the lives of other children, and then look at you, 3 brothers. Lin Qinghe said. This wasn't a false statement. A household in the village married in a stepmother and toward the former wife's children, she beat and berated. Their lives weren't easy. Zhou Erhua giggled. Mother, don't scare me. Won't scare you. Take good care of your younger brother, and I'll have a few new clothes made for you brothers this new year. Lin Qinghe promised. New clothes. Zhou Dahua heard this as soon as he brought San Hua in and his eyes brightened. Mother, do I also get new clothes? Zhou Erhua also had an anxious face. Lin Qinghe opened the lid and without turning her head back as she answered, be obedient and not do bad things, there will be delicious food and new clothes. But if you are not obedient, then go wear your broken clothes and nibble your cornmeal cake. I'll be good. The brothers shouted immediately. Good. San Hua echoed. Lin Qinghe looked at him in surprise. San Hua can speak. Ah. San Hua immediately hugged her legs and acted spoiled. Come on, back to his original form again. However, Lin Qinghe was not worried at all. Under the author's pen, he started talking later. Later, he became a guy who is so skilled at talking that he can coax a girl into bursting in joy. Lin Qinghe said to the 2 big ones, do you know where the eggs are? Go in and each get 2. I know. The 2 older ones left to get the eggs. 1 in each hand meant a total of 4. Sure enough, the brothers didn't think about why there were more eggs. Lin Qinghe let Zhou Dahua go in to get the salt. At this time, the salt was the kind of coarse ones. Lin Qinghe glanced and sent out all 3 brothers. Then she took out a pack of table salt. And used it. Now that she had materials in the space, it goes without saying she would use the materials in the space first. Anyway, there are 50 pounds of salt in her space. After the congee was cooked, Lin Qinghe put the minced meat in it and evenly mixed it. She stirred the beaten egg in, added a little salt, and this pot of egg and lean pork congee was ready. Don't know if it was because the original owner hadn't eaten meat for too long, Lin Qinghe felt it was very fragrant. So don't mention the 3 sons. All 3 brothers stared into the kitchen. All of you wait, it's very hot. Lin Qinghe said as she took the bowls, ladled 1 bowl each for Zhou Dahua and Zhou Erhua and placed it on the side. I can blow my own food. Zhou Dahua immediately said, I can too. Zhou Erhua followed. And Zhou San Hua, who was still unable to speak, ran over to hug her leg and screaming, ah ah. His eyes were desperately staring at the porridge. Lin Qinghe picked up Zhou San Hua and left the porridge in the kitchen to cool. She brought Zhou Dahua and Zhou Erhua out. She carried Zhou San Hua. Zhou Dahua and Zhou Erhua wanted to eat meat congee, so they do not want to leave. However, Lin Qinghe had a task for both of them. Go and call your grandma to come over. Call grandma to drink meat congee. Asked Zhou Erhua. Your grandma usually treats you well and it's only right to call her over to have a bowl of meat congee. Piety is the foundation of all virtues. You need to be filial to your elders, okay? Lin Qinghe explained. Mother, you are not always filial to grandma. Zhou Erhua blinked. Lin Qinghe choked, pretended to be angry. Are you going or not? If you don't go call your grandma over, all of you don't get to eat. I'm going to call grandma now. Zhou Dahua said. After he finished speaking, he opened the door and sprinted out. Lin Qinghe looked at Zhou Erhua. Zhou Erhua responded. Brother already went. It meant that one was enough, no need for him. Lin Qinghe didn't bother about him then. Zhou Erhua spoke. Mother, I want to eat first, I'm hungry. If you're not afraid of your elder brother coming back and beating you, then you cannot wait for him. This time I will definitely not stop him when he beat you. Lin Qinghe said with a smile. Zhou Erhua knew that his elder brother's fists were powerful, so he stopped talking and waited honestly. Although they were separated, the house was not far away from the old Zhou's house. It takes less than 2 minutes to run on the foot for Dahua. But even at this distance, the original owner had never been there again. She never thought herself was his old Zhou family's daughter-in-law, and everyone knew this. Therefore, Mother Zhou was surprised when Zhou Dahua came to find her and said his mother was looking for her. Because she was clear about fourth daughter-in-law's character. She usually wanted to stay away from them. How could she take the initiative to invite her over? Toward Lin Qinghe sending Dawa over to call her instead of Lin Qinghe coming to find her. Mother Zhou did not care, because there were more worse things than this. For example, the ruckus to split the family at the time. That was really going all the way out. Not letting her split off, she'll go die together with fourth son's unborn child. Mother, go over and see. Maybe there's really a matter. Third Zhou sister-in-law said as she held her stomach. Third auntie, when will little brother come out? Zhou Dahua asked as soon as he saw her belly. These words made third Zhou sister-in-law, who only had daughters so far, smiled with more sincerity and replied, "It will be 2 months. When the time comes, play with little brother." It was said that the child's eyes are wise. From the first time Zhou Dahua saw her belly, he always says it, a little brother. This made third Zhou sister-in-law, who didn't really like his mother aka her fourth sister-in-law, be friendly with him. Okay, when little brother comes out, I will take him around to play. Zhou Dahua cheerfully promised. Afterward, he couldn't wait to pull grandma away. Truthfully, Mother Zhou was not so kind. She just favored her youngest son, so she also loved these grandsons. They also knew that their grandma dotes on them, otherwise, they wouldn't dare to pull her like this. "What's the hurry?" said Mother Zhou verbally. Mentally, she started to figure out what fourth daughter-in-law wanted to do. Was there no food and wanted to take advantage of the autumn harvest to buy food with the family? That shouldn't be. Fourth daughter-in-law always turned her elbows outward. She had always bought them at the market and disdained to have exchange with old Zhou family's people. They have a market here. In the countryside, there was no need for a food coupon to buy food, just money was enough. Fourth son sent money back every month. She wasn't short of food and drink. Just by looking at how well fed she was, one can tell. If it weren't for her fourth son, this lazy girl who only knew to eat would have been pulled out and have her acts criticized by all. This wasn't Mother Zhou joking. Now it was quite strict, however, because there was Zhou Qingbai, a divine needle which guarded the sea. Old Zhou family members were highly respected whenever they go out. The original owner thought Zhou Sanhua was still too young and Zhou Dahua was not as sensible as the female kid. He didn't do any chores at all, so of course, there was no food share at the end of the year. In half a month or so, the production team will kill pigs to reward everyone, but the original owner does not have any pork work points. If she wanted to eat pork, it was possible. After all, they are all from one village. She just needed to use the money to buy it from the team. And it was leftovers after everyone else picked their share. But the leftovers were also good. In this era, anything with oil was good stuff. The original owner had done that and didn't care that in others' eyes, she was a spendthrift and that marrying someone like her was 3 lifetimes of misfortune for a good guy like Zhou Qingbai. Of course, this was what women thought. Every time men see the original owner's swaying, healthy posture and the way she carried her face and figure when going out, they can't help but take a few more glances. And then feel that Zhou Qingbai wasn't blessed. To marry a beautiful girl like this, he can't sleep with her for more than 2-3 days a year. It's not that some bachelors didn't have thoughts of doing bad things in the village. It was just that the current social atmosphere was the best security, so who dares to do anything? And take a look at whose woman it was. This was Zhou Qingbai's woman, the daughter-in-law of the old Zhou family. Even though old Zhou family was dissatisfied with her for causing a ruckus to split, but if something really happened, the dozen to 20 people in old Zhou family will definitely unify to fight outsiders. At this time, people wanted more sons exactly for this reason. To put it awkwardly, if there was no son at home, there's no power to go out and quarrel with others. But the most important reason was at that stage, the original owner, who was still dreaming of becoming an official wife, don't want any dust in her sight. She looked down at these single bumpkins. Not to mention the bachelors, she even looked down on the urban educated youths who went to the countryside. But then the dream shattered, so she lowered the standard. Along the way, Mother Zhou had misgivings. It was until she reached the house and she saw fourth daughter-in-law carrying the egg and lean pork congee. She was stunned. "Where did you get your pork?" "I bought it from that part in the city," Lin Qinghe replied casually, as she held Sanhua. That part referred to the black market, but it was inconvenient to say with children present. In the county town, a black market existed. It was a place for private transactions. The original owner had visited there as well, but not to buy meat and grain, but to buy cotton. She bought 1 gin of cotton at the Demand and Supply Cooperative, and the remaining gin was bought in the black market. Mother Joe understood. She knew that fourth daughter-in-law was a daring one, but she didn't expect her to be that daring. To even go to the black market. Mother, you don't need to talk about me. My sons are all growing. How can it do to be without meat from the start to the end of the year? Lin Ching, he said. Mother Joe mentally commented, I hadn't seen you show any affection toward your children before. If you have any tricks, show them already and don't drag on these. Lin Ching, he said. Today's made a bit too much meat congee. This autumn harvest has been very busy. Mother, you have some for nourishment. This was not surprising when the other 3 daughters-in-law said it to Mother Joe. But the words were spoken by fourth daughter-in-law, so she should be careful. Say it. Did something happen to you? Without being roundabout with her, Mother Joe asked her directly. I bought some cotton and cloth from the black market and plan to make a new one for these 3 boys, but my skills are lacking as I can make my own. Mother, how about you help me to bring it back to third sister-in-law to avoid me ruining it? Third sister-in-law's craftsmanship is excellent, and among the sister-in-law, I only have taken a liking to hers. Treat the leftover fabric as a fee for her. Lin Ching, he said. These words were said very bitch-like. But this was the original owner's tone. Mother Joe also knew she was distressed for herself. As for others, don't think about it. In fact, the clothes Da Hua, Hua, and San Hua wore were from a year ago. At that time, it was made a bit longer and was wearable even to now. At that time, it was made by third sister-in-law. And because of this, Joe Da Hua would, little brother, whenever he saw third auntie's belly. Must say he was discerning. But third daughter-in-law's belly is so big now. Although she doted her 3 grandchildren, Mother Joe was hesitant. How far along is she? Lin Ching, he asked. There are still 2 months left, Mother Joe answered. Then mother, go back and ask third sister-in-law to see if she wants to or not. If she is willing, I can give her 2 pounds of brown sugar to nourish her body while she is confined in birth rest. Lin Ching, he stated. Brown sugar. Where did you get the brown sugar? Mother Joe couldn't help saying. With money, naturally there is brown sugar. Lin Ching, he raised an eyebrow. When Mother Joe heard it, she understood that it must have been obtained from the black market. Lin Ching, he also what kind of character the original owner was. She put Joe San Hua in her arms and said, Mother, you feed San Hua first. I'm going in to get brown sugar. At this time, brown sugar was a rare thing. Especially for the soon-to-give-birth third sister-in-law, it was definitely a scarce item. When Lin Ching, he returned to her room, she took 2 gin of it out of the space. In her space, she only had 20 gin, or 10 kilograms, so it was not much. 2 gin of brown sugar was packed in a clean jar, which was a lot of weight, and what's more, the color of this brown sugar was also good quality. Mother, have a look. Lin Ching, he showed her the brown sugar. Toward the business-like tone, Mother Joe didn't find it strange. Having a quick look, and she said, then I'll take it back and ask for you. All right. Lin Ching, he nodded and pointed to the porridge. This is for mother to nourish your body. Have it. It was an appearance of once this passes, it expires. If she had acted filial, Mother Joe would panic in her heart and not eat it. But seeing her like this, Mother Joe thought, I'm your mother-in-law, so what if I eat this? So she ate the bowl of egg and lean pork congee as well. The taste was really fragrant. Then she took a jar of brown sugar and went back. Mother, do you really want third auntie to make clothes for us? Joe Da Hua's eyes shone brightly. It's a big jar of brown sugar. Joe Hua was focused on that. Joe San Hua was already full and played by himself in the yard. Lin Ching, he started eating by herself, and said, 1 for each person, no more. As for the brown sugar, it takes a lot of care to make clothes for you, so I need to give some fee for the effort. Quote, although she inherited the original owner's skill, she really can't make children's clothes. Probably was because the original owner's obsession was too deep. She will make. Mother, if you do it yourself, you don't have to give third auntie brown sugar. Hua was still thinking about this. Lin Ching, he stared. If I don't make clothes for you, I don't have to give this brown sugar." With this sentence, Erwa shut up. Lin Qinghe wasn't going to spoil him and drank her egg and lean pork congee. After a while, she remembered, "You have to change your shoes. I have to make shoes for you as well. It would have been good to have a daughter to help out, but you all are sons. Can't count on it, any of you. Giving birth to sons is making debts." When she said this, Mother Zhou had just returned. And her face was unchanged. This fourth daughter-in-law is lazy to death, so naturally, she wishes for a daughter to work for her. Your third sister-in-law agreed. Mother Zhou said when she came in. I'm finished. Mother, wait a moment, I'll go in to get the cloth and cotton. Lin Qinghe put down her tableware and said. It was already the end of September now and it wasn't that fast to make cotton coats. Afraid it will be around mid-October when the cotton coats for the three brothers are done. At that time, it will be cold. Now it was one day different from another. And as third sister-in-law's belly grows bigger, so can't really order her around later. Lin Qinghe went in and took the cloth and 2 pounds of cotton. This time the cloth bought back was not only for the original owner herself. The original owner intended to send it to her maternal family to gain face. In fact, 1 jin of 2 jin of cotton was prepared for her maternal family. But now Lin Qinghe was here, old Lin family better not expect anything. If there was a chance, she still wanted to take back the new military coat that Zhou Qingbai sent back before. Counting how much it takes to make her own clothes and the amount reserved for old Lin family, it was just right to make 3 sets of winter clothes for the 3 brothers. After all, Zhou Dahua would need a lot of fabrics because she had to reserve some length to avoid it being too short when he grew next year. The same thing for Zhou Erhua. Actually, there was no need to do it for Zhou Sanhua, as above him were 2 older brothers. But since they were making it, then they should make it for all 3 brothers. Anyway, she didn't need to use her hands, just only move her mouth. As a low-rank female cannon fodder, she was that capricious. Mother Zhou did not expect that she could get such good cloth and so much cotton, and what's more, it wasn't for herself but for her 3 sons. This was somewhat comforting for Mother Zhou, but it was inevitable that she'll say a few more words. Now Dahua and the others are still young, but within a few years, they will all grow up one by one. At that time, it will cost money to marry a wife. Quote, Mother, don't worry, I know. Lin Qinghe interrupted her directly and said. Mother Zhou choked, mentally said, you understand. What do you understand? Whose life isn't like a tight belt? You are eating congee from outside. As well as that, egg and pork are in the congee. How much does it cost? But in the end, the original owner had a well-laid foundation, so Mother Zhou didn't go too far and stopped talking. She took the cloth and cotton and went back. As soon as she left, Lin Qinghe was actually quietly relieved in her heart. In fact, she was asked to deal with Mother Zhou like this, she really couldn't. But according to today's performance, it seems that Mother Zhou adapts well to her performance. Oh, original owner, you can be considered doing a good deed. Lin Qinghe was very emotional. With such an extraordinary foundation, even if she acted out of character, it won't be excessive now. In a good mood, she picked up Zhou Sanhua and kissed him, causing Zhou Sanhua to giggle. Both Zhou Dahua and Zhou Erhua saw it, and they couldn't help staring at Lin Qinghe. Lin Qinghe kissed each of their foreheads. Zhou Dahua blushed and said, I'm going out to play. Then he ran out. Zhou Erhua was also a little embarrassed and ran out. Lin Qinghe didn't bother about them either. She divided a bowl of congee for Mother Zhou. There was almost 1 bowl left in the pot. Lin Qinghe scooped it up and put it aside. Then she cleaned up the tableware and boiled the water while she was at it to prepare for the kids to wash up when they come back. Mother Zhou brought the cloth and cotton back. Actually at this time was getting off work hour, but old Zhou family members haven't returned yet. It wasn't 5 o'clock yet. Mother Zhou had been working for 3 days and couldn't keep going, so she rested today and not go work. Her family was large, so it didn't matter if she rested for half a day. As for third sister-in-law, her pregnancy month was big, so she was responsible for cooking at home. Of course, eldest sister-in-law, whose pregnancy was small, also helped out. However, Mother Zhou was resting today, so she was replaced by Mother Zhou. Otherwise, It was usually eldest sister-in-law and third sister-in-law was responsible at home. Seeing the cloth and cotton brought back by Mother Joe, third sister-in-law was envious. However, this can't be enviable. She looked at the cloth size and the amount of cotton, and she said with some joy in her heart, "Mother, fourth sister-in-law requests that Dawa and his brothers each one set of clothes. And the rest is for me." That's what she said, but you have to leave extra length for them, as they grow up fast. Mother Joe still loved them a lot, so she said it like this. "That is a must." Third sister-in-law complied. Mother Joe nodded and said nothing more. In fact, except for fourth daughter-in-law, none of the other three made her worry. Third sister-in-law started to estimate in her heart. After finishing Joe Dawas and his brothers, there was still a lot of fabric left, and adding the bits from last time, she can still make a warm jacket for her daughter. Coupled with the 2 gin of brown sugar given by fourth's wife, this action was still very generous. Just looking at it, third sister-in-law was very satisfied. But now was not the time for this. She placed the cloth and cotton in her room and went to the kitchen to help Mother Joe. As a matter of fact, everyone was dissatisfied with the matter that the original owner had moved out at the beginning, but as time passed, everyone felt it was really fortunate. Because the original owner never worked at all. When she first got married, she would say this hurt, this ache. In short, she didn't work no matter what. But where does the work point come from if she didn't work? This was a person who eats free rice. She had hands and feet, and still want the whole family to support her. Everyone had an objection at that time, especially because Mother Joe felt like she was in debt to the original owner, as at the time her son left within a day of their wedding. So she let the original owner take Joe Qingbai's allowance, then asked her to pay the living expenses to the family, so even if she did not go to work, it was Joe Qingbai who raised her. Others can't really say anything. However, Mother Joe did not expect that it was because of this that the original owner gained more courage. Otherwise, she would not dare to act suicidal once she confirmed pregnant. Made it look like no one else had been pregnant before. Contrary to expectation, Father Joe and Mother Joe happened to eat this cake, fall for this act. The reason for this, in the final analysis, was because Father Joe and Mother Joe doted on their little son. However, when the original owner was there, their family was very crowded. Because they were newly wedded and it was the youngest son of Father Joe and Mother Joe, the family arranged for a room for them when Joe Qingbai married. Others don't have this treatment. They were all crowded in a room, but at that time there were not many children, so it was okay. It was just that the couple's nightlife was somewhat embarrassing. At that time, it wasn't that the 3 branches didn't have other thoughts toward the original owner getting a room for herself. It was the same phrase, who made Joe Qingbai the most doted and youngest son of Father Joe and Mother Joe. Another thing was that before Joe Qingbai got married, the money was sent to the family. It can be said that adding up the earning of eldest 3 brothers in the Joe family didn't even meet the amount Joe Qingbai earned. So even if they have an objection, they have to hold back. Originally, the only original owner got special treatment, but after she fought to split from the family. At that time, all 3 sisters-in-law were watching the drama but didn't expect her to use her tummy as a protection amulet, and she was able to move out on her own. However, after she split up, in order to appease the other 3 daughters-in-law, Father Joe and Mother Joe gave each of them their own room, which was much better than being crowded together. At that time, the original owner's initial room was included and was given to third sister-in-law. Eldest sister-in-law and second sister-in-law were all divided into 1 room each. Now the other 3 branches in the old Joe's family were all at ease. Father Joe took out all the allowance bills sent back by Joe Qingbai in the last 3 years, as at that time the original owner was moving out after all. At that time, the allowance was only a bit over 20 yuan per month. So it was more than 200 yuan a year, and more than 600 yuan in 3 years. To build the original owner's 2-bedroom house with a small central room and other inexpensive bits, it cost more than 200 yuan altogether. It wasn't a small sum. But compared to what Joe Qingbai sent back, it wasn't really much. Mother Joe used the reason that the money was fourth son's filial piety to them, old couple, and did not intend to give it to the original owner. Truthfully, she was worried that the original owner will cause harm to the saving. The original owner got her share of grains and oils, naturally. And what's more, she would receive the allowance from Zhou Qingbai every month. So she really didn't make trouble with Mother Zhou again. As everyone had a room, and their family can live in a much more spacious room, as well as knowing Zhou Qingbai sent that much money home, they weren't onto the case of building a house for the original owner. Because 5 years ago, Father Zhou and Mother Zhou were still young, they didn't need to be financially supported by their children. Even if Father Zhou and Mother Zhou were still under 60 years old, they were still healthy. It can be said that even if the original owner had split away, the original owner was more filial respected toward Father Zhou and Mother Zhou by a few hundred yuan than them. Although this money was earned by Zhou Qingbai, it made no difference. With the family divide, they did not need to watch the original owner do nothing did or her expression of everyone owe her. So after all these years, old Zhou family was extremely harmonious. Although there was occasional envy toward the original owner not needing to go to the field to work and just wait for her man to send allowance back to support her, there was nothing to hold a grudge for on the surface. At about 6 o'clock, the rest of the old Zhou family returned. It was now the autumn harvest time. It was very busy. Being busy from the start of the year was all for this big harvest. No one dares to be lazy, otherwise, with one autumn rain, their 1 year effort will be in vain. The whole family's livelihood can't survive. Therefore, they all need to swiftly collect the grain. Then they can be at peace. There is brown sugar water in the room, specially made for you father and daughter. Hurry, go drink it. Third sister-in-law saw her man and daughter's sunburnt face and then whispered quickly. Third sister-in-law's daughter ranked 5th among the daughters of old Zhou family, so she was named Zhou Wuni. Zhou Wuni was initially a bit exhausted, but her eyes brightened when she heard this. Zhou Qingsen didn't ask anything, just took his daughter back to their room. The father and daughter were satisfied after drinking brown sugar water. The next step was everyone to wash their faces and hands and prepare to eat. The food at old Zhou family's home was good. Cornmeal pancakes are served with rice soup and a pot of scrambled eggs. Although the scramble only had 5 or 6 eggs, there were few other dishes. Although they were all vegetarian, other families may not even have this food. This was because the current autumn harvest was too busy and very tiring, otherwise, they wouldn't usually eat like this and don't have such food. After eating, everyone went to rest. Third sister-in-law held her stomach as she returned. Now that her month was getting bigger, the tableware and chopsticks were left for second sister-in-law to clean up. Eldest sister-in-law was also pregnant, so she also writes to rest. Although second sister-in-law curled her lips in displeasure, she said nothing. As the other two had done it when she was heavily pregnant previously. This was the rules of the old Zhou family and it had always been fair. Eldest sister-in-law and second sister-in-law didn't know what happened at home today. They all went on with what they should be doing. Third sister-in-law returned to the house and was greeted by the father's and daughter's question. Zhou Wuni was 6 years old. At this age, children were already sensible and understood very well that brown sugar was so precious. How could her mother have it? Fourth sister-in-law given it. Third sister-in-law explained. It was almost 6 o'clock at this time, but the sky was still bright. Now the sky can start to dim around 6:30. So third sister-in-law took out the cloth and cotton. Zhou Qingsen understood then. Fourth's wife wanted to make clothes. Isn't she able to make clothes by herself? How can she bear to give you 2 pounds of brown sugar for you to make it? She doesn't know how to make it for Dahua and the others. So naturally, it can only be brought to me to make it. Third sister-in-law's hands started moving as her mouth clarified. Toward her own skill, she was still very confident. She is using such a good cloth and cotton to make winter clothes for Dahua and others. Zhou Qingsen was really surprised. In the end, she's their biological mother. And what's more, the brothers really don't have any cotton-padded clothes this year, continued third sister-in-law. Mother, when do I have new clothes to wear? Zhou Wuni looked at the cloth and cotton with an envious face. She actually wanted to be fourth auntie's daughter, because fourth auntie's life was really good. Dahua and the others didn't need to pick up cow dung to earn work points or even collect wheat ears in the field. Every day they got to play. Mother had looked for you. These cloths and cotton will have leftovers after I finish the brothers' set. And mother still has some leftover cloth saved. When the time comes, add that bit, and I'll have enough to make you a new jacket. Third sister-in-law said. Then mother, hurry up, Zhou Wuni excitedly cried. Then Zhou Qingsen remarked. You have such a big belly, she still makes you make clothes. It's cause she saw I got a big belly, otherwise why can she bear to give me 2 gin of brown sugar? It looks top quality. The last set I was asked to make it for Dawa and his brother is what the brothers are currently wearing for autumn. She gave me 3 eggs then, said third sister-in-law. Mother Zhou didn't confiscate the 2 gin of brown sugar, instead, let her store it. So third sister-in-law was especially satisfied with this. Brown sugar was a scarce product. And it was 2 gin. Zhou Qingsen didn't say anything. His wife wasn't afraid of getting tired, instead, she was delighted. People in this era were keen on saving kerosene. After all, the supply was limited every month. So they went to bed early. It was only 8 o'clock, and Mother Zhou and Father Zhou went to the Kong to sleep. Mother Zhou mentioned about today's affairs. Fourth's wife invited me to eat a bowl of egg and lean pork today. Since she gave it, eat it. Father Zhou was tired. He earned 10 points and was very exhausted. Those fabrics and cotton are good conditions. I thought she was going to make it for herself. Didn't expect it is for Dawa and his 3 brothers, Mother Zhou continued. Today, she didn't work, so she just heard the villagers said Fourth's wife went to the market again. Only then did she go to see the brothers. She heard that she came back with a big package. 2 gin of cotton and fabric were really enough for a big package. She never expected it was bought for her 3 grandsons. She's the brothers' mother. No matter how bad she can get, they all are meat that fell from her stomach. Father Zhou was sleepy but still responded. Although he had some opinions on the 4th daughter-in-law, there was nothing to complain, now that she was happy to make winter coats for his grandsons and also make egg and lean pork congee to eat. It's just she is too spendthrift. Fabric, cotton, egg, lean pork, and 2 gin of brown sugar. From her look, I think she is familiar with the black market. There's definitely not much left of the monthly allowance sent by 4th son. There is certainly not much money left. I told her to save a little money, and she found me nosy. Mother Zhou said. Father Zhou had already snored. It was clear he fell asleep. Mother Zhou said nothing and soon fell asleep. The rest of old Zhou family was in a similar state. As for Lin Qinghe's side, she was tossing around, unable to sleep. It was too early to sleep at 8 o'clock. It was modern day, her night life hadn't started yet. However, she entered the countryside, so she can only follow the custom. The 2 big ones in the next room were already sound asleep. As Zhou Sanhua was still young, he slept with her. Before going to bed, Lin Qinghe warmed the bowl of leftover congee from the dinner with boiling water and split it between the brothers. Of course, before going to bed, she gave them 3 baths. The 3 brothers washed and turned all the water black. Then she shooed them to go to Kong and sent them to sleep. Lin Qinghe also scrubbed herself in the dark. It wasn't good to be without a separate bathroom. Lying in bed, her mind wandered. Don't know when she fell asleep. In the middle of the night, according to the original owner's instinct, she got up and shooed her 3 sons to pee so she can avoid them peeing on the Kong and she had to clean up. Because she slept too early last night, Lin Qinghe got up very early the next day. As soon as she saw the 3 boys were still asleep, she freshened herself first. Then she busied away in the kitchen. This morning she cooked millet porridge, but there was no meat, just plain rice porridge. Besides the millet porridge, there were 2 white buns. Thinking of the white bread, she recalled the 500 bun reservations with the breakfast shop's aunt. That really hurt. Soon the porridge was cooked, and the big white bun was also hot and fragrant. She shouted into the room. Zhou Dawa and Zhou Erhua got up, quickly dressed themselves and then climbed off the Kong. Underneath was a tall and short set of wooden stumps, almost like the roll of a ladder so the brothers could get up and down more conveniently. Lin Qinghe then went in, Wake Sanhua, washed the little boy's face, and then carried him out. Mother, there are big white buns. Zhou Dawa washed his face and ran over. His eyes brightened. Go brush your teeth, Lin Qinghe instructed. Mother, you didn't buy a toothbrush for me. Zhou Dahua pointed out. Lin Qinghe could only let him eat, and then she started thinking about when to make a trip out again. She had just visited yesterday, so to go over there today was a bit overboard. The most important part was what to do with the 3 children in the family. Going from the village to the town's supply and demand cooperative was easier for her than the original owner, who spared no effort to run to the county town to buy cotton and fabric. But still, it needed at least an hour to travel from here to the town's supply and demand cooperatives. But if she didn't go, there were still many things to buy at home. In fact, according to the original owner's ideal living standard, the family's items were quite complete compared to other people's families. But in Lin Qinghe's view, there are still many things needed. The original owner had only taken care of herself. Toothbrushes, other hygiene essentials, the foot bath bucket, there was only her share. The children do not have any. They shared one wash basin. Now they were young, but it won't do when they grow up. Anyway, it was necessary sooner or later, so why not buy it early? Although she planned to go again, Lin Qinghe didn't go now. She decided to leave it a few days later. In a few days, the autumn harvest in the village will be completely over. Then, she can leave Erhua and Sanhua in the old Zhou's house to help her take care of them. As for Zhou Dahua, she didn't have to worry about it. He can go off and play by himself. In the morning, they ate millet porridge, accompanied by a delicious white bun. The stuffing in this bun was particularly sufficient. The meat, half of the egg, and cabbage were enough for them to eat as a dish with the porridge. The mother and sons had filling breakfast. Zhou Dahua wanted to go out to play but had been restrained back by Lin Qinghe. Mother is going to do the laundry, you take care of your younger brothers at home. Wait for me to come back. Zhou Dahua did not refute her, as he was satisfied with the meal from yesterday to this morning. Lin Qinghe departed to do the laundry. There was a river on the tail of the village, which everyone goes there to wash. Shenzi, the autumn harvest will be over in a few days. Do you still need firewood at home? Lin Qinghe beat the clothes with a wooden board, especially with Zhou Dahua's clothes. It was really dirty. In her mind, she deeply yearned for the era of the washing machine, when a little girl came over and asked. As soon as Lin Qinghe looked back, it then emerged from her memory, little Xia. We're almost out of firewood at home. When you go back and tell your elder brother that once the autumn harvest is over, send it over. How much he can get is how much I'll take. The price will be according to the amount. Quote, this little girl was called Zhou Shi, only about 10 years old. And her brother was Zhou Dong, 15 this year. The ancestors of the brother and sister were also relatives of the old Zhou family, but now they were distant. Their parents were gone early, and it wasn't easy for the siblings to survive. But her brother Zhou Dong was very capable, even if he was young. He followed the adults to work and could earn 2 work points. This wasn't a lot of food. In the end, the team pitied the brother and sister, so on the premise of obtaining everyone's consent, they gave a little more during food distribution and there were some neighbors occasionally reduce their intake. That's how the brothers and sisters survived. Initially, the brother and sister had nothing to do with the original owner, but the original owner was lazy. Her own son was still unreliable, so she asked her brother from her maternal family to send her firewood and occasionally gave him a little fee for the effort. However, her younger brother got married later on and was strictly managed by her younger sister-in-law, so he never came back. At that time, the original owner had to get the firewood by herself. How could the original owner willingly let her well-maintained hands do the rough work? If the conditions didn't allow it, she wouldn't wash the dishes, chopsticks, and clothes. But in desperation, she can only collect firewood once. In the original owner's impression, there was no work more insulting than this in the world. So, she set her eyes on Zhou Dong, who just turned 12 years old that year. She made him go get firewood for her to use and they'll treat it as she bought it from him. How could Zhou Dong not be happy? He kept at it till now. To others, the original owner said that this was not capitalism. She felt that the brother and sister don't have it easy and didn't want them to feel like they owe her, so they did this. It wasn't like nobody in the village didn't know her temperament, but at least every time the original owner paid an adequate amount to Zhou Dong. When he brought less, it was a dime. When it was more, it was 2 dimes. Don't look down on these 1 and 2 dimes. To the siblings, Zhou Dong and Zhou Shi, who have no other income except for fieldwork, this money allowed them to eat 3 full meals on days when they can't earn much work points in winter. So even when the villagers knew that the original owner was hiring child labor, they said nothing. Zhou Dong was now 15 years old. The original owner gave him 2 dimes every time he sent firewood because he had grown up and gained a lot of manpower, so every time he sent a lot of firewood. This was an important income for the brother and sister. Hearing her words, Zhou Shi was really delighted and said, "Okay, I will go back and tell my elder brother to collect a lot of firewood after the autumn harvest is over." Then she continued, "Shenzi, there's no one at the moment, let me wash your clothes." Quote, the original owner had already asked her elder brother to get firewood. Although she wished Zhou Shi could wash her clothes, she still wanted face, so she refused. But if there was no one, then the original owner will let her wash. There was really no one in this moment. Downstream had some, but not here. If it was the original owner, she wouldn't be polite except. The original owner thought she took care of them, brother and sister, so what if she called her to wash her clothes? But Lin Qinghe was not the original owner, and her lower limit did not stoop to that level. No need, it's just a few clothes. Once the autumn harvest is over, you go with your brother. Shenzi will have to store more firewood for the winter, so I need a lot. Lin Qinghe replied, "Shenzi, rest assured, we will definitely send it to Shenzi." Zhou Shi nodded. Lin Qinghe nodded and said, "You can return, I'm nearly finished." Zhou Shi saw that she really didn't plan to let her wash, so she went back first, and then reported to her brother who was going to work. "I'll go after the autumn harvest." Zhou Dong uttered. Now that he can earn 6 points, his life should have been better, but in the end, he was at the age of puberty and ate a lot. Now Zhou Shi also followed to work, but she can only earn 2 work points. Lin Qinghe sneaked some soap out and washed. With the soap, it was much faster. She quickly washed her clothes and returned. As for second sister-in-law, who was washing clothes at the downstream, she did not go to say hello when she saw her. Because the relationship between the original owner and this second sister-in-law wasn't really good. Second sister-in-law brought eldest sister-in-law's eldest daughter Zhou Dani and several women to wash a family of clothes at the downstream. Naturally, she saw Lin Qinghe go back and she also did not have any intention to say hello. Few other women sourly commented, "This sister-in-law of yours live a life more relaxed than the old landlord of the past. Don't talk nonsense like this. What an old landlord, our ancestors were 3 generations of poor peasants." "Poor as a pauper," second sister-in-law immediately interjected. Lin Qinghe was not very pleasing to the eye, but still, she can't let people put the old landlord hat on old Zhou family's head. "I don't mean anything else. Just want to say, her life is going too well. She has 3 sons, and look at her face and figure. If someone says that she is unmarried and it is believable." Another older Saozi said, "I heard that she put vanishing cream and clam oil on her face and hand every day." Said the former one, "What a family wealth destroyer. No wonder she looks so tender that one can pinch out the water." Another bitterly responded, "Which families weren't living on a tight budget? But old Zhou family's 4th daughter-in-law was not at the same level as them. She always made herself beautiful. That face and that figure were like a siren. Of course, they didn't dare to scold her outright, otherwise, they would just look for trouble." Lin Qinghe wasn't one to suffer in silence, so they whispered behind her back. Second sister-in-law brought Zhou Dani to wash her clothes and went home. She didn't take the incident of seeing Lin Qinghe seriously, it was a usual occurrence. As for Lin Qinghe, toward what was said about the original owner behind her. Of course, it was no different to talking about her, she didn't treat it seriously as well. Actually, she was really satisfied with the original owner's maintenance of her figure and face. She can't deny this, nor can she get cheap and sell innocence. So they can say what they want, just don't mention it in front of her. When she was drying the clothes, Lin Qinghe recalled what she thought just now when talking to Zhou Shi about accumulating firewood for the winter. According to the development of the plot, it seems that the villain's dad was injured at this time. Because of serious injuries, the villain's father remained at that side for a month to recuperate. Afterward, he came back. It'll be the end of October or almost November in the lunar calendar when the villain's father would return. Lin Qinghe felt that after the villain's father come back, she would definitely not be as free as she was now. After all, there was an adult living at home, and she couldn't be as unscrupulous as dealing with 3 children. So before the villain's dad comes back, she must acquire everything that should be added to the family. This era didn't have much to entertain themselves with. It was in the midst of the busy autumn harvest and the sun was still a bit merciless. The original owner's skin was very well maintained, so Lin Qinghe does not want to ruin it. In fact, in her opinion, it wasn't too white. Just not tanned. But compared with the people in the village, then she was really white. So in the following days, Lin Qinghe cooked at home. Because the original owner didn't interact with anyone, meaning she didn't have much communication. So it goes without saying, she could only make stuff for the children to eat at home. This made Zhou Dahua, Zhou Erhua, and Zhou Sanhua overjoyed. Under the last few days of Lin Qinghe's guidance, Zhou Sanhua began to speak. As soon as he spoke, words after words jumped out of him as if a vessel in his brain opened up. Like, meat, pea, eat, water, and of course, the most said was, mother. The 3 children ate with a mouthful of oil. Although the original owner was lazy but knew that she did not interact with the people around her, so she must be self-sufficient. So there was a vegetable garden in the backyard with tomatoes, cucumbers, leeks, green vegetables, and radishes planted. Varieties are relatively mixed and not planted a lot. Each one was planted 1 row. So naturally, it was up to Lin Qinghe. Like scrambled eggs with leeks, stewed radish and bones, and fried pork slices and cucumbers. It was her choice. The 3 children at home did not understand these and Lin Qinghe also had her explanation. She said it was bought last time and been marinated with salt. Lin Qinghe also took out a piece of pork belly and a piece of loin and marinated it. She marinated it with salt and then fried it to eat. It was nice and salty. It could not be better when it was served with congee or noodles. Lin Qinghe kept feeding them this way, and in just a few days, Zhou Sanhua became white and delicate. Kids got chubby fast. Being nurtured like this by Lin Qinghe and kept clean every day, Mother Zhou froze when she saw Zhou Sanhua after coming over with the Sanhua's winter clothes that third sister-in-law finished first once the autumn harvest was over. Third sister-in-law's craftsmanship isn't bad at all. Lin Qinghe placed Zhou Sanhua in Mother Zhou's arms to let her appreciate it and took a look at a set of clothes in a small shallow basket. Third sister-in-law's skill was pretty good, and because she did it as soon as she was free, it took only a few days for her to make Sanhua's set. Of course, it was because of Sanhua's smallness, and it didn't take much effort. Zhou Dahua's and Zhou Erhua's. One should be coming soon. Now the autumn harvest was over, third sister-in-law she didn't have much on her hand. She can go all out in making clothes as they didn't need her for house chores. She gave enough cotton, so even if third sister-in-law hid a bit, the cotton coat and trousers were still made very thick. For example, in this set, it was perfect for the little one to wear in winter. Even though it was a little small, it was just this one set. Oh, that's right, mother. There is no egg at home. Give me some food first, I will give money. Lin Qinghe declared. There were no chickens at home. So naturally, the eggs that aren't laid, was eaten quickly. She intends to take a few jin out of the space, but she must have a source for eggs. There is some at home. How much do you want? Mother Zhou glanced at her and said. Just give me 1 jin. In 2 days, I'll have to go to the town for the market. I need to buy some stuff, so I'll get them together. Lin Qinghe said. You are going to the market again. Mother Zhou exclaimed. If I don't go, what do we eat? The 3 boys at home have a big appetite and it's getting colder and colder. At that time, I don't want to head out. So buy what I need and the earlier it's done, the earlier it finishes. Mother, do you need to buy anything? If you do, I'll get it as well for you. Lin Qinghe said. I don't lack anything. Mother Zhou had a change of opinion about her since she had taken good care of her 3 grandsons, especially little Sanhua, who got a lot chubbier. But once she heard her plan to spendthrift again, her heart ached. She had the mind to say something but knew well that fourth daughter-in-law wouldn't listen to what she said. So she suppressed it. Lin Qinghe said 2 days. But in fact, the next day she fed Zhou Sanhua early in the morning and carried him to Mother Zhou. Zhou Dahua and Zhou Erhua also followed. The two actually wanted to go with their mother. Lin Qinghe found the 1-hour-plus journey was too long. She found it troublesome and what's more to bring two small kids. She didn't want to, so they were brought to the old Zhou family. Of course, she also brought a small bag of rock candy and gave it to Mother Zhou to let her deal with it. It was still very early at this time. The rest of the old Zhou family hadn't gotten up yet, as they were very tired for a period and could finally be inactive and sleep in. Lin Qinghe didn't care. She dropped the children and went out carrying a basket. Every day, only know how to deplete money, don't she know to save a little money? The children are still so young. When they grow up, everything needed money. After she left, Mother Zhou grumbled. Eldest sister-in-law and third sister-in-law heard a voice and came out to ask what was going on. Mother Zhou didn't withhold her complaints. The two sister-in-law listened and remained silent, but they actually agreed with Mother Zhou. Fourth's wife really squandered away the money without a blink as if her money wasn't money. They wouldn't be able to do it. Each bit of money they spend, they got very distressed. After all, the three branches only get so much pocket money for the whole year. Because they haven't separated from the family yet, the majority of the money was kept by Mother Zhou. However, she does give them pocket money. Just 1 liang or so for them to save. But I see that fourth sister-in-law is putting more care toward Dahua and his brothers. Eldest sister-in-law said as she watched the brothers. At least she knew to bring Sanhua over when going to the market. Before, she didn't, just dumped them at home. Such a small child, to be so careless. Mother Zhou didn't comment. Third sister-in-law asked Zhou Dahua, "Dahua, what did your mother cook for you?" Third, "Auntie can see that you brothers have grown a lot of meat in just a few days. Our mother made meat for us. Bacon is very fragrant," Zhou Dahua said aloud. Meat. Eldest sister-in-law and third sister-in-law was stunned. How could there be meat now? Why are you two asking so much? In a few days, the team will divide the meat. At that time, your share won't be missing. Naturally, Mother Zhou thought she knew and interrupted. Eldest sister-in-law and third sister-in-law understood that their mother-in-law did not want them to ask any more, and they tactfully not ask any more. This made Zhou Dahua, who was prepared to say what his mother had made for them these days, disappointed. However, hearing the kids outside calling him to play, he said nothing and immediately dashed out. Of course, he did not forget to ask his grandma for a piece of rock candy before going out. After the rest of the old Zhou family woke and saw Erhua and Sanhua were all here. It was only after they asked did they know the brothers' irresponsible mother went to the market again. Although the food had been harvested now and the overall situation had stabilized, there was still some final work to be done. After breakfast, Mother Zhou brought the two boys with her to peel corn. The corn gets peeled, threshed, then dried, and then sent to complete the final payment to the state. The day that all grain got handed over was the day of food distribution, which was what everyone waiting for. Especially the pig killing after splitting the grain. Of course, winter wheat will be planted before the pork is divided. But these have nothing to do with Lin Qinghe, so she left with no burden at all. Using her impression, she walked along the road toward the town's supply and demand cooperatives. Although the supply and demand cooperatives in the communal town cannot compare with those on the county city, it still had many things, such as rice, oil, soy sauce, and vinegar. But they all need ration coupons. The original owner bought them before. There were bottles at home and she washed it a few days earlier to contain the goods that were taken out of the space. So she didn't lack these seasoning. With a subsidiary food coupon, she came to buy half a gin of dried edible fungus, as well as half a gin dried seaweed. After browsing the things nearby, there was nothing she wants. In fact, the main reason for this trip was to come and walk around, otherwise, how can she explain the materials in my hand? But toothbrushes, wash basins, and basins had to be bought. First, get a toothbrush for Dahua and Erhua. There was still some toothpaste at home, their mother's leftover. She can use the stock in the space herself. She didn't plan to buy the wash basin and the basin this time. It was too hard for her to carry it back on such long distance. She had other plans. After buying a toothbrush and toothpaste, she headed to the slaughterhouse in the community suburbs according to her memory. The slaughterhouse on the outskirts of the community was a very small type, and the community applied for it last year. Otherwise, the slaughterhouse was only available in the county city. However, Lin Qinghe just wanted to come to the suburban area and try her luck. In fact, she also wanted to go through the motion. After all, she didn't think she could buy meat at this time. And what luck she had. She arrived there in an hour and happened to chance upon a Daji who came out carrying the meat from inside. Lin Qinghe immediately stepped up and asked, "Daji, did you come to buy meat?" "Yeah, you too, but did you make a reservation? If you didn't make an appointment, then there's nothing." Daji gave her a glance and pointed out haughtily. Lin Qinghe observed her blue work clothes and knew that this person knew people. She smiled and said, "Daji, I'm from the country, how could I have your kind of connection? Just don't know if sister can make it convenient." Looking around, she made sure no one was around and took a 5 liang food coupon out. For those working in the commune who eat supplied food coupons were more important than money. Without food coupons, one cannot buy food even if one had money. This Daji's age was already in her 30s, so she must have children at home. And at this age, the children are usually at the age with great appetite toward food coupons that weren't from dishonest sources delivered to their doorstep. How could she not refuse? They just have to do the matter well. Mizi, just say something if you need something. Daji can help you for sure, don't be polite. Even if it was just a 5 liang food ticket, Daji's tone also eased. "I know, but I'm from the country. I can buy food without this food ticket. In a few days, there'll be food distribution. I just have to go to the production team to buy it. My man is a soldier. He can't finish these and send it to me. It's basically useless for me to keep." Lin Qinghe explained a bit. Then she went directly to the main point. The children at home are craving for meat. Truthfully, the team will divide the meat in a few days. But which mother is willing to see her child crave so much? So, I want to come and take a chance. When Daji heard the words, she was relieved. As mothers, they really have their children on their minds. "Daji, I can see at a glance that you are a helpful Samaritan. Can you see if you have any acquaintances? I don't need much, just half a jin of leftover is enough. I don't have a meat coupon, but I can give more. What do you think?" Lin Qinghe stuffed the food coupon over as she talked. "Big Mizi, you also dotes on kids. I will go in and check for you." This Daji calmly accepted the food coupon and nodded. "All right." Lin Qinghe nodded. Daji went in for about 5 minutes before she came out and then announced, "Big Mizi, since you don't have a coupon, it'll be 9.5 per jin. If you have a coupon, you can pay 7. Big Mizi, it'll be more expensive without a coupon. How much do you want to buy? Then Daji, can you go in and get me half a jin? And on the way, if you see any big bones or something, please call the master to weigh some for me." Lin Qinghe said and passed some money to Daji. "Then I will buy it for you," said Daji. Then she went in and bought the meat, and soon she carried out the meat for Lin Qinghe. Half jin of meat, the fatty kind. There were also ribs, big bones, and marrow bones. This age, only big fat meat was the most popular. Other ones with bones were very cheap. There are many, but they were for Lin Qinghe. Lin Qinghe didn't accept the change of half a yuan. "Daji, at your age, nephew and niece must be growing up. Buy them more food and don't let them be hungry." Lin Qinghe said. "Big Mizi, you are too polite." This Daji directly returned the half yuan to her. She had already gotten a food coupon from her, so she didn't want her money. Lin Qinghe's mind moved and smiled. "Daji, I feel kindred to you. My name is Lin Qinghe, from Zhoujia village. My man is a soldier, the only soldier in Zhoujia village. You will know once you inquire." Seeing her announce her family status, Chen Mei returned a smile and introduced herself. She also had a good impression of Lin Qinghe. The 3 boys at home are really greedy. Thankfully Mei Jia has a wide range of connection, otherwise, I don't know if I can buy some back this time. Lin Qinghe gratefully expressed. "Mizi, you're so young, and you have 3 children. Sister Mei was surprised. I married at the age of 17 and gave birth at the age of 18. The oldest one is now 5 years old. After the new year, he should be counted as 6 years old. Lin Qinghe warmly smiled. I really can't tell, Mei Jia said. Mei Jia, you work in the community's supply and demand cooperative. If I come again, can I find you? Lin Qinghe asked. Sure, if you need anything, you can go to me. I can definitely help you if I can help. However, this time a master in the slaughterhouse gave his share to you, otherwise it would not be so much. Unless you book in advance, and you have to come early. Mei Jia disclosed to her. These words weren't false. At this time, the meat was not easy to get, and there was a fixed quota. Lin Qinghe quickly agreed. She didn't expect this trip to be so smooth and found herself a long-term meat ticket. With Mei Jia, she had a source for the meat in her space. Lin Qinghe mentally calculated again. Truthfully, a lot of things were missing now. For example, she still needed a stove. In this era, there was a coal stove, which can be used to hold a small pot. In her space, she contained the 2 old-fashioned double-ear iron pots and the 2 old casserole pots she bought. It can also be used in this era, and say it was bought on the black market. Who would investigate so much? Because they are all old style, very in line with the shape of this era, so she wasn't afraid of being investigated. Now there was only one stove in the house. All the water boiling, cooking rice, and frying dishes were done there. If there was another coal stove, it will be much more convenient. However, the coal stove was obviously not so easy to get. What's more, on top of the coal stove, she also needed coal ball coupons. Only the talented in the city have these, and none in the countryside. If she wanted to get this, she had to go over and look around the county city. Besides the stove, was some kind of earthen pot. However, she can take it slowly. She should be able to raise the living conditions after Zhou Qingbai returns. Realizing that's about it, she covered the basket with a cloth. As for what she bought, no one would know. Now she can pull anything out of the space. When she also arrived in the village, she took some pork out of the space. As for the fatty meat, she did not take it out, because it would be too eye-catching to take it out in decocked oil. Better wait until the village divided the meat. There were others like ribs, meat, eggs, etc. In short, she had to make the basket look full. However, all got covered by a cloth, so it was unknown what she bought. She went early in the morning. But the road was pretty long, so after going to and back, it was already past 9 o'clock and nearly 10 o'clock. She didn't pick up her 3 sons first. Mother Zhou would certainly take good care of them. She filled up her egg jars with eggs and loaded the barrels with rice and flour again. Then she began to sort the meat. 2 large pieces of pork belly were salted. As for lean meat and the likes, she planned to make meat congee for 3 children. They liked the meat congee. She cooked a lot and was satisfied eating it. This made her content. She chopped the ribs by herself. As for the big bones, she will send it to Mother Zhou later on as an expression of sincerity. After finishing this chore at home, Lin Qinghe looked at the time. It was still early and started to go to the vegetable garden in the backyard. After tending it for a while, she heard someone shouting. She went to open the door and check. It was Zhou Dong, who carried 2 bundles of dry firewood. That fast? I thought you'll go in 2 days. Lin Qinghe widened the door and let him bring it in, as she spoke. For peeling corn, let my sister and others do it. I'm not needed, Zhou Dong explained. He was only needed when it was time to plant winter wheat, and that had not yet begun. The 2 bundles of firewood were not small. 2 bundles like these cost 3 dimes. Straight away, Lin Qinghe took out 3 dimes from her pocket and settled the bill. And also said, "We're still short a lot at home." They were short a lot because she used more firewood than the original owner. And at the end of October, Zhou Qingbai should also come back and he had injuries. She dared not force him to go out get firewood like the original owner did, who wanted to vent her anger. That's right, in the novel, the original owner did this. And it was because of this villain's father gained a long-term illness, which was an endless cycle of pain. When he reached his 50s, his body was even worse. Shenzi, rest assured, I can go to the mountains to pick up firewood before the snowfall. After the food distribution, and my sister will be able to go with me. We will ship it back with a cart, that way we can transport more. Zhou Dong promised to her. Others didn't like Lin Shenzi. But he and his sister actually have a very good impression of this Shenzi, because the original owner was willing to give work to them. Having work means they'll have food to eat. In winter, they were unable to earn work points for a long time, so they have to live with a tightened belt. It was not easy in the past, but because of helping the original owner and the original owner gave money, he and sisters can only eat 20–30% full in winter. Otherwise, they would have been at most 10% full every day, and drink water when hungry. They endured to survive. These are eggs that were cooked in the morning. I cooked too many. You take 2 back to eat. Lin Qinghe entered the house, grabbed 2 eggs and handed him. No need Shenzi. I ate already in the morning before going. Zhou Dong quickly refused. Shenzi, I'll go back first. I can go again in the afternoon, and deliver it to Shenzi in the evening. After that, he hurried away. Lin Qinghe paused for a moment but did not say anything. At this time, the eggs were indeed quite expensive. Initially, she just wanted to find an opportunity for Zhou Dong to take a trip with her to the county city with a driving cart. At that time, she can bring back all the basin for foot wash and wash basin. That's why she gave the eggs, but judging from Zhou Dong's reaction, it appeared he didn't dare accept it. She'll have to wait for when he goes with her to the county city, then give them siblings some reward. As for the trip in the afternoon that Zhou Dong mentioned, then it was possible. From here, the distance to get firewood on the mountain wasn't close. According to Zhou Dong's foot pace, it'll take at least about 3 hours. To bring 2 bundles of firewood back at this time, he must have gone out in the morning when it was still dark. However, she also knew that Zhou Dong was not alone. He went with several 17 or 18-year-olds in the village, so there was nothing to worry about. At this time, everyone else also prepared firewood for the winter. The firewood collected by Zhou Dong was sold to her. Others in the village sold theirs in the county city. Generally, it got sold out, but Zhou Dong had it a lot easier. So Zhou Dong can go back to eat now, head out again and can return before dark. As for the rural people themselves, there was no shortage of firewood. The straw and likes can be distributed a lot, but her family had no share. As long as she prepared it, they can survive the winter. Lin Qinghe understood these matters pretty well, and obviously, Zhou Dong also cherishes such opportunities, as he worked very hard. Rather than living with a tight belt over the winter, Zhou Dong preferred to find more firewood now. Lin Qinghe felt less guilty for hiring a child, so she ordered, with more and more ease. Exactly the same as the original owner's way. 2 bundles of firewood were carried into the fire shed in the backyard. This fire shed was built when Zhou Qingbai came back. It was specifically used to accumulate firewood to avoid rain, snow and get wasted from moisture. Then she continued to water the vegetable garden, tidied it and picked the cucumbers for lunch. A plate of fried cucumber and meat was enough for the mother and sons. There were a few eggs left over from boiling in the congee in the morning. There was still a lot of congee left from the morning. She had deliberately cooked more, so she can reheat and eat. After taking out 2 white buns, that should be about it. As for the evening, Lin Qinghe already had an idea. Dumplings for dinner and she will make dough after lunch. At 11 o'clock, Zhou Dahua returned. He came back to see if his mother got back. One look and he found she did return. Your grandma and others are still peeling corn over at the production team. Lin Qinghe asked. Zhou Dahua nodded, then looked at the stove. Mother, what good stuff did you buy back today? Is there a big white bun? Yes. Go bring your younger brothers back. But don't outside no, or you get nothing, Lin Qinghe ordered. Can't talk about meat outside. Zhou Dahua couldn't help say. But he had been chattering about it with his friends and they envied him a lot. It's fine if you said it before, but don't talk about it in the future. Understand being low-key, Lin Qinghe said. What is low-key? Zhou Dahua questioned. If you like to boast, then boast away. Quickly bring your brother back and prepare to eat lunch. Lin Qinghe sent out. I will go now. Zhou Dahua immediately responded. It was eldest sister-in-law's second daughter, Zhou Erni, who brought Zhou Sanhua back. Zhou Dahua and Zhou Erhua was also there. Take this big bone back, another dish for your grandpa and grandma. Lin Qinghe didn't care what old Zhou family would think of her, gave a big bone to Zhou Erni and sent her off. Just one morning, you're already a dirty cat. Lin Qinghe drew water and washed Erwa's and Sanwa's face. Then she washed Dawa. Dawa asked, Mother, how many big white buns did you buy? How many do you want? Lin Qinghe questioned. Of course, one per person, Dawa answered. You wish. Lin Qinghe harumphed. I only bought 2 and can give you each half of 1. Half per person was also excellent. After cleaning up the 3 of them, Lin Qinghe began to heat up the congee. Sure enough, it was troublesome to not have gas. Lin Qinghe, who had been accustomed to modern life, tried her best to adapt. In fact, she had already adapted well, but she was still feeling a bit lazy. Lunch was congee, with fried cucumber and meat, boiled eggs and most importantly, 2 large white buns. There wasn't much porridge, just 1 bowl per person. But with these dishes and 2 large white buns, both mother and children are satisfied. Especially Dawa and Erwa, their love for white bun was unswerving. Mother, what else did you buy back? Asked Zhou Erwa. Nothing much, Lin Qinghe replied while picking up the chopsticks. Speaking of this, the supply and demand cooperative in the town were quite lacking. According to the memory of the original owner, the county city's supply and demand cooperative have a larger range of varieties. This time she wanted to order some red date, shrimp skin or something, but there was nothing. However, in the county's supply and demand cooperatives, have all these. As for the original owner, she always kept an eye out for good quality fabric, and toward these, she wasn't interested. She wasn't interested, but Lin Qinghe was. The kids were currently in a growing age, and the shrimp skin was great for supplementing calcium. She also wants to buy some red dates, which can be added to stewing chicken. And other mushrooms. This time she bought half gin of fungus and kelp. Once Zhou Qingbai returns, then it won't be enough for him to eat, so she had to go to the county city and shop around. After planning to bring Zhou Dong with her tomorrow to transport supplies back, she took 3 sons to prepare for a nap. Can't help it, there was nothing to do other than sleeping. Thinking how the days were getting colder and colder each day, Lin Qinghe inspected her space as she waited for the 3 boys to sleep. She had prepared 2 7-jin large quilts, especially warm ones. Even if the color was low-key, it was full of modern elements, which was not in line with this era. She was missing a big quilt cover, so she had to go to the county city to buy one. When the time comes, she'll stuff the quilt in cover. And Zhou Qingbai couldn't say anything about her. She can say that she got it by her own ability. In addition to the quilt, was a mattress. This mattress can be taken out. It's old-styled and not patterned at all. The key feature was warmth. She had it all planned out. The quilt and the mattress were to be used by herself. When winter here, the 3 sons will sleep with her. As for the villain's father, he can sleep in the neighboring room, aka the son's room. Anyway, there was an old quilt, so can't freeze him. Zhou Qingbai, Lin Qinghe, who looked at the space supplies, fell into the dream world with her 3 sons. Once the old Zhou family came back, they found out that Lin Qinghe had given them a big bone. Although there wasn't much meat, anything that produces oily substance was a good thing at this age. So who can dislike it? In particular, this was sent over by Lin Qinghe through Zhou Erni. This big bone was chopped and then used to stew pickled vegetables. It tasted very fragrant to the old Zhou family who had not eaten oil for a long time. After eating, they dispersed. When Mother Zhou returned to the room, she asked Father Zhou, "Old man, what's the matter with Fourth's wife?" "What matter?" Father Zhou actually didn't understand her, and he didn't like to think about these things. What else could it be? She used to wish to stay as far away as possible from our old Zhou's house. As if she's afraid we might take advantage of her. Now she sends Erwa and Sanwa over when she's going to the town and this big bone too. Mother Zhou pointed out, Father Zhou didn't have such deep thought. In his opinion, it's enough to change for the better. Why care so much? What's more important now was to quickly hand over the public rations, and then prepare for the winter wheat cultivation after the food distribution. These are important matters. In fact, it wasn't only Mother Zhou who was puzzled, the other 3 sisters-in-law as well. Second sister-in-law mumbled to Zhou Qinglin, "What does Fourth's wife mean? It can't be that she wants a share of our family's meat." Zhou Qinglin didn't care. she already separated from us. How can we give her a share of our family's meat? There were so many people in the family. She did separate, but Dawa and his brothers are father's and mother's grandsons. Second sister-in-law felt that she had seen through Lin Qinghe's plan. Why think so much? She's so proud, and fourth has sent so many allowances every month. If she wants to eat meat, she can buy it from the production team. No need to take our families. I guess she has a way to get meat, otherwise, she can't bear to give us a big bone. Zhou Qinglin said. Second sister-in-law couldn't conceal the acidity in her tone. Did you not see? Dawa and his brothers have grown a lot in this period, especially Sanhua. His face is so chubby. She had 2 girls and a son, who was only 3 years old this year, and they're skinny as a stick. Initially in the past, he was the same age as Erhua, and despite being younger than Erhua, he was not as thin as Erhua. But after not seeing him for a short while, Erhua became sturdier. Don't think about it anymore. I guess the money in her pocket may be less than ours. Zhou Qinglin said. This sentence scratched second sister-in-law's itch. Second sister-in-law believed that she was very family-oriented. Even if she had no income at home, she somehow saved more than 10 yuan. This was definitely a huge sum of money. But looking back on fourth's wife. So what if fourth brother-in-law sends back allowance every month? With a wife like fourth's, who didn't how to manage a family, no matter how much the allowance was, it will be wasted. For example, third sister-in-law was now helping her make her son's winter clothes. It was said that the 3 brothers were getting complete new sets, and the cotton and cloth were all good. This was really squandering away the family wealth. She dared to bet that Lin Qinghe's wallet might not be as big as hers. I don't know how much pocket money mother will give to our family this year. After second sister-in-law comforted herself, she was in a good mood. As a mother-in-law, Mother Zhou was actually one of the best in the village. Apart from being biased toward Zhou Qingbai, the young son, and not counting Lin Qinghe who moved out, she was fair to the 3 families. And she wasn't that stingy. For example, when distributing money at the end of the year, she will give them 1 or 2 yuan of pocket money. Whether they save it themselves or give it to the relatives on New Year's maternal family visitation the second day of New Year, it was up to them in the end. The daughter-in-law of the same age in the village didn't have the same treatment as the old Zhou family's daughter-in-law. Those mothers-in-law kept everything in control. So how can there be any private little treasury? In contrast, her life was still very good. In the neighboring room, eldest sister-in-law also talked about the big bone Lin Qinghe sent today. Although she didn't have the same thought as second sister-in-law, she did have a confused face. Therefore, Zhou Qingmu expressed that fourth's wife became sensible. Eldest sister-in-law gave him an eye roll. Previously, when fourth's wife was causing a scene, her man also said that she was too young and not sensible yet. But after that, she was already the mother of 3 children. When did she ever act sensibly? Now sensible. Who would believe it? This is splurging too much. I heard Dao Zi's mother said she saw her carrying a basket full of things back. Eldest sister-in-law said. Just don't know what it was, with a cloth covering it. But if she was willing to give out a big bone, then she must have bought a lot. Zhou Qingmu also agreed on this point. How can you splurge so much to live well? And the 3 brothers, one was 5 years old in a blink of an eye and will be 6 years old after the new year. When kids grow up, what didn't need money? Truthfully speaking, Zhou Qingmu was also a little envious, because he only had 1 son. The first 3 were daughters, so the pressure is relatively small. But he would rather be more stressful. I don't know if this is a son. Zhou Qingmu touched eldest sister-in-law's recently showing tummy and spoke. Eldest sister-in-law's attention was attracted, commented. Every time Dawa sees third's wife's belly, he calls out, little brother. I also don't know if this is the son or not. She wasn't really worried, because no matter what, she still had 1 son. Of course, it was better if this was a son. If it wasn't, it didn't matter. Third sister-in-law was currently making clothes for Dawa and Erhua. Now that the harvest business was over, she didn't need to do any work at home, so she can make clothes all day long, and the speed will naturally be faster. The one in her hands was Erhua's, and it was half done. In a few days, Dawa's will be finished, then she can make a jacket for her daughter. Although the old Zhou family each had their own thoughts, the days were still very harmonious. When third sister-in-law yawned to go to rest, Lin Qinghe had already awakened. Tonight she decided to eat dumplings, so she started making the dough. She had already chopped up all the ribs and put them in the space. The day wasn't so cold, so except for the pork belly sprinkled with salt, the fresh meat and ribs were not durable. To have a space, which was comparable to the refrigerator, at this moment was great. When Lin Qinghe was busy in the kitchen, the brothers woke up one after another. When they learned that they were having dumplings for dinner, they were overjoyed. Zhou Dawa went off to show off. Zhou Erhua also went out to play, and Sanhua stayed at home with Lin Qinghe. As far as Lin Qinghe was concerned, as long as the eldest two didn't go overboard, she won't restrain them. They were boys, so no need to raise them through restraining. And the most important thing was that winter will soon arrive. At that time, there's not much to play. She planned to get Zhou Dawa to study then. Wait until next year, she'll send him to elementary school. Elementary school was a 5-year model, while junior high school and high school were 2-year systems. 6 years old was not too young, and it was not bad to go to school. It was better than petting cats and teasing dogs at home. Zhou Dawa, who didn't know his free-spirited days were diminishing, was having fun outside, and Zhou Erhua was running behind him like a tail. Don't know what they played outside, but they always end up dirty when they return. Lin Qinghe saw the dough was mostly done, and after sweeping one glance to the brothers, she sent them to wash their hands and face. There was a well in the house, which was very costly. In the whole village, there was a maximum of 5 households who can have a well in their own yard, and she was one of them. Of course, it was usually covered, to prevent the brothers from messing around. It took a lot of money to dig this well. As the original owner relied on Zhou Qingbai's money that was sent back every month, she didn't mind and simply hired people to dig the well. While second sister-in-law was complacent. She thought that the original owner's net saving did not necessarily add up to her. However, she underestimated Zhou Qingbai's ability. In the early years, Zhou Qingbai did only send back a minimum of 20 yuan per month, usually 23 or 24 yuan. When more, it was 25 or 26 yuan. Basically, he sent it all back. He didn't need to spend any money over there and had no place to spend, so he sent as much as he could. Same with the coupons. However, later in the last 2 years, the money sent back by Zhou Qingbai can reach above 30 yuan a month. Usually, around 35 or 6. Even if the original owner splurged extravagantly, but in this era, even having money didn't allow one to go around the world. Although the boys were still a kid, their intake wasn't big enough to eat his old man to poverty, especially the original owner setting the limit for them at not starving to death. So how much can she spend? The majority of the expense at home was due to her own use. Vanishing cream, new dresses, new cotton coats, scarves, socks, and shoes. She had all of these. Because she was just spending on herself, the original owner can still save a little. Although she had spent a lot to her, Lin Qinghe found out she saved more than 200 yuans, nearly $300 after counting the family's wealth. In the age when the money was spent 1 cent at a time, 300 yuans was undoubtedly a huge sum of money. It's just that the image of the original owner frittering away the money was deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. Everyone unanimously believed that she didn't have much savings at all. Of course, an old lady in the village had told her to save and only spend on necessity in the past. At that time, the original owner casually replied, "This is not enough for me to spend, so how can I save?" These words were still being spread in the village until now. Seeing her put on vanishing cream and wear a new dress and leather shoes, all the villagers dare not to buy or even ask the price of these high-end products. They don't doubt the authenticity of her words. "Mother, what kind of stuffing is in the dumpling?" Zhou Dawa said while washing up. Lin Qinghe replied, "Pork dumplings. I like mother's dumplings, so no matter what stuffing, I like to eat," said Zhou Erhua. Erhua was used to pleasing. Lin Qinghe also gave him face and directed smiling eyes at him. Erhua grinned. "Mother, do you want me to help you?" Zhou Dawa asked. His eyes brightened with the desire to be hands-on. "I will definitely have you to do it in the future. I don't intend to spoil you into a young master who didn't touch the spring clean water. But for now no need. All of them were like they came out of the mud. Their nail all got dirt. Although she had washed them, they can return the original state within 1 day. Don't intervene, just go stay at one side. Lin Qinghe batted away his hand. Zhou Dahua said, Mother, you dislike me. Me disliking you wasn't a day or two matter. Why didn't I see you mention it before? That's right, our family is going to raise chickens. Do you have anything to say? Lin Qinghe proposed. Raise chicks. Hua parroted with bright eyes. Lin Qinghe nodded. Zhou Dahua, take your brother's hand away. Don't let him feed it to his mouth. She gave Sanhua a little dough and told him to play there. Zhou Dahua took down his brother's hand and pointed out, Mother, there's no chick now. There's none. Hua couldn't help be disappointed. I know that there are no chicks now. I plan to raise them next spring. At that time, we'll definitely have them and I just need to buy them from the villagers. If we want to raise chickens in the future, then what the chicks eat will be a problem, Lin Qinghe said. The house was very empty, especially the vegetable gardens in the backyard, which was mostly stalks. It was a pity not to raise chickens. However, the original owner loved cleanliness more than her. She was set on not raising them because she didn't like the smell. But if it was clean up well, the smell won't be so exaggerated, and the backyard was still some distance away from the house. When Zhou Qingbai comes back, she'll ask him to build a chicken coop. If there are chickens at home, will there be chickens to eat in the future? Zhou Dahua's eyes shone. Chickens need to lay eggs. Zhou Erhua said immediately. How can the eggs be laid after eating the chicken? Chicken is very delicious. Zhou Dahua retorted. After being told this by his brother, Zhou Erhua instantly drooled and looked at his mother. Although the kid didn't speak, Lin Qinghe could see the meaning in his eyes. Mother, I haven't eaten chicken yet. Wait and see which day I can find any chickens to buy. Lin Qinghe could only say, Mother, you're so great. Erhua immediately came to hug her leg and said softly, although he will become the villain's leading strategist for 3 brothers in the future, he was still a small bun right now. After being so spoiled by Lin Qinghe for a few days, he threw the coldness of the former owner out of his mind and was extremely close to her. Who knew that Zhou Erhua even proposed his desire to sleep with her along with Sanhua last night? Before he dared not mention it to the original owner. Children were very discerning, who treated him well and who didn't, they know in their mind. Knowing that Lin Qinghe was kind to them, he dared to make a request. However, Lin Qinghe did not agree and let the 2 of them continue to sleep on their own. Next year, when raising chickens, you guys are responsible for feeding. Lin Qinghe said, I'll go catch bugs from the garden and feed the chicks. Erhua responded immediately. Then I go out to dig the earthworms and bring back to feed. Zhou Dahua followed up. Eat chicken. Sanhua looked at his eldest brother and then his second eldest brother and jumped in. Erhua went over to educate him that the chick had to be raised for laying eggs and could not be eaten. The family had dinner before 5 o'clock. The pork dumplings were very fragrant. However, the 3 brothers were still too young to eat much, so a bowl was left over. And it was at that time, Zhou Dong carried today's second load of firewood over. Lin Qinghe brought it out to him and said, Little Dong, take this bowl of dumplings back to eat. Shenzi has something to discuss with you. Zhou Dong shook his head and said, Shenzi, if you have a matter, I will do it for you. But you can leave the dumplings for Dahua and his brothers. Brother Zhou Dong, we have all eaten it. Zhou Dahua spoke unrestrainedly. It was obvious that Zhou Erhua didn't want his mother to give away such delicious dumplings, but he remained silent. You hear, they have eaten. If you don't accept this bowl of dumplings, Shenzi won't be able to speak. Lin Qinghe said. Zhou Dong hesitated a bit when he heard this. Then he took it and said, Shenzi, tell me. It's like this. Shenzi intends to go to the county town. There are a lot of things to buy this time. At that time, Shenzi can't bring it back by myself. Do you think you can go with Shenzi the day after tomorrow? Explained Lin Qinghe. There was a trailer in Zhou Dong's house, which can transport what she wants. This time may be the last time for her to go to the county town this year. There was no way since it was too far. 3 or 4 hours. Just going to and back and the day was already over. The most important part was how exhausting it was all. Okay. I will come the day after tomorrow. What time, Shenzi? Zhou Dong listened and agreed. There was nothing to do the day after tomorrow because the day after tomorrow was handing over the public ration. He wasn't needed then. The day after that day was the day when the food gets distributed, so it didn't delay anything. 5 o'clock. Lin Qinghe stated. Departing at 5 o'clock for the county city, and it'll open at 9 o'clock. Zhou Dong nodded, looked at the bowl of dumplings. He still wanted to return it. Lin Qinghe declared. Take it back to eat, otherwise, I dare not call you. She also paid the 3 dimes to Zhou Dong for the evening's bundles of firewood, then let him go back. Not long after Zhou Dong went back, Zhou Shi returned the washed bowl. She asked Lin Qinghe whether she would use her to take care of the brothers the day after tomorrow. The original owner used to call her, and the little girl was quite reliable. However, Lin Qinghe didn't plan to and replied, no need. The day after tomorrow, I will call their grandma to take care of them. Zhou Shi returned. As for Lin Qinghe telling Zhou Dong to go to the county town with her, which delay him to find firewood to make money, there was no problem. Because Lin Qinghe's bowl of pork dumplings was worth 5 dimes if eaten in a restaurant in the county city or town. And that needed a food coupon, otherwise, you can't buy it even if you have money. So they didn't suffer a loss with this bowl of dumplings. The villagers also saw Zhou Dong take back a bowl of dumplings from there, and curiously asked. There was no reason to hide and explained that Lin Shenzi needed his help for something and gave him this. And the something, he was asked to accompany her to the county city the day after tomorrow. As for why Lin Qinghe take Zhou Dong to the county city, the people in that village didn't need to ask. They knew that there is a lot of things to buy, and since she couldn't carry it back, she found someone to lift the goods. But this bowl of pork dumplings was also worth it all. They smelled it's fragrant. Zhou Dong was not stupid. He went directly home, devoured it with his sister, and had the dish washed to be sent back. Although there was only 1 bowl of dumplings, it was enough as there were flour and pork, so the brother and sister did not plan to cook any more tonight. Soon it was food distribution. People who were short on food supply can get paid in advance first. And it'll be deducted later when the food was being distributed, so every family won't starve for the time being. However, they have to pass the winter afterward, so they can't casually eat. In particular, for a household like Zhou Dong and Zhou Shi. If they don't tighten their belts to live their lives, there will be sudden shortages all year long. However, this year Lin Qinghe needed much more firewood than last year, which was also a very good income for them. For example, today, the 4 bundles of firewood, they made 6 dimes. The village was only so big, so the news of Lin Qinghe calling Zhou Dong to go to the county city soon spread to Mother Zhou's ears. Mother Zhou was so angry that she was 1 step away from grasping her chest. I thought she really wanted to change for better. Still the same old. She just went to town today and brought back a basket of supplies and want to go to the county city the day after tomorrow. It was only a few days since she last went to the county city. Is there such a waste of money? Eldest, second and third sister-in-law all had unsurprised expressions. Everyone in the village had different opinions, but their key point was relatively uniform. They all criticized how Lin Qinghe didn't know how to live a life and was extremely family-ruining. She was simply the number 1 wealth-dissipating woman in their entire production team, who didn't know how to live life. No matter what the villagers said, Lin Qinghe and her 3 sons were having sweet dreams. Early the next morning, Lin Qinghe came back after washing clothes and cooked millet porridge. Now she gave them a bath every 3 days, but the feet were washed every day. She fried with salted pork belly for the 3 brothers. The salted pork belly didn't need any more seasoning. Just cooked like that in oil, it became very fragrant. With the remaining oil in the pan, she hatched an egg in it for each brother. Breakfast was that simple, but the 3 brothers were satisfied. Mother, people outside say that you don't know how to live. Zhou Dahua blurted out as he gobbled the fragrant sunny side up. He heard it while playing outside. Lin Qinghe saw Erhua nod as well, expressing that he had heard it too. She raised her eyebrows. Do you think Mother doesn't know how to live? No, Zhou Dahua answered. Mother, this is how to live. Life. Zhou Erhua replied as well. Yummy. The gluttonous San Hua added. Let them say what they want to say. Your mother, didn't spend their money. My man can make money for me, why can't I spend it? And I still have 3 sons to raise. Don't I need to nurture you into a white and chubby? If I don't spend money, what am I going to use to take care of you little greedy ones? Lin Qinghe said. Zhou Dahua grinned and Zhou Erhua laughed in embarrassment. As for Zhou Sanhua, he already opened wide his mouth waiting for his mother to feed him. Quickly eat. After you finish, go with your grandma to sundry the corn. In the afternoon, let your grandma come over to eat at home. Lin Qinghe ordered. Do mother need something from grandma? Zhou Dahua asked. There is. Lin Qinghe replied. All right, then. Zhou Dahua agreed. After breakfast, he slipped out to play. Lin Qinghe finished feeding San Hua and let him play with Erhua at the entrance, while she ate herself. After finishing, she tidied up the bowls and chopsticks and then began to clean the room. Her only dissatisfaction with the original owner was that she was too capable and too realistic. And for the other traits, Lin Qinghe still approved. For example, the original owner would make her home clean and have everything organized. Nothing out of place. Lin Qinghe was satisfied with this point. After cleaning the house, Lin Qinghe began to take out the original owner's clothes and hung them under the sun. The original owner's clothes were excellent. There were several sets in the closet, all of which are very good condition. No patch at all. Toward this, the original owner was still not very satisfied. In Lin Qinghe's words, how could last year's clothes match up to this year's her? So this year the original owner also wanted to make new clothes. As for the 3 sons, she just made do with whatever. In fact, the original owner had a lot of clothes, but she took them back to her mother's house to give her sisters-in-law. Basically, she sent back 1 or 2 sets. But even like this, she still had several sets of clothes in her closet. Among them, 3 sets were summer. The one on her, the one chilling out outside, and 1 set in the closet was for autumn. 3 sets of autumn clothes in total. There were 2 cotton clothes. 1 set was from 2 years back and 1 set was from last year. This year, she wanted to make another set as the previous year one was to be sent to her family. As well as the cloths and cotton were specially obtained for her mother's family. Speaking of this, old Lin family was not losing out for raising this girl. But now, she was here. Let's focus on her sons first. As for the others, she didn't have much ability to take care. What she spent now was still the hard-earned money earned by Zhou Qingbai. Since she took all these clothes out to sundry, then it goes without saying she took out her sons' clothes and let them bathe under the sun as well. The 3 sons didn't have many clothes. 1 set of autumn clothes was the ones they wore now and another one was the ones that were just washed. And that was it. There was also a set in the cupboard, which Zhou Dahua wore last winter. As for Erhua and San Hua, they had none. The 2 brothers had basically spent last winter on the Kong. It was like this and was still scorned. However, because of the lack of firewood, it was impossible to heat 2 Kong. In the end, she could only let them come over to her Kong. And because of wetting the Kong, they got beaten more than once by the original owner. It won't happen this year. The brothers each get a new set, but still, need to prepare 1 or 2 more warm inner clothes and trousers. Also summer wear. They were broken into unrecognizable bits. She didn't plan to continue to let them wear them, so straight out make new ones. Moreover, in the black market, a bolt of good quality cotton cloth was 3 dimes at the moment. And that was on the premise that no coupons are needed. To her, it seems cheap. A bolt of fabric was enough to make many sets of clothes. Lin Qinghe planned to go to the black market tomorrow. After finishing the chores at home, she watched Erhua and San Hua playing sand at the door a bit. She went back to the house to start the preparation. Taking the pen and paper from the space, she jotted down what she will buy tomorrow. Shrimp skin, red dates, coal stove, foot wash basin and basin. And also 2 more enamels for drinking water. There was 1 at home at the moment. The 2 new ones are brought back to drink water, while the old one for brushing teeth. There was no need to buy a thermos flask. Zhou Qingbai had brought 1 back. It was very convenient to use. Because there was only 1 of them, the original owner was reluctant to give it to her maternal family. Thank God this one left here. Although it wasn't adequate for winter, it was still barely sufficient to use. She did not plan to buy one, as this thing was very difficult to buy. Then there was malted milk powder. She planned to buy a can of malted milk powder for the three brothers to drink. Oh right, and the White Rabbit candy. White Rabbit candy was a notoriously good thing in this era. More or less, it was equivalent to a glass of milk. But the price seemed to be more expensive, but that didn't matter. If she remembered correctly, this time when the villain's father return, he'll bring a large sum of money back. So no need to care too much. In addition to these, there were mushrooms. There were no mushrooms in the town's supply and demand cooperative, just half gin of dried edible fungus and dried seaweed. Both she planned to buy more in the county city. In winter, there weren't many foods that can satisfy oil craving. And if pumpkins can be found, she must buy more. After a lot of things were written, she double-checked it. When she felt a shortage, she added more, and that was about it. After this shopping trip, she didn't plan to go to the county city anymore this year. It was so far away that she already dreading it by the thought. There was no way this time. There were so many things to buy back for passing winter. Stop after once. Lin Qinghe finished her mental construction, and it was only about 8 o'clock. What should she do next to pass the time? Visit old Joe's house. Check out third sister-in-law's progress on the clothes. Forget it. She better not go over and didn't scare other people. XD, if she didn't perform well, she could ruin the cloth she gave. Turning her mind over, there was really nothing to do. She grabbed a bowl, added rock sugar in, and poured boiling water into it. And like that, she let this small bowl of sugar water cool. She took out the sweet potato and began to peel it. Then cut it into strips. Altogether 2 sweet potatoes were cut up. The sweet potato was still the latest produce. She placed the sweet potatoes in the large bowl and added flour. Seeing the sugar water was about done, she added a little less than half of it in. Lin Qinghe actually wanted to lament a bit. If she knew early, she won't buy just rock sugar. She should have bought some white sugar. Forget it. Let's take a look at the county city. The sweet potato was covered in flour and fried in a pan. Lin Qinghe wasn't reluctant to use oil. After all, it was rare to make a snack for her 3 sons. The fried sweet potato was extremely fragrant, and soon the sweet fragrance spread out, and Erhua and Sanhua, who were playing at the entrance, soon smelled it. Mother, what are you making? Erhua swallowed his saliva. Pan-fried sweet potato cake. Go find if your big brother is around. If he is, tell him to come back to eat. Never mind if not, Lin Qinghe answered. This time, it was unknown where Zhou Dahua ran off to play, and Erhua was unable to find him. He asked an older child in the village to pass a message. If he saw his eldest brother, tell him to come home to eat pan-fried sweet potato. Then Erhua ran home by himself. So when Zhou Dahua heard the message and ran home, Lin Qinghe had eaten with Erhua and Sanhua. It goes without saying, she left a piece for him. Mother, you didn't tell me there are pan-fried sweet potato cakes. Dahua complained while washing his hands. I got Erhua to call you. Lin Qinghe responded. Dahua immediately glared at Erhua. You dare not call me and run back on your own to eat. I did go call, but I didn't find you, so I told someone to pass a message to you. Otherwise, eldest brother, you will definitely not return home now. Erhua gave a lazy response. After eating 3 pieces of sweet potato cakes, he was sunk in delight and felt full now, so he does not want to quarrel with his eldest brother. Dahua can only eat sweet potato cake, and there was only 1 piece left. His appetite was relatively large, so it wasn't enough. He turned to Erhua. How many pieces did you eat? 3 pieces, Erhua answered. Mother, why did you let him eat my share? Dahua expressed dissatisfaction. Who told you to run off to play where people can't see you? Remember, next time you play, stay near around the house, otherwise, don't think about having what I'm cooking. Lin Qinghe said. Although she won't rein him in, it was impossible to let him run like a wild horse. However, compared to her holding his ear and counseling him, it was obvious this method of using good food was more capable of affecting Zhou Dahua and hinting him to decide not to run so far next time, and let Erhua find him easily when he heads out. He also wanted to tell Erwa where he usually went to play, so that Erwa could find him easily. However, Erwa was not happy, and objected to the number of places he played at. He had no way of finding and won't look for the entrance he can't find. Then he got beaten by Dawa, and Erwa howled. Lin Qinghe planned to beat Dawa. After a while of chaos, Lin Qinghe asked Dawa, "Did you tell your grandma?" "I did. Grandma said she would come once she's not busy, but don't need to prepare her meal." Zhou Dawa replied. Even though she said this, Lin Qinghe still prepared lunch for Mother Zhou. After all, she was asking a favor from the other. Steamed rice for noon. After washing the rice, she left it to soak in the iron pot. After soaking for half an hour, it can be steamed. They do eat rice here, but just fewer people. Generally, they ate more noodles. Rice, especially this white rice, was very rare. However, it was obvious that white rice was the tastiest. It wasn't easy to buy and required food coupons. But still, the original owner liked it very much. Lin Qinghe also liked it, so the rice tank was always full. She was afraid that Zhou Qingbai will come back suddenly, then she can't refill it when she wants. She didn't have a large appetite, and the 3 children hadn't reached that time. However, Dawa's food intake was not small. This kid was fed by Lin Qinghe for a few days. Although he didn't develop more meat, he was obviously much stronger. While Mother Zhou, her appetite should be relatively larger. Around 8 bowls of rice were steamed. She, Erwa, and Sanhua get 3 bowls, 2 bowls for Dawa, and lastly 3 bowls for Mother Zhou. There was a good bit of salted pork belly left, so Lin Qinghe picked 2 cucumbers. After the rice was steamed, she heated the pork belly in the pan. After scooping up the pork belly, there was a lot of oil with a salty fragrance left. The cucumbers went in the pan and it started sizzling as the fragrance emitted out. After the cucumbers were fried, Lin Qinghe also made an egg drop and seaweed soup. Steamed rice was served with salted pork belly, fried cucumber, and egg drop, and seaweed soup. This was also a relatively simple and ordinary meal. But when Mother Zhou came to see the food, her heartache acted up again. It was no worse than the landlord's household in the past. "Mother, sit down and eat. I specially made steamed rice for you. If you don't eat it, then there will be leftovers. I promised Dawa that they would eat lean pork congee tonight." Lin Qinghe said. Mother Zhou's expression was not good, but she knew she wouldn't listen to her. So she sat down and looked at the plate of salty meat, and the plate of oily fried cucumbers. Even tasty smell filling her nose didn't alleviate her worry. Fourth's wife really didn't know how to live. "Grandma, eat it quickly, it's really fragrant." Dawa received the rice that his mother had served him and called her. Erwa began to eat. Sanhua sat quietly, but could not wait for his mother to feed her with his mouth open. Lin Qinghe also called, "Mother, eat. Don't just sit there." Then she began to feed Sanhua. Sanhua was very obedient when eating. He sat on his mother's lap and pointed at whatever he wanted to eat. His favorite was meat, and his appetite was not small. He ate a small half bowl of rice, with a lot of meat and vegetables, and a few sips of soup before she let him play by himself at her feet. Then Lin Qinghe also started eating and said to Mother Zhou, "Mother, it tastes pretty good." Mother Zhou's lips twitched and thought, how can it be bad with so much oil in? However, seeing the amount she fed Sanhua, she didn't mind anymore. The money splurging was still the same as before, at least it was spent on the 3 brothers. So she was beginning to be considerate. "Why did you think of having me over for lunch?" When Mother Zhou finished eating, she started talking. Lin Qinghe got up, filled another bowl for her, and poured cucumber's oily juice over the rice with a spoon, making it especially fragrant. Dawa and Erwa liked to eat it this way. Of course, she too. Mother Zhou glanced at her. Lin Qinghe replied, "It's like this. I plan to buy some dry goods from the county city for passing winter. Our local supply and demand cooperative doesn't have much. After this trip, I won't go out again this year. I will head out at 5 tomorrow, so I want Mother to come over to watch the 3 tomorrow and cook for them." Quote, knowing that she can't stop her, Mother Zhou had no other choice but to agree. If she didn't, she would definitely leave her son behind and go. Thankfully, she knows to get her to come over and help watch the children now. After comforting herself, Mother Joe agreed, but still advised, don't buy anything that is not necessary. I know. Lin Qinghe nodded. Mother Joe ate 3 large bowls of fragrant rice, and then went back. Before going back, she said that she'll come over to sleep with the kids tonight, so does not have to come over in the dark tomorrow morning. Lin Qinghe conveyed to her to join them for dinner tonight. Mother Joe refused. In fact, she could promise to let her come and sleep with the kids for a night made Mother Joe a little surprised. According to her temperament, even if she agreed, she wouldn't agree so frankly. In the end, Lin Qinghe was not the original owner. She can't copy the original owner to the T. Mother Joe was willing to come over to help, why would she disagree? Not happening. Mother Joe, who was very satisfied with the food, talked about it with Father Joe when she returned. Except for the love to spend money and the unchangeable habit of being excessive, Fourth's wife's other aspects seemed to have changed a lot. Father Joe said, already separated, so why intervene so much? It's enough that she can now care about the children and raise them well. It was much better than supporting the old Lin family. Mother Joe came over at 8 o'clock for the sleepover. The kids had not washed their feet yet. Lin Qinghe washed the brothers first and then fetched a basin for Mother Joe. Mother Joe was so shocked. Fourth's wife actually got her water for washing feet. Mother, make lean pork porridge for the kids tomorrow. I used well water to cool the meat. Lin Qinghe only fetched the water, and as for washing feet, that was left to Mother Joe. She'll just help pour it out later on. What are you going to buy tomorrow? Probably because Mother Joe found her more pleasing, she asked. Nothing much, mainly because the kids don't have warm inner clothes and trousers. I have to get some material. This demand isn't too high. At that time, I'll just ask eldest sister-in-law to help, however, she would pay a lot for her effort. Lin Qinghe explained. Mother Joe thought that if the money wasn't spent on her grandsons, then it must have been taken back by this daughter-in-law to the old Lin family, so she said, it is time to make some inner clothes for the brothers. Lin Qinghe wasn't familiar with her, so when she was mostly done, she took out her foot basin and prepared to rest. After a few days, Lin Qinghe became used to it. Especially since she needed to wake up earlier tomorrow to go to the county town. She would have to leave before dawn. Just the thought of it made her leg ache. Lin Qinghe got up the next morning. She got up, washed herself, and then came out. Of course, she went to give Mother Joe a head up. During the darkness, she came out and saw Zhou Dong pulling the tow cart. He had just arrived but waited outside without knocking on the door. I'll be hard on you today. Later when we are at the county city, the white bun will be on Shenzi. Lin Qinghe declared. Zhou Dong hurriedly said no need, he had eaten at home before coming. It was now October. It was a bit cold in the morning, and what's more, it was still dark. If Zhou Dong wasn't with her, Lin Qinghe dare not to walk on this dark road. Now it is getting colder and colder every day. Does your quilt still ward off the cold? Lin Qinghe asked. It's warm. Zhou Dong nodded. I ordered a big quilt on the county city last time, so the one at home can be a replacement. Lin Qinghe said. Zhou Dong stunned. Shenzi, is that true? There were quilts at home, but it was getting quite old. And now that he and his sister have grown up, it goes without they can't sleep together like when they were young. So the siblings have one each. But it was because one each, the brothers and sisters were freezing since the year before. Fortunately, there was the Kong, which burns until the middle of the night and become cold again. He was fine, but the main point was his sister. It is. Lin Qinghe nodded. On this trip to the county city, she planned to pull the big quilt out of the space. Not only the big quilt but also the bedding. These were essential for keeping warm in the winter. Shenzi, how much does that one cost? There are some cloth coupons I haven't used at home. I can give them to Shenzi. Zhou Dong quickly responded. It wasn't easy to get a quilt in this era. Although in Lin Qinghe's eyes, the one at home was a bit old, it was only a few years since she was married. Of course, this one wasn't a newlywed quilt. It was another piece bought afterward. Not old either. If Zhou Dong didn't want it, she planned to keep it as a mattress. As for the mattresses in the space, she can sell it in the county city, and someone will want it. But seeing how tough the Zhou Dong's and his sister's life was, and what's more, they help out with chores even if paid, supporting them wasn't a problem as the siblings weren't bad in the end. You can forget the money. You're Shenzi, I don't lack that money. However, I'll be buying a lot during this year's food distribution. You will be responsible for carrying it home for me then. Lin Qinghe said. In previous years, the original owner called for eldest brother Zhou's help. It goes without saying, she gave him 2 eggs back to bring back before leaving. Zhou Dong shook his head. Shenzi, don't need to mention it. I would have volunteered to carry it back for Shenzi. Besides that, do your best with this time supplies. I am going to buy a lot of things this time. Today will exhaust you without exception. Lin Qinghe said. On and on they walked, as the sky began to light up. When they reached 1/3 of the way, it was dawn. At this time, Lin Qinghe was hungry, but she couldn't take anything out to eat. So she kept on going with Zhou Dong till they reached the county city. Then she entered the state-run restaurant and came out with 3 white buns. 1 for herself and 2 for Zhou Dong. Zhou Dong wanted to refuse but was told by Lin Qinghe that he had a lot of work today, so hurry up, eat and they can start working after eating. Then Zhou Dong ate. 1 was enough for Lin Qinghe. Zhou Dong had the most delicious meal of white bun in his life, and what's more, 2 of them. The ingredients inside made Zhou Dong nearly swallow his tongue. Although he could finish 3 more white buns like this size, the 2 made his stomach really comfortable. Lin Qinghe took him over to the county supply and demand cooperative. She planned to come here to make a large purchase today. In fact, at this time, there were many from the production team in all directions. Some production teams have handed the public ration early and issued the coupons and money, so they naturally come to the county city for consumption and purchase this year's supplies. Sure enough, there were a lot of people in the supply and demand cooperative and basically, they couldn't buy any fabric. Lin Qinghe wasn't concerned. She originally planned to buy it from the black market. Although the price was a little more expensive, the quality wasn't worse than the supply and demand cooperative. As for the other goods in the supply and demand cooperative, there were still some. After browsing, Lin Qinghe bought the shrimp skin, mushroom, seaweed, edible fungus, and red dates with the family's subsidiary food coupon. She got 1 jin of shrimp skin, 1 jin of mushrooms, 1 jin of seaweed, 2 jins of red dates, and 2 jins of dried fungus. Because she and the children like to eat fungus. In addition to these, there were 3 packs of white rabbit candy, a jin of white sugar that reserved for an emergency, and 2 cans of malted milk powder instead of the initially planned 1 after seeing how small a can was. Also canned fruits. She wasn't interested in canned fruits during this age, but the children haven't eaten it before, so she bought 2 cans back for them to try. The taste was definitely no match for the apples in her space. She also grabbed other snacks, such as sweet glutinous rice sticks. Because she bought quite a lot of things, she bought a large wrap from the teller, then simply packed these things, and asked Zhou Dong to come in and carry it out. Don't underestimate Zhou Dong cause he was 15, his strength isn't little because he had been working as a farmer since young. Zhou Dong's mouth twitched, even if he didn't know what she bought inside, but he also knew that she definitely spent a lot of money. That was about it with the things she needed to buy from the supply and demand cooperative. Lin Qinghe directly brought Zhou Dong to the county city's department store. Zhou Dong stayed outside to watch the cart and the things in it. Lin Qinghe entered and bought 2 large quilt covers with the remaining cloth tickets. After entering a corner of the store, she stashed away the 2 quilts and then continued to wander the department store. There were ready-to-wear clothes in the mall, both for adults and children. It was only 3 yuans for a bolt of cloth from the black market, and there was no need to use a coupon, but in the mall, an adult's clothing will cost 5 yuans. Children were cheaper, around 3 yuans. Even like this, a fabric coupon was necessary. With a bolt of cloth from the black market, one can make 5 or 6 sets of your own ready-made clothes and not get rip-off by department store. However, Lin Qinghe still asked about the coal stove. It's not easy to get a coal stove at this time. The young salesperson saw that she was young, with good temperament and good looks as well as having no one coming around. She became willing to chatter with her. It's not easy, but if there is, I have something to exchange it with. Lin Qinghe casually mentioned. What can you exchange with? The salesperson stared at her. If it weren't for Lin Qinghe's get-up and temperament, the salesperson won't necessarily be willing to talk to her. At this time, the staff at this workplace were also extremely proud and looked down upon the rural people. "I'll give what is needed," Lin Qinghe frankly answered. "Your tone is too brazen." The salesperson inspected her as she spoke. "Mizi, do you have any channels? If there are, then I won't short you your effort fee. I won't hide it from you, Mizi. My family lacks nothing, only lacks a stove. And it is for the convenience of boiling water in winter. Normally, won't use it for cooking." Lin Qinghe glanced at her and whispered, "I do know someone, but he lacks a pot. If you can get a pot, I will ask him to exchange the stove with you and also get you some coal." The salesperson lowered her voice and whispered as well, "Mizi, are you serious?" Lin Qinghe was initially thinking since she worked in her department store, she should have connections. So she promised a bit of benefit to prompt her to inquire. This was better than blindly searching by herself, after all. Unexpectedly, she hit the jackpot. "That's on the premise that you can bring a pot. Do you really have a pot?" The young salesperson looked at her. "Would I lie to you? When can the exchange happen?" Lin Qinghe whispered, "I'll ask someone to watch the shop for me, and fetch the person for you. It'll take less than 2 hours, but you still have to show me your pot first." The young salesperson was obviously clever, responded. "Then wait here for me first," Lin Qinghe uttered. Then she went out of the department store and brought Zhou Dong back to the door of the supply and demand cooperative. She let him wait for her here, as she went to handle her matter. When she found a place where no one was there, she took out the old-fashioned double-eared pot and packed it into a nylon polybag. The salesperson and her fiancé were relieved to hear that she was willing to change. The two of them were indeed preparing for marriage and family separation. "In the future, when the coal is used up, I will come to your wife. Make sure to get some good one," Lin Qinghe said to the man. "Don't let anyone else know about this." The man nodded and stated, "This is for sure. My family still has 3 sons to raise. So I'm relying on your coal," Lin Qinghe affirmed. Both sides said goodbye to each other. The man rode back with a pot and a nylon polybag. Lin Qinghe asked the salesperson to watch the good, then went to call Zhou Dong. As soon as he saw that the coal stove and large half-bag of coal, Zhou Dong was stunned again. His Shenzi was capable, she can even get a coal stove and coal, which were used by city folks. But this, how much does it cost? After the successful exchange, the salesperson went back. Lin Qinghe ran the black market again and walked around. While she was at it, she took out another old-fashioned double-eared pot from the space, wrapped it in a nylon polybag, and placed it in the cart. There were other things, such as the foot basin and the likes. She went to the department store again. She bought hats for each of her sons. The kind with long flaps that can cover and protect the ears from frostbite. It took 3 industrial coupons. However, there were still a few industrial coupons left. Zhou Qingbai sent it back last time. So she looked at it and bought woolen yarn to knit sweaters for the children. Initially, she wanted to buy shoes and socks, however, socks required cloth coupons, and canvas shoes required industrial coupons. The remaining cloth coupon and industrial coupons were used for 2 large duvet covers, hats, and woolen yarn. All gone now, but with that bolt of cloth, socks and shoes can be made. Can little she make shoes and socks? She was mostly done, so Lin Qinghe and Zhou Dong ate the white bun when they prepared to go home. Lin Qinghe asked. "This time, only 1 per person. She can." Zhou Dong nodded quickly after hearing this as he ate a big white bun that he might not have had the opportunity to eat again in the future. "Then I might have to trouble little she to help this time to make a pair of shoes and 2 pairs of socks for each of my boys." Lin Qinghe said, "That's no problem. Do you need to make clothes? My sister also knows how to make clothes." Zhou Dong voiced out, "No need. It's enough to ask their eldest aunt to make clothes for them, she is idle." Lin Qinghe replied, "What's more, eldest sister-in-law was also willing to make it. After all, she will also be paid, and not let her work in vain." When they returned home, it was almost 4 o'clock. Lin Qinghe was exhausted to death. Once things were unloaded, she let Zhou Dong enter the house to drink, and then let him go back first. Mother Zhou and the children weren't home. They should be over at old Zhou family's side. Today, the production team went to hand over the public ration, so no work to do. Tomorrow was the big day, food distribution. Although Lin Qinghe was very tired, she still sorted the things out in one go. She also took the old-style casserole pot from the space. Now she had a coal stove, she can simply stew everything in the casserole. The quilt was placed in the room, and 2 mattresses were also taken out. Taking this opportunity, Lin Qinghe can bring out a lot of things, such as a kitchen knife. She planned to ask Mother Zhou whether she wants to buy one back, and an industrial coupon wasn't needed. As for giving it to Mother Zhou directly, forget it. She may faint. If she remembered correctly, the old Zhou family should be missing a few knives. All the other supplies were put in her room. Things such as enamel or foot basin were all placed where they should go. So many things brought back, but truthfully, there was nothing much when spread out. However, many people saw her and Zhou Dong on the way back. They especially noticed those big and small bags, that was filling the whole cart. Afraid that even if several households grouped together to buy, won't reach half of hers. Everyone in the village marveled, but their eyes that were looking at her nearly screamed this wealth-diminishing woman mostly likely used up all the money sent back by Zhou Qingbai. At home, Mother Zhou soon heard the news. Her heart ached when she brought a cartload of goods back. Let's go back to your house to see what good things your mom has bought. Mother Zhou returned with Erhua and Sanhua. The few sisters-in-law looked at each other. Now there's not much to do as it was idle, so eldest sister-in-law and second sister-in-law closely followed. As for third sister-in-law, she was not interested, since she won't have a share of the things. She currently wanted to swiftly finish the clothes, and then make one for her daughter. Last night, she felt a little cold when sleeping. Her speed was also extremely fast. It wasn't possible today, but tomorrow morning she will definitely be able to finish Erhua's cotton coat. There was a sewing machine in the old Zhou's house. After Lin Qinghe moved out, Mother Zhou used the remaining money and coupon to buy it back in a fit of anger and put it in old Zhou's house to use. So with a sewing machine, the speed was very fast. It just takes more time to process the cotton, otherwise, it can be faster. Back to Mother Zhou, who brought back Erhua and Sanhua, and also eldest sister-in-law and second sister-in-law. When they arrived, Lin Qinghe had already been tidied up most of the thing. Mother, Grandma heard that you bought a whole cartful back. Erhua, the astute one, came over to hug her leg and said. As soon as she saw that Mother Zhou and her sisters-in-law came together, Lin Qinghe knew what was up and said, a whole cartful. That's because they exaggerate too much. How can there be so many things? As soon as Mother Zhou inspected, she really didn't see much. So she was internally relieved. At this moment, second sister-in-law saw the coal stove in the kitchen and widened her eyes. My God, fourth's wife, where did you get the coal stove? Why did you bring it back? I entrusted someone the last time I went, so I brought it back while I'm there this time as well as the more than half of the bag of coal. It is because of these things, it looked much. Lin Qinghe explained like this. There is a hearth in the house. Mother Zhou's heart hurt and also felt pained on behalf of her son. This coal stove was used by people in the city. To give fourth's wife, who knows how much money was used to exchange. The stove is inconvenient. It is much more convenient to have a coal stove in winter. What's more, when placed in the room, it can be warm the room, Lin Qinghe said. How much does it cost? Mother Zhou did not say this out loud, while eldest sister-in-law and second sister-in-law understood. By the way, eldest sister-in-law, I think the clothes you made for Dani and Ernie are pretty good. Are you free to make Dahua and their brothers 2 warm vests and inner pants? Lin Qinghe asked. You still have fabric? Eldest sister-in-law halted and asked. I do. Lin Qinghe nodded. Then she entered the room, cropped a bit in the room to reserve some for Joshi to make shoes and socks for the children, and brought out the rest. 2 sets for each of them. Just lengthen it a bit, don't need to be too long. The rest of the cloth will be an effort fee for you, eldest sister-in-law. It should be enough to make 2 warm innerwear for little Zhou Yang. Lin Qinghe said. Warm innerwear and trousers can be worn on their own in the spring, meaning it wasn't necessary to make any in the spring. As for the summer, have to make 2 more pieces. But let's talk about it in the summer. It was too early now. Eldest sister-in-law Lin examined it and mentally calculated it. She felt that it was enough to make 2 warm clothes for her 2-year-old son and extend the length a bit, so it would be possible to wear it next year. Last time I requested third sister-in-law, I gave 2 gins of brown sugar because I had a good bit of brown sugar then. Now I don't have much left at home. This small bag of rock sugar is for eldest sister-in-law to bring back and treat Dani and Ernie. Lin Qinghe used oil paper to wrap the small package of rock sugar and stated, "Leave it for Dawa and his brothers to eat." Eldest sister-in-law politely said, "There's still some left at home, take it." Lin Qinghe stuffed it to her. Eldest sister-in-law accepted it, and then returned with the cloth to start working. Then Lin Qinghe turned to ask, "Mother, this time I saw a new kitchen knife in the black market. Exactly the same as the one I used in my kitchen. I recall that the old one in old Joe's house has gaps and isn't efficient to use, so I bought it back. 5 yuans and no coupon needed. Do you want it? I didn't profit a penny from you." Quote, "Show me." Mother Joe hesitated before uttering. The kitchen knife at home indeed had a few chips. It was really easy for her to chop the meat with Lin Qinghe's knife for Dawa's breakfast in the morning. Lin Qinghe showed it to her. Mother Joe took out 5 yuan to give it to her. Lin Qinghe accepted it without embarrassment, and mentioned, "It's because I have an acquaintance, otherwise I can't buy this knife for 5 yuans. I'm not boasting. The things in the county city are very expensive, but it's really good quality. Like my pot and casserole pot." It was only then second sister-in-law noticed that there was a second pan in the kitchen, and it was a double-eared pot fully equipped with a spatula lid. The casserole was also brand new. "How much money have you spent?" Mother Joe couldn't hold back. "When the grain gets distributed tomorrow and I buy the grain from the production team, the family will wait for the next time our Dawa's father to send money back." Lin Qinghe's words made Mother Joe turned around and returned steaming. She carried a kitchen knife like she wanted to chop someone. Second sister-in-law secretly uttered, "It goes without saying, no matter how able fourth brother-in-law is, and it can't withstand fourth's wife, this family destroyer." She didn't think Lin Qinghe would lie, because it was not necessary at all since they would not request to borrow money from her. A coal stove, coals, a new pot, a new casserole pot, and also fabric, which were all seen. What about those unseen things placed in her room? These all cost a lot of money. Second sister-in-law's relationship with her was normally lacking. Since Mother Joe went back, she didn't stay any longer. She returned in a prideful mood. What kind of eyesight Lin Qinghe had? How could she not know what this second sister-in-law thinks? She let her be. Truthfully, this time she didn't spend much money. A coal stove this big including coal was exchanged with a pot. The double-eared pot and casserole didn't cost money. Just the bolt of cloth required money, which was gained from selling meat in the space. She didn't add much. The rest was food. The enamel and foot basin didn't cost much. Lin Qinghe had tallied it up on the way back. She didn't spend more than 20 yuan. It was very worthwhile to buy so many things with this much money. "Go call your elder brother back to eat apples," Lin Qinghe said to Erwa. Erwa immediately went out to fetch him. This time Dawa didn't run far, and soon came back with Erwa. Lin Qinghe cut the apple for them, each get a quarter. "Mother, is there more in the cupboard?" Erwa asked. "Yes, and others too. Pears, white rabbit candy, sweet glutinous rice stick, malted milk powder, canned food, etc. If you are obedient, you will have a treat. If you run out every day and get your clothes dirty, then don't think about eating it." Lin Qinghe gave a little meaningful glance at Dawa as she spoke. Dawa was dumbfounded. Same with Erwa. No wonder they were born from the same father and mother. Their expressions were the exact replica. Not just saying this, Lin Qinghe also took them into the room to tour. Mother, you are so wonderful." Erwa was anxious to hug Lin Qinghe to act spoil. Erwa blushed and uttered, "Then, I will play less in the future." "All right." Lin Qinghe nodded. She wrapped an estimate of half a jin piece of big fatty meat in oil paper. "The old Lin family would like it. Send it over to your grandpa and grandma to eat." "I will go there." Dawa took the big fatty meat and delivered it to their grandpa and grandma. Afterward, he can't wait to go home and anticipate for food. Tonight, Mother was going to make them stewed pork belly and bean. It sounds very fragrant. And the soup poured over rice. He can eat 2.5 bowls of rice. Sure enough, when he came back, his mother had soaked the rice. Dawa, call your little she Jia over, Lin Qinghe said. Zhou Dawa did what she told him to do now. He had no objection at all when she ordered him around because his mother bought so many delicious things for them. Their mother was simply the best mother in the world. Adding all the mothers in the whole village together still can't be as good as their mother. Zhou Shi had heard from her elder brother, so Lin Qinghe gave her the rest of the cloth. Make a pair of shoes for each of them, and then make 2 pairs of socks. The rest, make 2 pairs of big socks, around 3 sizes bigger than your brother. Quote, naturally, it was prepared for Zhou Qingbai. As for her, she didn't need it, the original owner's socks were good and there were 5 pairs. Zhou Shi confirmed. Around 8:30 in the evening, come over with your brother to take the quilt back, Lin Qinghe asserted. Naturally, it was better to sneakily take the quilt back late at night. That quilt weighed almost 4 jins, which was also very good. Thank you Shenzi. Zhou Shi understood how important a quilt is this period. Even if one had money, one may still not be able to get it. No need to thank. Your brother has worked hard today. There's no rush on the shoes and socks. So you don't need to work and spend kerosene at night. Lin Qinghe said. As for others, she didn't give more. Although she tired Zhou Dong for the whole day today, she did give him 3 white buns to eat. For Zhou Dong, who hadn't eaten much white flour and meat in a year, this was enough reward. As for making shoes and socks, it wasn't counted. After all, she gave such a large quilt. Any more, it wasn't Lin Qinghe's style. In the evening, Lin Qinghe had dinner with her 3 sons. The 2 eldest ones bathed in delight eating the rice. The little one, Sanhua, also had a mouthful of oil. After eating, she let the brothers play in the yard, while Lin Qinghe ate by herself. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Zhou Dong and Zhou Shi came over. Lin Qinghe gave the quilt that had been replaced to them and then closed the door and went to bed. Now the days are really chilling. Last night wasn't so bad, but tonight she can really feel it. The 3 children were called by her to sleep in her kong because it was really cold tonight. There are 2 4-jin quilts at home, which remained from the time of marriage. Plus the one given to Zhou Dong's siblings, it was a total of 3. The original owner enjoyed what can be considered sufficient supplies. As for the 2 7-jin large quilts, those were placed on kong head by Lin Qinghe. They still don't need to use such a large quilt yet. For the 4 of them, it was enough to only use one large 4-jin quilt. After all, the 3 boys are all like heaters. So their bodies were extremely warm. Jia, older sister, don't have to be related. The next day was the day of food distribution for the group. This kind of day had nothing to do with Lin Qinghe and her 3 sons because her family had separated off and had no share of labor. Because there was no labor done, even she didn't get the most basic headcount share of grain. This was the rule of their community. Unless they were old, weak, sick, or disabled, they have to work in order to have a headcount portion in addition to the work points portion. The original owner, as a youth in her peak, she didn't work in the field, then there was nothing to say. Even Dawa, Sanhua also didn't have the so-called headcount level of grains. But it didn't matter, without a share, she can still buy. There was no hurry, since buying food with the production team had to wait until the community finished getting their share first and there was leftover remaining. She knew that this year's production team got a hefty harvest, so naturally, there would be surplus grain. So no worries at all. While at old Zhou's side, they had already picked out a lot of grain back before 9 in the morning. Of course, this was what Dawa and Erwa said when they came back. The whole village was very happy on a day like today. The children were running all over the street and Lin Qinghe also didn't restrain the 2 brothers. Each got a big white rabbit candy and was sent away. Not mentioning that the 2 little brothers chewing big white rabbit toffee in their mouths received their little friends' envy and drooling appearances. Zhou Dong and Zhou Shi also came to transport their family's grain at approximately 10:30. Zhou Dong came over and said that in a while, the distribution would be all over. That is to say, it was all right to go now. Once she arrives, the whole group will mostly finish getting their shares. Then are you free now? If it's okay, push the cart and make a trip with Shenzi. Lin Qinghe said. Now is no problem, Zhou Dong replied. So Lin Qinghe let him bring the cart over while she grabbed the money. Then she carried San Hua and locked the door. Zhou Dong brought the cart over and Lin Qinghe followed him to the team. A lot of women saw her heading over, and all were whispering. Who didn't know that she was going to buy food? That was to say, the days were good now. If she was like this in the past, then she would be waiting to starve to death. Back then, there was no such good life like now. But because of old Zhou family and Father Zhou's and Mother Zhou's good reputation in the village, they said nothing. The team leader had no prejudice against Lin Qinghe. Although he felt that she didn't know how to live a life, it was someone else's business after all. What's more, she had money to buy and didn't want extra, like a freebie, from the team. Lin Qinghe had it all planned out this time. Because there were so many goods in the space, she intends to do for appearance sake. After all, Zhou Qingbai has no income in the future, and she can't really be so scrupulous. But in the eyes of the villagers, this time she was extremely wasteful with money because she didn't buy much of others. Just mostly wheat. They have long heard Dawa openly brag about their mother making all kinds of food for them every day at home. Just by looking, how can they not tell? Lin Qinghe bought 100 jins of wheat. A jin of wheat cost more than 3 dimes. 100 jins of wheat totaled to more than 30 yuan. Besides wheat, were corn kernels, which was used to grind into cornmeal. This was cheaper. She asked for 80 jins. There were 50 kilograms of millet. Next were mung beans, adzuki beans, soybeans, peanuts, sesame seeds. For these, she didn't require much. Mung beans, red beans, and yellow beans were 10 jins each. Peanuts were a lot more, 30 jins. Also a good bit of sesame seeds, 20 jins. She got a sack of sweet potato, which was 20 jins. As for the cheaper dried sweet potato, she didn't need any. This stuff can be ground into sweet potato flour, but it was particularly unpalatable. This was something in the original owner's memory. But most people in the village were eating this right now. After asking for these things, Lin Qinghe didn't intend to ask for coarse grain. But these things still spent a good chunk of fortune. Seeing her spending the money without blinking, some women in the village couldn't help but feel distressed for her. These things will cost about 60 yuans. Everyone else came to the team for their share of food and then wait for the team to divide the money. Even if there wasn't much, everyone can still have a sum of money throughout the year. Who would ever act like her? Others, they don't eat. Just flour. And a big family received only a few jin of wheat off. And if she was willing to work, not only will she get a headcount share, but 3 children too. What's more, she can also get work points to exchange for food. Even if it wasn't enough to eat, she can buy then. At most, she can spend a few yuans to buy it. Then would there be a need to throw out so much money? Lin Qinghe was unfamiliar with everyone and didn't have any intention to talk to them because the generation gap was too big. There was no need to force herself. Anyway, the original owner had such a personality, she can just follow it. She asked Zhou Dong to transport the food and will sort it herself. Zhou Dong said, "Shenzi, I will get you firewood in the afternoon. However, tomorrow the team will be busy planting winter wheat tomorrow and the day after. I won't have time to. Once this is over, I will have nothing to do then." Okay. Lin Qinghe nodded. Dawa and Erhua came in and their eyes lit up looking at the food in the house. With this food, they will not be short of food this winter. They didn't have much judgment now. So naturally, they didn't know that much. Truthfully, these foods weren't enough to eat. Especially once Zhou Qingbai returned. However, Lin Qinghe already made plans. This 100 jin wheat and 80 jin corn will wait until Zhou Qingbai to come back and then grind it. Before that, she'll consume those in her space as much as possible. I'm going to prepare for lunch. You two brothers take good care of San Hua, Lin Qinghe instructed. After she finished eating in the morning, she set the dough aside to rise, and now it was ready. She will make noodles for noon. Eating noodles in scallion oil accompanied by bacon, the taste would be particularly fragrant. Even Lin Qinghe liked to eat it. She had nothing to do now, so she wondered which day she'll try to cook braised meat. There was no rush at the moment, let's wait until the children's sweaters are knitted first. She will knit herself. There was one in the cabinet that was particularly new, which was newly knitted last year. However, the 3 children have none. Lin Qinghe also knew how to knit sweaters. She had learned from her grandma in the country when she was a child. Although she was out of practice, she still had the original owner's memory. With the combination of the two, she can knit it for the boys. No need to let others do it. After eating noodles in the afternoon, Lin Qinghe led Dawa and Erwa to twine the ball of yarn. This was for knitting sweaters for the 2 of them, so naturally, 2 of them were happy. With the help of the brothers, it goes without saying that the speed was very fast. At about 1 o'clock in the afternoon, she took the 3 boys to take a nap. When she woke from her nap, she stewed rock sugar and yellow pear for the boys. She sent them to wrap yarn balls. She was so bored that she dug out the flesh inside the pears for the brothers to eat. Then she poured cold water into the pear, put some rock sugar and red dates into it, and then cover over with the flat cut-off pear tops like the picture above. It was put in a bowl, which was then placed in a pot on the stove to stew away. If Mother Joe saw this, she will definitely nag how it wastes wood. But Mother Joe had no time to come at the moment because the family had just got their share of food, and it goes without saying that it needed to be sorted out. When Mother Joe heard that she had spent more than 60 yuan to buy food, her heart felt blocked. This is a lot less than last year. Second sister-in-law commented. This was true. Last year the original owner bought about 80 yuan of food, which caused a huge disturbance in the village. Of course, wheat was also the most bought. It can't be that she bought the stove and coal and have no money left. Second sister-in-law didn't need an answer and kept mumbling. As soon as this word came out, she felt that she found the truth. Last time, Fourth's wife said that she had no money in her pocket, so she didn't expect that she could still spend so much to buy food with the team. This year was much less than last year. Afraid that this time she was really a mountain running out of the water. Mother Joe's expression was very dark and mentally suppressed a sigh. She had witnessed how Fourth's wife treated her 3 grandchildren a lot better and acted more attentive to them than before, sending large bone and fatty meat one after another. However, she was still so unreliable with money. But her son wasn't controlling the money. No matter how much money, it wasn't enough for the Fourth's wife to lose awe. Seeing that her mother-in-law's face wasn't pretty, second sister-in-law did not say anything, but she was still somewhat pleased. No matter how much fourth brother-in-law earned, it was useless. It can't stand against a wife in the family who spends money like running water and does not treat money as money. As for eldest sister-in-law and third sister-in-law, they did not have so much leisure time. Both were using sewing machines in turn, as they wanted to quickly make the clothes for the brothers so that they could do it for their own family. The third sister-in-law's speed was very fast. Was cold-resistant, cotton-padded clothes, and trousers were soon completed. Although Mother Joe was angry, she still took this opportunity to send it over. When she brought it over, she saw what her 3 grandchildren were drinking, something pear water. They had an expression full of satisfaction and comfort. Mother is here. I prepared rock sugar and pear water for the 3 brothers. Lin Qinghe saw her come over and said. Mother Joe asked, what is this? Rock sugar and pear water. Well, the humidity is pretty low these days. Yesterday I saw some pear in the county city, so I bought them back. Today I stew rock sugar and pear water for them. Lin Qinghe explained. Dates too. Wa interjected. Delicious. Da Wa said. Mother, eat. San Wa was anxious to drink. Lin Qinghe fed it to him. There was only 1 box of pears in her space, but when she bought it, she asked the wholesale manager to take out all the extra packaging for her, so the capacity of 1 box was equivalent to 2 boxes. Same for the 2 boxes of apples. These things were accumulated to be eaten, and her image of family destroying had long engraved into people's hearts. If one went out and said that she was a good wife of a thrifty family, no one would believe. Similarly, Mother Joe also didn't believe it. But seeing that she made it for her 3 grandchildren, she didn't even comment. This is what your third sister-in-law made for Wa. Have a look. Mother Joe took out the cotton-padded trousers in the basket. With one look, Lin Qinghe knew it was suitable for Wa. He could even wear it next winter. Of course, she had to make another set for the kids next winter. But this set was enough this winter. It was hard on third sister-in-law. Once she finishes Dawa, she can rest. When she gives birth, I will go to the slaughterhouse to see if there are any trotters and get 2 for her to stew with peanuts for more breast milk. Said. Mother Joe heard her words and remarked, how can trotters be easy to acquire? Naturally, Lin Qinghe could tell that Mother Joe wanted it. As she fed Sanhua pear water, she stated, I know someone. She has acquaintances inside. If there is no coupon, the price will be higher. If there is a coupon, it won't be expensive. As for giving food coupons privately, she knew there was no need to say everything, only she knew was enough. Mother Joe, she knew that Fourth's wife wasn't principled, and she was always able to get meat. She didn't expect that she knew someone in the slaughterhouse. At that time, can you try to get trotters? Said Mother Joe. They were all children of old Joe family. Although she loves Dawa and his brothers more, the other children were not treated badly. Especially since Third's wife who injured her body when she gave birth to Wu Ni and took so many years to be pregnant again. If they have the condition, naturally they would want to raise the children well. Wait until she gives birth. Lin Qinghe replied. However, things like trotters wasn't a rare thing. Just needed to go to the supply and demand cooperative to tell Meijia in advance and there should be no problem. Mother Joe had initially planned to come here to admonish a sentence or 2, but she got interrupted by this matter. It won't be good to mention it now. Before leaving, she said, if there isn't enough food at home, let the family know. Lin Qinghe knew that she was cherishing her 3 grandsons, but still she was grateful. She refused, saying, no need, there are still many left at home. But if we really don't have any food, then I will definitely say. In the end, she left some leeway. Mother Joe glanced at the 3 grandchildren who were being raised more and more properly, so she didn't say anything. After her 3 sons ate the rock sugar and pear water, she let them continue to wrap their wool. Dawa and Erwa had no objection being commanded at all. And that's because the rock sugar and pear water they drank today were so delicious. Almost in the evening, the yarn balls were completely twined for her. Lin Qinghe stewed sesame ribs congee in the casserole pot on the stove. The sesame was the one bought today and was a bit difficult to wash. She was still able to wash it clean. The sesame ribs congee was served with pickles and bacon. She was too lazy to heat up the bacon anymore, so she directly threw it into the congee. However, even like this, Dawa and Erwa also ate happily and praised that sesame ribs congee was really delicious. After eating, Lin Qinghe tidied up the bowls and chopsticks. Seeing that the sky still wasn't dark yet, she collected her clothes and let Dawa and Erwa take Sanhua to play at the entrance for a while. She began to knit the sweaters. It was only 5 o'clock now. At this time, most people have just started cooking in the village, while her family had finished eating. The villagers saw Dawa, Erwa and Sanhua playing at the door, and asked them with a smile if they had eaten white flour. This was, actually a kind of envy disease. There was no way. How much wheat and flour do the villagers get after having to work hard throughout the year? While Lin Qinghe didn't have to do anything, she dared to buy 100 jins of wheat with the team in one breath. 80% of it becomes powder form, which was equivalent to approximately 80 jins of white flour. How can people in the village not be envious? Didn't have white flour. I ate sesame ribs congee. Dawa raised his eyebrows and answered the man. The man was choked and resentful, walked away. Haven't finished the rice at home yet. Someone asked when they heard the ribs congee. It was said that yesterday Lin Qinghe took Zhou Dong to transport a truckload of goods back. Zhou Dong had a solid mouth and they could not pull anything out. Nobody knew what exactly Lin Qinghe bought. However, they have heard a bit from second sister-in-law Zhou, that there were a coal stove and coal, as well as a new pot. Last time Lin Qinghe did to buy rice, but it was only a few jins, and it was very expensive. It also required a lot of food coupons. But it happened long time ago, how could there any left? Needless to say, she must have bought a lot from the county city yesterday. Putting aside the sesame seeds, there were ribs. This was too gluttonous. Their team had not divided meat yet. The last time they ate meat was when they finished the autumn harvest last year. Here, they divided the meat twice a year, once during this period, and again before the new year. Then it will be next year. But look at Lin Qinghe acting like this was obviously being rich and willful. There are still some at home, but not much. Zhou Daohua's eyes spun before he answered. Nobody doubted that a 5-year-old kid will tell lies. After all, such rice was not easy to buy. Many people eat it in the county city, while the villagers don't eat it. Because it was too expensive and can be compared with white flour. So who would have more spare money to buy it? And what's more, it needed food coupons. At the end of the year, the ration coupons get distributed. But these coupons do not include food coupons, only imported oil coupons and cotton coupons. Around 6 o'clock, Zhou Dong was back with 2 bundles of firewood. Lin Qinghe wanted to settle the firewood money, but Zhou Dong did not accept it. Last night the brother and sister duo brought the quilt home in the dark. It was really a good quilt, so warm and soft. It wasn't like their family's quilt. Not only were they old, but also dry and hard. Although they were better than nothing, it really didn't keep warm. The quilt Lin Qinghe gave was obviously very new. At least with such a quilt, his sister didn't need to freeze this winter. As for him, it was okay. He was more resistant to cold. After taking Shenzi's quilt, how could he accept payment again? In fact, he planned not to accept money for the firewood he brought back. If you don't accept it, I don't want this firewood, Lin Qinghe declared. Shenzi. Before he finished speaking, Zhou Dong was interrupted by Lin Qinghe. Shenzi's quilt can't be used. If I can use it, I won't have to give it. So no need to be concerned about it. And also you helped me transport my food back today and little she is helping to make the boys' shoes and socks at home now. You don't need to get even with me. One matter for one matter. Then she stuffed him with 3 dimes. Remember, when winter wheat is planted, you have to gather firewood back. Shenzi, hurry back to get something to eat. You have been busy for a whole day, Lin Qinghe said. Then she closed the door, not bothering with Zhou Dong. It was pretty late now. Just 6 o'clock and it was already cold. The sky also turned gray. There wasn't much kerosene left at home, only a little more than half jin per month. How could that be enough? The next time she finds Meijia to buy meat, she must ask her if she had any channels. She must prepare more kerosene for her home. Lin Qinghe took this opportunity to boil water for the boys at this time. Although the bath was once every 3 days, the hands and feet had to be washed every day. After washing, she shooed all 3 of them to go on the Kong. She lit the faint kerosene lamp and then continued to knit sweaters. Dahua blurted out, "Mother, earlier when playing at the entrance, someone asked me if there is any rice in my house. I said there's not much left at home." Smart. Lin Qinghe gave him an admiring look. Hee. Dahua grinned. Only then Lin Qinghe recalled it. Now the grain had been distributed. Even if the atmosphere was very good nowadays and many people don't even need to close the door, Lin Qinghe still felt that it was better to defend against the just in case. So after waiting 3 days, she told Joshi her plans when she came over. Joshi had hurriedly made shoes and socks for Dahua and his brothers these 3 days just so she can go out with her elder brother to get firewood tomorrow. Lin Qinghe said, "Let your elder brother find some villagers to go together, like 2 more partners. When the time comes, let your elder brother give them some effort money and you don't have to go. You stay behind to guard the house." There were also some people in the village who have unclean hands and feet. The brother and sister relied on that food for the whole year. Joshi froze. Shenzi, there shouldn't be any matter. Under normal circumstances, there aren't. But this kind of thing, there's always an in case. Let your elder brother find someone else. Others can sell up to 2 bundles of firewood at the end of the day. At that time, tell your elder brother to equally split. You don't need to go, Lin Qinghe explained. Joshi heeded her words and nodded when she said it so seriously. Once she got back, she told her brother. Hearing this, Zhou Dong also felt that it was better to leave one person at home, so he went out to find his partner. Zhou Dong was a hardworking and diligent person and had good partners in the village. In this kind of matter, he went to find his best partner. He found 2 and said that he'll evenly split. When the 2 partners heard that they were selling to Lin Qinghe, they naturally had no objections. They also go find firewood and sell it. They gathered 2 bundles of firewood to sell in the county city and get almost 3 dimes. But the county city was very far away. They were very envious of Zhou Dong. He can directly carry back to the village and sell it to Fourth Shenzi Zhou. He didn't have to travel that far and stay in the county city for a long time. Sometimes, if they bump into 1 or 2 stingy people, they may not be able to earn for 3 dimes. But Fourth Shenzi Zhou didn't want anyone else's. She was afraid that she labeled as someone using finance to make people slaves. Only wanting Zhou Dong's was to let the brother and sister be able to have an extra meal. This way, nobody can talk about her. Shenzi requested me to get it, but I couldn't get it all by myself, so I found you. You better not talk nonsense, otherwise, I won't find you for such good matters in the future. Zhou Dong said. That's a must. His 2 partners immediately promised. Only fools would this kind of randomly wagging their tongues. Although Shenzi was a big spender, she didn't do anything to the villagers. She didn't go out much. The next day before sunrise, they dragged Zhou Dong's cart and headed out. They came back after 3 o'clock in the afternoon with a cart full of firewood. They were all bundled up properly. In total, 13 bundles of firewood. The cart was piled high and transported to the door. Zhou Dong brought it over on his own. His 2 partners did not come, because this was Zhou Dong's work and they profit from it. Lin Qinghe was a bit surprised. She had thought that it would 7 or 8 bundles at most. She did not expect them to bring that much back. She got Zhou Dong to move the 13 bundles of firewood to the fire shed in the backyard. She went in and brewed a cup of brown sugar water for Zhou Dong. Zhou Dong was embarrassed. Lin Qinghe asked him to drink it before she settled the payment. 13 bundles of firewood totaled 2 yuans for Zhou Dong. The action displayed no stinginess, as this was the source for her family's firewood for isolating indoor during this year's winter. Knowing her temperament, Zhou Dong embarrassedly headed over to split up with his 2 partners. Both partners said that 6 dimes would be enough, and the remaining 8 dimes would be given to Zhou Dong. After all, if it were not for him, they would not be able to partake. Earning 6 dimes in one go was a lot. It should be known that adults' one-day worth was only about 4 dimes. This was the average and very few earned 6 or 7 dimes. Teens get at most 2 dimes. Now the winter wheat has already planted, they were about to enter the day of loafing. At this time, many hard-working people chose to find firewood to sell in the county city. This way can somehow financially support their family expense, without having to sit down and empty out their nest. Especially when they were teens, and have the largest appetite. After being busy for the whole day, they can't make much money. But today, they made 6 dimes, which is really a lot. Then they asked if they were needed tomorrow. Zhou Dong had checked. His Shenzi said yes. It was the same phrase, she'll take as much as possible. Zhou Dong replied to his 2 partners. Hearing the answer, both sides lit up and agreed on to start at the same time tomorrow. Tomorrow, they will gather more back. Each of their families was delighted when they heard about the money their son made today. They simultaneously settled on not say anything outside. What if Lin Qinghe becomes dissatisfied when it gets out? Looking at the whole village, there was no one who can be generous like her. Even if they just got their share of food, winter isolation was soon. Once the winter was over, there would a period of temporary shortage. Now was the slack season, they would earn a little if they can. After all, there were not many days like this. A huge amount of firewoods was delivered every day. The firewood shed Zhou Qingbai built for his family don't any space left. Lin Qinghe asked Zhou Dong to put them in an empty place in the backyard and then covered them with bundles of straw. There was a heavy dew now and also needed to defend against rain. Covering was a must. Speaking of rain, when Zhou Dong returned with the 5th cart of firewood, autumn rain began. Everyone in the village said that this rain came at a perfect time because the wheat was planted and naturally, the rain was needed to moisturize it. After the autumn rain came, the day became completely cold. Lin Qinghe estimated that it might only be 7 or 8 degrees, so she bundled up Big Dawa, Erwa and Sanwa without hesitation. Eldest sister-in-law and third sister-in-law's finished cotton-padded clothes, shoes, and socks. She equipped them all on them. She has already woven Dawa's sweater, so she puts on Dawa first. Dawa especially satisfied with this new set, and going out to boast was a must. The autumn rain stopped after 5 continuous days. Lin Qinghe let him be. As for the firewood at home, these days Zhou Dong brought a maximum of 13 or 14 bundles of firewood when they had a lot that day, and 11 or 12 bundles when they had little. The teen boys were full of energy, and that's because it was a rare opportunity. So they spared no effort to make use of the time to make money. After so many days in a row, enough firewood was accumulated at home. Even if she heated the Kong and wasting wood for cooking at home, there was no worry about not having enough. Because even if she was a big wood burner, a bundle of firewood can be used for 2 days. There was also a half a bag of unused coal. The accumulated firewood was enough. There were food and firewood in the house. This winter was definitely going to be comfortable. Lin Qinghe let Dawa go out to play on the first day the autumn rain stopped, but the next day they were required to stay back and watch the house. She told them that if the food at home was stolen, then they would have nothing to eat. At that time, don't blame her for not cooking. Dawa and Erwa naturally expressed their willingness to stay at home. Dawa was 6 years old after the new year, and these days having been subtly influenced by Lin Qinghe, he cared about family a lot more and no longer didn't care about anything. Now he knew that he needed to protect food, so as soon as they heard that their mother was going to the supply and demand cooperative to see if there was any meat to buy, the two of them immediately said they would stay behind. Because they haven't eaten meat for a good few days, and the eggs were almost finished. Needless to say, Lin Qinghe wouldn't use meat every day. Even if there was meat distribution before the autumn rain, it couldn't be justified as she didn't go buy any. So she planned to go around today. Of course, she called Mother Zhou over to her house. However, she had locked her own room door and asked Mother Zhou to watch the kids at home. Mother Zhou heard that she was going to buy meat and did not stop her. She thought she had no money, so she didn't expect her to buy meat. Why didn't she go over to buy when the team divided the meat? Mother Zhou didn't know that it was Lin Qinghe spurning the meat from the team as they were leftovers. What's more, the communities remain. Only the original owner, who didn't have Mei Jia, would want it. She wouldn't. Leaving Mother Zhou looking after her 3 sons at home, Lin Qinghe came over to the supply and demand cooperative to find Mei Jia. It just happened that Mei Jia was working today. She has also inquired about Lin Qinghe. The identity she said wasn't false. But she also heard that Lin Qinghe was infamous for her love to spend money and was a family-ruining, gluttonous woman. However, this has nothing to do with Mei Jia. She won't interfere so much. It was enough as long as her identity was true and the military food coupons that were usable all over the country she given last time was from proper channel. As for others, it was take what she needed. Lin Qinghe was naturally happy to see Chen Mei. Qinghe Mei, what are you going to buy today? Yesterday, a new batch of shrimp skins and red dates arrived. Would you like to buy some back for nourishment? Mei Jia greeted. Of course, I want. Lin Qinghe said. Ah Mei, is this your relative? The salesperson next to her asked Mei Jia. Yes, my sister, Mei Jia said with a smile. Lin Qinghe heard the salesperson tell her, got subsidiary food coupon. If not, it might be more expensive. Under normal circumstances, without a subsidiary food coupon, one can't buy anything. But if the salesperson was willing, one can buy half a jin, because there was an internal share. This part didn't a coupon, but that required acquaintance. Toward this kind of calcium supplement, Lin Qinghe naturally wanted it. Although there was some at home, she wouldn't disdain having too much. Throwing some in when cooking soup and congee, make it fresh and nourishing. So Lin Qinghe got the red dates and the shrimp skin. After paying, she came out with Mei Jia to talk outside. Mei Jia, can I trouble you to set aside some meat for me tomorrow? Lin Qinghe said. What kind? How much? Sister Mei whispered. Give me 1 jin of lean meat. Also, grab some ribs and big bones for me. Lin Qinghe stuffed 2 yuans and a 1 jin food coupon over as she spoke. No fatty meat. Mei Jia accepted without a trace and blurted. It was acknowledged that fatty meat was the best meat at this time. Will it be difficult? Lin Qinghe hesitated slightly. This indicated that she wants, but didn't want to make it difficult for her. Sister Mei grinned and said, I can get you half a jin. Then many thanks Jia. Lin Qinghe responded immediately. No need. It's because of you that my kids at home can eat more. Mei Jia said. This time Lin Qinghe gave her a universal coupon. It was good to use. It can be exchanged for whatever she needed, with additional of 2 yuan. Lin Qinghe politely made small talks and then mentioned matter about third sister-in-law's breastfeeding after she gave birth. Mei Jia expressed. These 2 pigs trotters are nothing. If you tell me one day in advance, I will get it. Thank you, Jia. Lin Qinghe nodded. The 2 chattered for a while, and Lin Qinghe talked about the kerosene. Mei Jia told her to come over tomorrow and take it all back together. Seeing that there was a guest at Mei Jia's counter, she said goodbye. Lin Qinghe wasn't in a hurry to go back. She covered the basket with a tablecloth at the bottom of the basket and wandered around a lot of places. She bought some peppers, dried ginger, garlic and the like, before returning home. When she almost reached Jojia village, Lin Qinghe took the eggs out of the space. Around 3 jin of it. As for the meat, she took out none. That was tomorrow's matter. However, 2 buns were brought out. The 3 kids had not eaten meat for several days, so got to give them some meat. In fact, this was her standard. If it was according to the village's standard, the brothers were undoubtedly living in a honey jar. 1 egg every day and occasionally white rabbit candies, apples, pears, and red dates. If this was suffering, then what was terrible? But Lin Qinghe didn't have this awareness. After returning home, Lin Qinghe told Mother Zhou about the trotters, saying that she needs to give a head up one day before she wants it. Mother Zhou saw that she really had a way, and she felt a surge of emotions inside. As expected, one who can eat can further one's own interest. She peeked into her basket. Lin Qinghe was naturally not afraid of her looking. She took out 2 white buns. White buns. Both Da Hua's and Hua's eyes lit up. San Hua, who became more intelligent in recent days, immediately ran up and uttered, "Eat, eat." Although he hadn't eaten this white bun for a while, he still had the impression that it was delicious. Da Hua, bring it in and cut it in half with a knife. Remember, you are the eldest brother. You have to be fair and just. Lin Qinghe handed the 2 big buns to Da Hua as she instructed. Da Hua said, "Of course I will be fair and just." Hua was worried and followed him into the kitchen. It was just cutting a bun. He'll be 6 years old after the new year. So it wasn't a big deal. Lin Qinghe was at ease letting him handle it. Da Hua cut it, divided 1/2 to Hua, and another half to San Hua. But he worried that San Hua will spill the oil all over his clothes and make it difficult to wash, so he didn't give it to him. Instead, he put it in a bowl and brought it out to his mother. "Give that half to your grandma." Lin Qinghe took the bowl and spoon-fed it to San Hua. Mother Zhou wanted to say no, but Lin Qinghe had carried San Hua and the bowl inside to eat in the hall. It was too cold outside. "Grandma, taste it. This white bun is very yummy." Zhou Dahua gave it to his grandma and urged. "Yummy." Hua nodded. Mother Zhou received the bun. This contained eggs and meat. What's more, the bun was made from flour. It'll be strange if it wasn't yummy. Seeing her daughter-in-law really doesn't mind her eating, Mother Zhou ate it too. Really must say, it's so delicious that she was about to swallow her tongue. "Mother, do you want to stay for lunch?" Lin Qinghe asked. "No, I'll go home now that you're back," Mother Zhou responded. "Dahua, Hua, send your grandma back," Lin Qinghe directed. "Grandma, let's go, we will send you back," Dahua and Hua said. Mother Zhou let the brothers send her back since there was not much distance and the 2 of them were wearing much warmer this year. She saw that there was a lot of firewood in the house. This winter, they didn't need to be afraid of not having enough to burn. Also, Dahua had a sweater on, and Hua's was already half woven. There were many yarn balls at home. It seems like San Hua also had a share. Once she reached home, Mother Zhou let Dahua and Hua go back before she entered the old house. Father Zhou was dozing off. When he saw her coming back, he uttered, "Why, you're back. Fourth's wife is home. What's the point of staying?" Mother Zhou said. Father Zhou's nose moved and voiced out, "What's that smell?" "Had half a bun over there." Mother Zhou answered. There was meat at home, but when he thought about the bun, Father Zhou can't help but feel nostalgic. In his life, he had eaten white bun once. The taste was something that he would never forget in his life and still think about it even until now. Want to eat? Mother Joe looked at him and knew what he was thinking and chuckled. What eat? Third's wife is about to give birth, no need to waste. Leave it for her to eat. Father Joe waved his hand and said. The current days were much better than before. Everyone was full and satisfied. He was satisfied. As for the white bun, nothing bad will happen if he doesn't eat one. He never thought over at this side. Erwa mentioned to his mother. Mother, Grandma has eaten, Grandpa hasn't eaten yet. Grandpa was usually very nice to them. Dawa also nodded. Before we were hungry, Grandpa would call us to go over and eat. Although it wasn't delicious, it can fill their stomach. Because the original owner didn't pay much attention, they used to go to their grandpa and grandma when they were hungry, so they still remember these things. Lin Qinghe understood and said, then tomorrow when the mother goes to buy meat, I will bring a white bun back. You guys bring it over to your grandfather. However, you have to be stealthy when bringing it and must watch him eat it. All right. Both Dawa and Erwa nodded. Lin Qinghe beamed and rubbed their heads. Not bad. Both of their eyes shone. What do you want to eat at noon? Lin Qinghe asked. Eat egg dumplings, Dawa responded. Erwa nodded. This was made last night, and there was no problem to leave it out in this weather overnight. So Lin Qinghe cooked dumplings for them. The dumpling soup also had some shrimp skin, and the taste was very good. Now that there was nothing to do at home every day, Lin Qinghe wanted to pickle some salted eggs. She knew how to. What's more, she was using the soil method. She used to learn it from her grandmother. It oozed out a lot of oil. She preserved a small jar of salted eggs. Not much, just around 2 jins. She took it from the space again and also used the ones she brought back today from outside. When marinating the eggs, she had to add some white wine. The pickling time was 1 month. Now it was marinated, it'll be next month before she can take it out to eat. When pickling eggs, she naturally called Dawa and Erwa to help out. For example, she handed the task of egg scrubbing to them. She had no intention to raise them delicately. After washing the eggs, she immediately rinsed their hands with warm water and smeared it with vanishing cream. With that, she sent them to the Kong to eat apples. Putting the jar of pickled eggs in the corner, she came to Kong and squeezed in with the brothers. However, she was knitting a sweater. With the current temperature and sufficient firewood at home, she didn't need to save on her usage. The Kong was burning, so it was very warm. The Kong was relatively dry and they got to consume more moisturizing food like fruits. But there was no fruit in the supply and marketing cooperatives. She saw tangerine over at the county city's supply and demand cooperative last time and none at the community's supply and demand cooperative. At that time, she did not think about this as there were apples, pears, and grapes in the space and end up not by it. Now she regretted it. Since she was all day at home, the sweater knitting was naturally fast. At night they ate seaweed and shrimp congee. She worked overtime on the knitting for a while and finished knitting Erwa's sweater. The next day, she got Dawa and his brothers to stay at home. The Kong was heated and they were fully fed. They just need to babysit Sanhua. She will return as soon as possible. She walked faster because there were 3 children alone at home. Once she arrived, Meijia handed it over. She also gave Meijia a piece of soap. Her space contained a few boxes of it. There were 10 pieces of soap in a box. She got both of the laundry and bath ones. At a glance, Meijia knew that the soap must have been bought from the county city, otherwise, it wouldn't be so pretty and fragrant. Naturally, she dare not accept such a good thing from her. Lin Qinghe said to her, Jia, please accept it. Don't be polite with me. Just for the bones you got for me, I must thank you. For 2 yuans, Chen Mei brought her half a jin of fatty meat and half a jin of lean meat. On top of that, 3 ribs, 2 large bones, and a half pair of pig ears. This was definitely enough. In addition to these, she also gave 2 jins of kerosene. She did pay, but this quality soap was a token of goodwill for Chen Mei, because she could see that Chen Mei was a good person even though she was a little proud when she first met her. Seeing that she was really sincere in giving it, Meijia accepted it. This kind of soap was very good to use. Without 2 yuans, one can't buy it. She whispered. there isn't much kerosene this time. Next time, there's a new batch, I'll set aside more for you. Quote, thank you, Mei Jia. Lin Qinghe nodded. Bidding goodbye to Mei Jia, Lin Qinghe put everything in the basket, covered it with a cloth, and returned home. Once she got home, she took out the fatty meat in the space as well to prepare for oil extraction. Send it over to your grandfather. Lin Qinghe gave them a white bun. As for the brothers, she gave no more. The brothers showed no hesitation when they heard that they would send it to their grandfather. They wrapped it in oil paper, placed it in his arms, and delivered it to old Joe's house. These days were too cold. Father Joe had been on the Kong. He smoked a big cigarette and felt comfortable. Grandpa, we came. Dawa and Erwa grinned. Why are you two brothers here? Father Joe asked with a smile. Grandpa, this is for you to eat. Dawa took out the oil paper from his arms and gave it to their grandpa. What is this? Father Joe paused for a moment and asked. Grandpa will know when you look at it. Blinking, Erwa declared. Father Joe received it and then saw this was a hot white bun. Stunned, he blurted. Where did this come from? Our mother bought it, Dawa said. Yesterday, Grandma ate it, but Grandpa hasn't eaten it yet. So Mother went to buy meat and bought it back. Grandpa, eat it, Erwa explained. Father Joe approximately understood, because they had eaten yesterday and he hadn't, so his two grandsons brought it up. With that, their mother had bought it back for him. Grandpa doesn't need to eat, you guys can eat it. Father Joe felt very comforted on inside. He thought that Fort's wife was a good role model. We have eaten. Dawa shook his head. We ate yesterday. Erwa nodded. Although he was also greedy, he never of eating their grandpas. So Father Joe ate his second white bun in his life. It was as delicious as he remembered. It was so delicious that after he finished eating it, he immersed himself in the aftertaste for a long time. When he regained his wits, he saw his two grandsons staring at him. Father Joe was a little embarrassed. Such a big bun, he didn't leave any leftover. Grandpa, is it yummy? Joe Dawa asked. It must be very yummy, Erwa said. It is. Father Joe nodded. Thank you Dawa and Erwa for letting Grandpa eat such yummy white bun. Dawa and Erwa beamed, and the brothers went back in a very good mood. Father Joe continued to reminisce about the taste. This white bun was more delicious than what he remembered. It was really flavorful. When Mother Joe came in, she said, eldest's wife said Dawa and Erwa came over. They sent me a white bun. Father Joe replied. Mother Joe froze for a moment. They really delivered it over. They said I didn't have one yesterday, so today their mother bought it to make it up. Father Joe said. Hearing this, Mother Joe was in a much better mood and said, Fort's wife isn't so unreasonable. The white bun is really fragrant. Father Joe felt a little sleepy, smacked his lips, and expressed. Mother Joe had no comment because she had eaten one. It was so delicious that one swallowed their tongue. On this side, Lin Qinghe started to cook pig fat. She took 5 pounds of pig fat out of the space, and with the ones brought back from Mei Jia, it was enough to extract a pot full of lard. In the current weather, it will solidify on its own and not go bad. Estimating the time, it shouldn't be long before Zhou Qingbai comes back. He will come back at the end of the month. She naturally had to stock up more things at home. As soon as he comes back, she had to be cautious, otherwise, with his sensitivity, 8 or 9 out 10 times she would be caught. Once he comes back, she did not plan to take things out of the space. So extracting more oil was a must. Of course, the peanut oil jar at home was full, too. There was still a lot left in her space. Cooking pig fat had a strong fragrant odor. But it won't be conspicuous now, because meat distribution was not long ago and many people were cooking pig fat. So far, many people haven't finished their meat yet. They will consume it slowly. So it was normal to have a meaty smell. A full jar of lard was extracted from 5 gins of pig fat. And for the rest, Lin Qinghe used another jar. It filled a small half of the jar. As for the fat residue, she put it away on a plate. When frying, she can add a little bit in. She can fry something fragrant, even without oil. The 3 kids also like to eat fat residues. Lin Qinghe didn't stop them, but she also didn't let them eat too much. Each got 3 pieces. Even then, it was satisfying. They had millet porridge for noon. It was served with soy sauce ribs stewed by Lin Qinghee, as well as fried vegetables mixed with fat residues. All 3 brothers were content. Lin Qinghee was the same. She felt life was pretty good. Now the mother and sons only knew to eat all day, every day. What will they eat today? What will they eat tomorrow? The mother and sons were all foodies. The cheerful days didn't last a few days. After the last autumn rain, there was another autumn rain. This autumn rain also fell for a few days. This was really cold then. The temperature was probably around 4 or 5 degrees. Cold and icy. Because it was too cold, Lin Qinghee was too lazy to cook. She usually made congee shrimp skin congee, pork rib congee, sesame congee, or folded up some dumplings to eat. In one go, she made a lot and cooked many times. Lin Qinghee intended to make meat buns. The fat residue was a good filling ingredient, and there was cabbage in the backyard. She planned to make more in one go. Whenever she wants to eat it, then steam some. It won't go off at this kind of day. But she didn't make the buns immediately. She got to knit San Wa's sweater first. Only then she got the free time. And on this night, the snow began to fall. It was only October 18th. This snow was half a month earlier than the ones in her memory. But then again, it seems to be one night at the end of this month when Zhou Qingbai returns home during heavy snow. Now only Zhou Qingbai's sweater was left to knit. He wasn't back yet, so no rush. Lin Qinghee was indeed a woman of action, said she'll make and did make. On October 19th, she started to make big buns stuffed with cabbage, egg, and fat residue with dawa erwa and also san wa. The mother and son busied for the whole day and made more than 30 white buns. Because a lot of dough was made, there were still some left after 30+ buns. So Lin Qinghee made some fillings again. She grabbed some pork belly out of the space, then chopped it, and wrapped it with cabbage to make cabbage and pork belly stuffed dumplings. Since she was making it, she might as well make more. This weather was really cold. She didn't want to go anywhere except Kong. Cooking was also troublesome, so more than 100 dumplings were made in one go. She felt it was too much. Her intake was average. She didn't have to go to the field to do farm work and the oil content was a lot, so there was no need to eat so much. As for Dawa, he can consume 8 dumplings in one meal. At most 6 for Erwa. However, she didn't let them eat too full. So 7 for Dawa and 5 for Erwa. As for San Wa, 3 was enough for him. For herself, an intake of 7 or 8 dumplings. With a bowl of shrimp skin soup made from cooking dumplings, then they'll be full. The children were still very young. She preferred to be a bit hungry rather than overstuffing them. 100 dumplings can also be last for a day or two. After all, there were buns. It was all steamed, but still, needed to be taken out to let it cool. If she wants to eat it, she can just fry, steam or boil it. After making so much at one time, Lin Qinghee became idle. Normally, it was some white porridge served with white buns or shrimp skin soup accompanied by dumplings. Lin Qinghee started knitting a sweater for Zhou Qingbai. This was who they depended on. She didn't plan to go to the field. It was definitely going to be Zhou Qingbai who works in the field to earn work points. So she can treat anyone badly, but definitely not this person. Even if he didn't necessarily lack this sweater to keep warm, she must display her attitude. She'll manage the inside, and let him handle the outside. She was the most afraid of farming. She was fine with managing the household. She wasn't going to work outside and don't even think about making her. This morning, the mother and sons were eating boiled sweet potatoes accompanied by salted pork and a plate of fried onion and fungus next to it on the Kong table. It was also delicious. Don't know when your father will be back. Lin Qinghee commented. Counting the days, it was October 25th now. Zhou Qingbai should be returning, which meant any day now. Somehow, she was still a little nervous. Is there no money more to spend? Dawa asked. Lin Qinghee. Definitely no money left to spend. We have been eating good things for a while. Erwa followed up. Lin Qinghee. When these two heard her mention their father, their first reaction was that she didn't have any money to spend. They were really clear-sighted. The original owner was like this. Every time she missed their father, it was the day when the allowance was about to be sent back. She had not received the remittance form sent by post from that side in the middle of this month. This was within her expectation. Don't talk nonsense. Your father hasn't come back for a long time. I was thinking, will he come back this year for the new year? When he's back, don't know if he can recognize you three brothers. Lin Qing, he said. Dawa was a lot sturdier. Wa's little face was rounder. As for San Wa, he was now completely fed by her into a little chubby. He became rounder. And because he was good looking, he looked so robust and adorable. No need to say how cute he was. Of course, Wa was also the same. It was only Dawa who looked sturdy. He didn't get fat at all, only his height increased a bit. Because all the three boys were treated well, even if she knew that she was a waster, Mother Zhou did not say anything. We are father's son. How can father not recognize us? Dawa uttered without care. That's right. Wa also affirmed, but still continued. Will father come back this year? I don't know. Mother also hopes your father will come back. Lin Qing, he said it like this. I know. Mother must have missed father, right? Zhou Dawa grinned. She definitely misses him. I have forgotten what father looked like, Wa nodded. Human to discuss like this non-stop. During the day, the mother and sons were talking about the head of their family. Around 10 o'clock in the evening, someone knocked on the door. Lin Qing, he slept relatively lightly these past few days. There was no way. She knew the plot. She knew that Zhou Qingbai's return was any day now, so she didn't dare to sleep too deep. As soon as the door sounded a bang, she almost instantly woke up. The three children were still asleep. Lin Qing, he put on a cotton coat and came out. It was really cold these days, especially tonight. It was really freezing. Who's there? Is it a petty thief from somewhere? If you dare to come to my old Zhou's place to run wild, then you have to inquire about who my man is. Zhou Qingbai, who was outside the door, estimated that the mother and sons had fallen asleep, so he planned to go over the wall to enter. At this time, these words came from inside. Zhou Qingbai. These words made him, who walked all the way and got stiff feet due to the cold, raise the corners of his mouth. Then he was a little gloomy. Had anyone ever harassed the mother and sons? I'm warning you thieves, my man is Zhou Qingbai. He's outside keeping our country safe. If you dare to target his home, it wouldn't be a problem to be caught and receive a gun execution. The woman inside fiercely declared. It's me, Zhou Qingbai said. Thinking that she might have forgotten his voice, he uttered, Zhou Qingbai. Zhou Qingbai. The woman inside was relieved as soon as she heard it was him. Lin Qing, he wasn't pretending. She was the only one at home, and her three sons were still young. If she was not sure that it was Zhou Qingbai outside the door, then she would never open the door. But when she heard his unique deep voice, which was registered in the original owner's memory, and he revealed his identity, it was clear that the villain's father had returned. Lin Qing, he knew he had walked all the way, and the snow was so heavy tonight, it must have been particularly freezing. So she hurried over to open the door. She was ready. When she saw Zhou Qingbai standing at the door, she can keep up her stance. Even if this 1-meter-8 5-year-old man's aura couldn't be underestimated. She voiced out, how come you come back at this time? Quickly come in, this weather is freezing to death. Go into my room and stay there. Kong at this side hasn't been heated. Zhou Qingbai just darted a glance at her, and then came in. There was a big bag behind him. Lin Qing, he got him to stay in her room and went to the kitchen to smash ginger. When the fire started in the stove, she boiled him a bowl of intense ginger soup. Inside the room, Zhou Qingbai watched his three sons who were sleeping soundly. His three sons were obviously taken care of very well, especially San Wa. So round and chubby, clean too. Dawa and Wa was the same. Completely different to what he saw when he came back last year. If he met them on the road outside, he may not be able to recognize them, even if Dawa looked like him. What was more unexpected, was that she could cook ginger soup for him. Seeing the three sons who were taken care of very well, and listening to the sound from the kitchen, Zhou Qingbai's cold brows finally softened 30%. Soon Lin Qing, he finished cooking the ginger soup and brought it in. She urged, quickly drink it while it's hot. After saying this, she went out again. When she re-entered, the ginger soup had been drunk by Zhou Qingbai. Lin Qinghe came in with a foot basin. Looking at Zhou Qingbai, who was sitting on the Kong, she said, "What are you sitting there for? Quickly take off your shoes and soak your feet to fight the chill. Don't think because you are young and strong, you can be headstrong. That's how the root cause of the illness is gained. In such heavy snow, you can actually come back carrying the snow." Quote, although she was nagging, Zhou Qingbai wasn't bothered at all. When she was nagging, she looked very pleasing. Zhou Qingbai didn't act shy. He took off his shoes and socks and started to soak in his feet. After a large bowl of ginger soup, he was almost better and sweated a little. As this was her good intention, he wouldn't refuse it. Soaking his feet, Zhou Qingbai, who became warm all over, dropped his gaze on Lin Qinghe. Even though he didn't say anything, he still made Lin Qinghe a little uncomfortable. Her brain lit up, and asked, "Are you hungry? There are ready-made dumplings and buns at home. What do you want to eat?" Honestly, Zhou Qingbai was hungry after walking all this way. If she had to make it from scratch, then forget it. However, if there were ready-made ones at home, he would readily accept. "Bring some of each over," Zhou Qingbai answered. "Then wait a bit," Lin Qinghe stated and turned around. Watching her figure that busied away from the moment he came back, somehow, Zhou Qingbai's initially uneasy heart calmed down. In fact, he was a little worried before coming back, because he knew very well what she had always wanted to be an official wife. Otherwise, she wouldn't have married him, who stay outside and could not take care of his family all year round. But now he can't complete her dreams, how could she agree? He reckoned that she would quarrel with him once she knew the truth. But now it seems that there may be a chance of not arguing. Lin Qinghe estimated that his appetite should not be pretty big. After all, his size was so big, and he was trained all year round. He will definitely eat a lot. So she steamed 4 white buns and boiled a large bowl of dumplings in shrimp soup. Then brought it in together. Zhou Qingbai had wiped the plate. Judging by his expression, it seemed that he still wasn't full. Lin Qinghe, such a big size made her a little flustered. Is the food at home enough for him to eat? It's pretty late. Go brush your teeth and sleep. Lin Qinghe tidied up the bowl and chopsticks. She didn't plan to wash them. Leave it for tomorrow. Okay. Zhou Qingbai nodded. Lin Qinghe poured some hot water from the thermos for him. Mixed with the cold water, it was just right, and then she called him to brush his teeth. Zhou Qingbai silently went to brush his teeth. He knew that she always loved being clean, but he never noticed that cleaning teeth were a must at night. Because Kong next door wasn't heated, Lin Qinghe did not intend to abuse the patient. If she remembered correctly, he still had injuries. Although it wasn't life-endangering, it still needed to be nurtured for a while. So she let him sleep on the Kong outside tonight. The Kong was pretty big. The 3 children slept in the middle, while she slept on the inner side. He can sleep on the outer side. She'll be separated from him by the 3 children. Although she felt self-conscious, she was still his wife. But like this, it was fine. This quilt is good, Zhou Qingbai commented when he saw the 7-jin quilt. That goes without saying. I wasted a lot of money to buy it back. Lin Qinghe responded as she raised her eyebrows. But for this weather, this 7-jin quilt wasn't enough. There was a 4-jin quilt covering on the top. It was a total of 2, and a new mattress underneath, which was also very warm. It can be said that it was very warm. They don't need to be afraid of freezing at all. Zhou Qingbai, who traveled for a day, was indeed tired. So he got on the Kong and with his wife and children, he fell asleep. He never expected to be so comfortable when he returned tonight. Welcomed with ginger soup, ginger foot bath, big white buns, and shrimp skin dumpling soup. His whole body warmed up. He thought about finding a time tomorrow to tell her about his retirement. What kind of scene it be tomorrow, can be left for tomorrow. He didn't want to ponder so much tonight. Shortly after Zhou Qingbai laid down, he drifted to sleep. The bed was too warm and too comfortable, and his wife and children were there, so he slept more deeply. As was anticipated, Lin Qinghe had insomnia. Although she told Zhou Qingbai to sleep on the Kong, as his wife and having 3 children in the middle, she still wasn't able to adapt in the end. Zhou Qingbai was obviously tired. Not long after lying down, she could feel that he was asleep, and slept really deeply. Lin Qinghe didn't know when she fell asleep. In short, she slept in the next day. It was almost 8 o'clock when she woke up. As for the children, none were there. Lin Qinghe panicked for a while, and then remembered that Zhou Qingbai was back. What's more, Zhou Qingbai, Mother Zhou, and Awa could be heard from the outside. Lin Qinghe was at ease then. She tidied up, and then she got off the Kong. It was pretty late at this time. Even in the winter, she didn't know if the 3 children had eaten or not. She assumed that after sleeping so late and Mother Zhou was her, she would get despised. Unexpectedly, she received a gaze of approval from Mother Zhou. Last night was hard on Fourth's wife, commented Mother Zhou. With this, Lin Qinghe understood. Zhou Qingbai had told her about the things she got up to take care of. Last night, she responded, it wasn't much. Have you eaten yet, Mother? I had, Mother Zhou answered. You should quickly go eat. Mother Zhou's tone rarely sounded so nice. Indeed, it was because she heard her youngest son said about last night's return. Naturally, she was worried, because of the heavy snow last night. How freezing it must be walking all this way. Her youngest son said that his wife got up and cooked ginger soup for him, and heated ginger footbath to soak his feet. And also fed him steamed buns and dumpling soup, before letting him sleep. After listening to this, Mother Zhou felt much more at ease. This big spending daughter-in-law, Lin Qinghe, looked more appealing to her eyes. At least she can take good care of her youngest son. This alone was enough to make Mother Zhou treat her with civility and cheerfulness. Lin Qinghe swept a glance at Zhou Qingbai. Zhou Qingbai was also looking at her and they met each other's gaze. She was still a little shy, so she switched her gaze to Dawa and his brothers. Have you eaten? Yes, Dawa and Erwa answered. Then Lin Qinghe left them alone and entered the kitchen by herself. The pan was still hot in the kitchen. The father and sons had steamed buns. The buns were made a few days ago, because it was frozen in the snow, it won't go bad. If they want to eat it, they just need to take a few and steam it. Since they didn't always munch on the buns, there was some left. Of course, this was the last few. Lin Qinghe wasn't starving, so one was enough for her. The quantity she made was sufficient. At this time, Sanhua came in. Lin Qinghe picked him up. Sanhua, have you eaten enough? No eat. Sanhua shook his head. This meant he had eaten. If you haven't eaten, he'll want to eat. Lin Qinghe carried him out. Mother Zhou was still there, mainly because she hadn't seen her youngest son for so long. She missed him dearly. Out of the 4 sons, she favored her youngest son the most. In her heart, the youngest son was number 1. All other sons and daughters can sit on the side. Lin Qinghe brought Sanhua back into the room. Both Dawa and Erwa followed. Zhou Qingbai watched her back. Mother Zhou whispered. Dawa's mother cares about these brothers more these days. Their clothes and footwear were all personally managed by her. She's afraid of freezing their brothers. She also bought meat and buns over for me and your father. Last time she made white bun, Lin Qinghe also got Dawa and Erwa to bring 2 over. Just said it was for Father Zhou and Mother Zhou. Nothing for the others. Father Zhou and Mother Zhou didn't give away Fourth's wife's filial piety toward them. If they did, what would Fourth's wife think when she find out? What's more, there were so many grandchildren in the old Zhou's house. Either all get it or none at all. How were they supposed to divide the 2 buns? So the old couple simply ate it themselves. That way no one can say anything. If they do say something, then it was Fourth's wife was showing filial piety toward them old couple. Zhou Qingbai nodded, indicating that he knew. Other things, Mother won't say much. But your wife's habit of spending money must change. Dawa and his brothers are growing. When the time comes, they will need money for everything. With her splurging, not a penny will be saved, proclaimed Mother Zhou. Zhou Qingbai had noticed this matter. The house gained a coal stove, half a bag of coal, and an iron pan made of stainless steel. And the 2 large quilts were brand new. Also the children's clothes. As for others, there were a lot. The food in the room was full. The rice and flour were all excellent quality. It must have cost a lot of money. However, Zhou Qingbai didn't think this was a bad habit, because she took good care of the household and the children were very well raised. As long as she takes care of the household, he will be the one managing outside. I know. Zhou Qingbai nodded. Mother Zhou watched him constantly gazing at the inner room and knew that the couple hadn't seen each other for a long time. Although she wanted to say a few words to her youngest son, she didn't stay around to be a bother. Then mother will return first. Okay. Zhou Qingbai sent her out. With Mother Zhou gone, Zhou Qingbai entered the room. Lin Qinghe was applying vanishing cream onto her 3 sons and remarked, "Don't you know to call your father if you don't apply it yourself? If it gets damaged by the cold, it'll be ugly to look at then." Quote, "Mother, Dad is back," Dawa uttered. Wa's eyes also shone. Judging how they act, Lin Qinghe knew they were very satisfied with their father. She grinned and said, "This morning your father called you out. When we woke up, father told us to go out first after getting dressed and not disturb mother." Dawa bobbed his head. "Father steamed the buns for us, 1 each. Wa affirmed. Usually, their mother gave half each and then accompanied with porridge. Never a whole. Lin Qinghe mentally pointed out that their father used her buns to win people's hearts. She hoped the father and sons have a good relationship and declared, "He is your father, of course, he is good to you. I am a stepmother, so each gets half. Mother is stepmother, then I am stepson." Wa giggled. "Have you no embarrassment? Father only has mother as a wife." Dawa uttered in disdain to him. "Finished applying. You can go out." Lin Qinghe shooed them away. After saying this, Zhou Qingbai came in. Lin Qinghe subconsciously looked over and met his gaze. Lin Qinghe felt it was weird to say nothing, just blurted, "Mother has returned home." Zhou Qingbai nodded. Short and concise, no extra word. Lin Qinghe. No wonder the can't receive the original owner's favor. With this kind of mouth, he can't please a woman. "You two go out to play." Zhou Qingbai ordered Dawa and Wa. Dawa and Wa looked at their mother. Lin Qinghe mentally wondered why they were looking at her. She certainly didn't want them to leave. But she also knew that he had something to tell her. Lin Qinghe urged, "Listen to your father. Go play." So Dawa and Wa went out. The two of them were going to boast that their dad returned to their friends. With Dawa and Wa gone, it was only San Hua playing on the Kong. Lin Qinghe knowingly asked as she played with her younger son, "How long can you stay this time?" Zhou Qingbai slightly halted. Although Lin Qinghe had her back to him, she could feel that the man was obviously a little nervous. She continued to play with San Hua while she acts clueless. San Hua giggled from her teasing. After seeing his third son laughed so happily, Zhou Qingbai turned his eyes to her back and announced, "This time, I don't plan to go back." As soon as these words came out, he saw her figure paused like he anticipated, and immediately turned to look at him with incredulous eyes. "What do you mean by not to going back?" "I retire." Zhou Qingbai exhaled as he watched at her. Lin Qinghe stared at him, waiting for him to continue talking. Like explaining the injuries he got on his body. But he didn't. No wonder the original owner simply flipped out on him. He really didn't know how to express himself. Don't he know that her dream was to be an official wife? Lin Qinghe observed this man. She saw a kind of uneasiness in his eyes, which made her slightly startled. It turned out that he was not as undaunted as he showed. He was actually worried on the inside. It was just that he didn't know how to express these emotions, so he appeared to not care at all. Zhou Qingbai also examined her. He saw the confusion in her eyes, disbelief, and a hint of undisguised loss. Not a single disappointment or despair. This made him stunned. What made him even more shocked was what Lin Qinghe said next. "Retire then. The house needs a man, otherwise, I will not be able to sleep peacefully at night." As if admitting her fate, her shoulders collapsed and uttered. This sentence successfully drew Zhou Qingbai's attention. He remembered when he knocked on the door on his return last night, she voiced out harsh words at the door. "Someone dare come to disturb at night?" Zhou Qingbai inquired in a deep voice. Lin Qinghe looked like she had no reason to live. She powerlessly responded, "No. It's just that one time, I felt someone hopped over the wall outside. At that time I wasn't asleep, so immediately yelled. You know we have neighbors everywhere, so the thieves ran away. There were no real losses." Zhou Qingbai's face was gloomy. It's my fault. If something really happened, he dare not imagine the consequences. Lin Qinghe directed an expressionless face at him. From this evening on, you will sleep on the Kong next door. She admired her intellect. Unintentionally, she found such a wonderful excuse to sleep separately. Zhou Qingbai gave an odd look. Such a big matter, she didn't say anything else. She didn't scold him, or make him go back. What are you looking at? Lin Qinghe glared at him. Zhou Qingbai mentally exclaimed, that's the right reaction. I'm telling you now, even if you retire, I won't go out and work. After marrying you, I have no plans to work on the field. Lin Qinghe stated, just me working is enough. Zhou Qingbai nodded. He never planned to let her work in the field. That was too exhausting. Just him was enough. Also the house chores. You also have to do your share. Lin Qinghe continued. Okay. Zhou Qingbai also agreed. The retirement fund, how much is there? I'm managing that too, Lin Qinghe said. Zhou Qingbai took out the package he brought back last night. Opening the package, 2 sets of clothes and a water heater were revealed. At the sight of the water heater, Lin Qinghe's eyes lit up. There was only one at home. Not enough to use. Now with an additional one, it was sufficient. There was also a backpack, footwear, and the like. The backpack was bulging. Zhou Qingbai handed it over directly. It's all here. Lin Qinghe was actually a little embarrassed, but she still took it. Afterward, she was stunned. So much money. How much is there? 3,000. Zhou Qingbai darted a glance at her. Why is there so much? Lin Qinghe shocked. There were almost 200 yuans left in her pocket, and this was also a huge sum of money. She never expected Zhou Qingbai to bring back 3,000 yuans this time. What does this mean? I made a huge contribution. My superior applied it for me. Zhou Qingbai clarified. It can be regarded as compensation and consolation for him. There are so many coupons. Lin Qinghe exclaimed in surprise. Industrial coupons, food coupons, and cloth coupons were all there. And they were nationally accepted ones that will not expire. Zhou Qingbai noticed that her attention was all on these things. He wondered if he passed this hurdle. The matter last time scared me a lot. It's good that you were at home. However, I must still explain it clearly to you first. I won't do the work outside work. Too exhausting, and I hate farming the most. At home, I will take care of the meals and 3 kids for you, so you don't have to worry. But from now, you will sleep in the kids' room. There's sufficient firewood at home, so you don't need to save. There's a lot stocked up in the backyard. Lin Qinghe steadily looked at him. Zhou Qingbai knew there was enough firewood in the house, and a lot were piled up in the firewood shed in the corner of the courtyard. When he asked Dawa, he found out she requested Zhou Dong to transport them over for winter usage. The matter that pressing against his mind like a heavy stone on his way home, disappeared like that. After listening to her intention, it meant it was over, right? Zhou Qingbai couldn't help but stare at Lin Qinghe. Lin Qinghe was in a very good mood, no matter what he thought. She took the entire backpack for her to manage into her hands and then remarked, "Did you tell your mother about this?" "Not yet." Zhou Qingbai still watched her. "Then you go, say it yourself. I will not say such a shameful thing anyway." Lin Qinghe waved her hand and said. Zhou Qingbai glanced at her and responded with an N. Since she didn't explode, he was truly relieved. He didn't ponder anymore and simply attributed her changes to the fact that she was scared by the thief. As for asking him to go to sleep next door, it didn't think of anything, because every time he returned in the past, she couldn't wait for him to leave quickly. Now that he had retired, she definitely would not let him stay in this room. This wasn't a big deal. As long as she didn't cause a ruckus, it made Zhou Qingbai relax. He told her, "I'm going over to my father and mother." There was no burden in telling his father and mother because his wife was the bigger problem here. And now the biggest problem was solved. Go then. Lin Qinghe nodded. Zhou Qingbai came to the old Zhou's home. Father Zhou and Mother Zhou hadn't had time to be happy about their youngest son's return as they were shocked by the news directly announced by their youngest son. "What? You retired? Won't go anymore?" Father Zhou froze. "What happened? Out of nowhere, why retire?" Mother Zhou was even more anxious. "I reached the age, so I retired." Zhou Qingbai was still concise with his answer. Eldest brother Zhou, second brother Zhou, and third brother Zhou were all confused. How can you reach the age? You are only 27. Your future is limitless. Third brother Zhou was first to react. Eldest brother Zhou and second brother Zhou also asked him the reason. But Zhou Qingbai didn't say anything. Not an extra word of explanation. If you retire, then you retired. Father Zhou voiced out after a long silence. Such a big man, you just need works hard. Dawa and his brothers will soon grow up. They will be able to work when the time comes. There are no worries about eating and drinking. Quote, the three Zhou brothers looked at each other. Old Fourth, you come in with Mother. Mother Zhou ordered. Zhou Qingbai did not say anything and followed the sad Mother Zhou into the room. Old Fourth, tell your mother, what exactly is going on? Mother doesn't believe you reached the age for retirement. Zhou mother stared at her youngest son. Zhou Qingbai knew that the usual excuses could not fool her, so he showed her the wound on his chest. Although it had healed, there was still a big scar. It was almost close to the heart. Mother Zhou's heartbeat slowed by half a beat at the sight of it. She understood without her son saying any more. The old lady's eyes reddened and she talked non-stop. It's good that you retire. Although home isn't as good as there, at least eating won't be a problem. Also, it's not so dangerous. Dawa and his brothers are still too young. It was really God's blessings. If he met misfortune, it was really unimaginable. Fourth's wife was definitely unreliable. If her youngest son met with misfortune outside, then she will definitely pack up and remarried. What will happen to those three grandsons then? That's right. Does Dawa's mother know? She always wanted to be an official wife. If you retire now, she wouldn't let it go. The old lady recalled and her face changed quickly as she rushed to ask. Mother Zhou was very clear about the original owner's ambition, so after being angst, she began to worry about her youngest son's other half at home. I told her. Although she was a little disappointed, she understood that there was no room for turning around and have no objection. Zhou Qingbai said, no objection. Mother Zhou froze. How is this possible? Fourth's wife had her eyes set high. She always wanted to be an official wife and considered herself as an official wife. She looked down all the women in the village and for so long she never conversed with any of them. Of course, she showed disdain and never grouped into with the rural women. If her dream of becoming an official wife shattered, how terrible it'll be. The sky will be punctured by her, right? Old Fourth, your wife must be holding back her ultimate move. You must her carefully. If she wants to divorce you, you must not divorce. You must stand firm or Dawa and his brothers have no mother. At that time, you can't lift your head. Mother Zhou rambled on. Zhou Qingbai displayed a helpless expression. He wanted to tell his mother that it wasn't that serious. His wife thought it through. However, Mother Zhou wouldn't believe that. Even if she behaved well after transmigrated, the impression left by the original owner was deeply ingrained, not someone who settled things peacefully. It was apparent from the moment she dared use her pregnancy to forcefully split away from the family shortly after marrying in. But Zhou Qingbai really didn't think his wife would make trouble. He was really unsettled before returning. He was worried that she wouldn't let it drop and there would be no peace in the house then. But he watched her reaction after finding out. She was indeed clearly dejected, as if the spiritual pillar that had always supported her had collapsed. But this state only maintained until he took out 3,000 yuans and the bundle of coupons. All her displeasure disappeared then. He can see this emotion. Therefore, there was no such thing as withholding an ultimate move. But to be so open-minded, this should be the change brought by the thief scare. Thinking of this, Zhou Qingbai's eyebrows condensed. Seeing his expression, Mother Zhou thought he kept her words in mind. Fearing he would aggravate the family conflicts when he returns, she quickly interjected, "Your wife's temper is like a firecracker. If you have something to talk about, tell her slowly. It's not a big deal. You have to comfort her, understand? Don't remain silent and let her guess. The time she spent with you is less than a month, and she can't guess it right." Quote, Zhou Qingbai got up and said, "Don't worry, Mother. It's okay." There was one phrase his mother said right. They have been married for so many years and Dawa was 5 years old, 6 after the new year. But truthfully, the time they interacted with each other didn't reach a month. So he still didn't know her. He can't look at her with past observation. For example, this time when he came back, didn't she take good care of all 3 sons? Zhou Qingbai came out to say goodbye to his father and 3 older brothers and went back. When eldest brother returned to his room, he talked about it with eldest sister-in-law. Eldest sister-in-law was stunned. Not going anymore. Stay in the village in the future. It counts as retiring. Brother Zhou nodded. Would fourth's wife agree? Eldest sister-in-law blurted. Brother Zhou said. There's no problem with old fourth staying. What is there to not agree? Also, it's dangerous to be outside in the wind and rain. There's no danger to stay in the village. No need to be afraid of starving too. What reason is there to disagree? You don't know what fourth's wife thinking. Eldest sister-in-law rebutted. What? Brother Zhou responded. Not saying. You won't understand even if I did. Eldest sister-in-law waved her hand. It wasn't only eldest sister-in-law who understood Lin Qinghe's thoughts. Both second sister-in-law and third sister-in-law also knew. After hearing their men mention this, they were shocked. Their first reaction was the same as eldest sister-in-law, ask whether fourth's wife agree. Did she stir trouble like crazy? Second brother and third brother had understood. They expressed they didn't know. He got called by mother into the room to have a good talk. She might not cause a ruckus, maybe. Not cause a ruckus. Second sister-in-law did not believe it. She simply gathered eldest sister-in-law and third sister-in-law over to knit sweaters and chat. As expected, they also bought woolen yarn back to knit sweaters and trousers. Otherwise, how could they bear this freezing to death weather? Eldest sister-in-law, third sister-in-law, you know about fourth brother-in-law's retirement, right? Asked second sister-in-law as she knitted. Yes, eldest sister-in-law replied. How can this be hidden? Third sister-in-law also said. After all, fourth brother-in-law will stay in the village in the future. It wasn't possible to conceal. Don't know how bad fourth sister-in-law is quarreling at home now. You know what kind of thoughts she has. Her eyes were like they grew on the top of her head. Always thinking about flying up the branch and turn into a phoenix one day. Now she fell and turned into a grass chicken. Second sister-in-law chattered. Naturally, there was a little bit of gloating in her tone. Eldest sister-in-law had just made a piece of close-fitting clothing for her son from the fabric the other had given her. She gently chided. Don't say it like that. We are all one family. We gain nothing from fourth brother-in-law's retirement. I was initially thinking, if fourth brother-in-law gets promoted again, he can take care of the nephews of the old Zhou family in the future. Second sister-in-law heard these words and couldn't help but sigh. True. Of course, she had the same thought, even if her son was only 3 years old this year. If his fourth uncle was successful, her son would be cared for as his nephew, right? It was also for such reason, second sister-in-law, who used to love nitpicking in front of the original owner, toned it down a lot over the years. As for third sister-in-law, her mind was still wondering whether Lin Qinghe can get some trotters for her postnatal confinement. And also the leftover fabric from making Dahua brothers' clothes last time, which were used to make her daughter's coat. That was warm. Let's not forget the brown sugar left in the jar, it was also sent from there. So on this matter, third sister-in-law would only mull over it in her mind and never say it out. Only second sister-in-law was someone who couldn't hold herself back. After the chat broke off with the 2 sisters-in-law, she came out. Like this, the news of Zhou Qingbai's retirement and starting to work in the field was spread in the village. The village was small, and soon the leader of the team directed his grandson to call Zhou Qingbai over. Not long after Zhou Qingbai returned from the old Zhou's house and finished drinking the ginger soup cooked by his wife, he had to visit the team leader's house. Lin Qinghe didn't mind. She collected the bowl and rinsed it. It goes without saying, she needed to make him drink the ginger soup again. Last night, the snow was that heavy, so how could drinking 1 bowl be enough? So while he was in the old Zhou's house, she cooked some more. This time it wasn't just Zhou Qingbai. Dahua, Erhua, and Sanhua have a share too, but she added a little brown sugar for them. Otherwise, the 3 kids wouldn't drink. Lin Qinghe drank it too. In such cold weather, drinking some ginger soup warmed one's body. Now that the coal stove was burning, it was very convenient to cook anything. She passed babysitting Sanwa to Dawa and Erwa. She took out the potatoes and cut them. For lunch, stewed potato and pork belly and a shrimp skin soup were enough. The pork belly were the ones she bought from Meijia yesterday. This time she bought a lot. 3 gins of pork belly and a few gins of pork ribs. If she uses it frugally, they can eat it for a while. For example, this time when she stewed potatoes and pork belly, the pork belly was thinly cut. Although it looked like a lot, it was only a few bits of meat at best, and no more. But if it is fried with lard, it will be delicious. Shrimp soup was much simpler. She had prepared all the ingredients. After checking the time, it was too early. There was a clock hanging at home for time checking. The original owner saved a lot of industrial coupons to buy it. It took 3 months' worth of Zhou Qingbai's salary and allowance. Now she was enjoying the benefit. Of course, it was inevitable to take over the reputation of a spendthrift woman. Lin Qinghe returned to the room to inspect her various materials. Fortunately, she had a hunch and knew that he would be back in these few days. The rice and flour in the house were full. The eggs jar too. It was enough for a while. What satisfied Lin Qinghe the most was the 3,000 yuan with the bundle of ticket coupons that Zhou Qingbai brought back this time. Next year, Zhou Qingbai will be working. At that time, there will be food per head count. A man as big as Zhou Qingbai will certainly be able to get 10 work points. So she didn't have to worry about spending any money. She acquired enough household tools, so there was no need to go shopping in the county city. So now with her remaining 200 yuan, all her family had a total of 3,200 yuan. This money must be saved. Save it for when the restrictions are dropped, and see if she can do business. Otherwise, when gold sprout everywhere and she didn't have the capital to do anything at that time, she'll really cry. When Lin Qinghe was making such plans, Mother Zhou came over. Seeing Mother Zhou, Lin Qinghe subconsciously made her face serious at once. That's right, she can muddle it through with Zhou Qingbai. But not with Mother Zhou. There was only so much time the original owner spent with Zhou Qingbai. However, she lived in the same village as Mother Zhou. She was very clear about the original owner's temper. Fourth's wife, do you know that old Fourth has retired? Mother Zhou cautiously approached the matter. She really spoiled her daughter-in-law. If Lin Qinghe was a bystander, she couldn't endure and let take out her mother-in-law's dignity. But now she was the one with authority, and simply declared, "What does old madam want to say? Did you come to ridicule me? Then ridicule. Anyway, I can't stand this life anymore. It's a good time to prepare to pack up and go home." She didn't even call her mother. Mother Zhou knew the seriousness of the matter and quickly interjected, "Fourth's wife, don't be impulsive. Dawa and his brothers are already this big. Can you bear to leave them all behind? Fourth already retired, and such a big man. He can still support you and the kids, right? I already urged him to come back and have a good talk with you. How you live in the past, is how you will live in the future. You don't have to go to the field. Fourth alone is enough." Quote, this was the rough draft she made without giving Zhou Qingbai a head up, before coming here. How I live in the past. Marrying him for so many years, I acted like a widow. Why I'm doing this, I believe you all know very well. But now he just came back empty-handed like this. How can I let this matter drop? No way. Lin Qinghe acted out. Such an act of wickedness. She really didn't want to throw a fit, but she must. If she didn't have a tantrum, she would have to go to the field. If she goes, it would be treated that it was a natural thing. It's what she's supposed to do. People sometimes they have to be like this. Lazy people be diligent sometimes, and everyone will praise her. While diligent people be lazy occasionally, and everyone shakes their heads and never expected her to be such a person. This is reality. She didn't want to become the second kind, and she can't act like the second kind. So she must take this opportunity now to let Father Zhou and Mother Zhou have the impression that they can celebrate if she didn't throw a fit and stay behind to take care of Zhou Qingbai and her sons. Then they won't nag behind her back how she didn't go work in the field and dump it all on their son and feel it was fortunate that she was still willing to stay. Of course, the most important thing was that this was in line with her personality. Mother Joe knew that she will definitely persist, and she repeatedly persuaded. All one family, what is there to drop or not? Fourth is a good man. You have no loss from marrying him. It's your old Joe's family who have no loss. I, by myself, gave you, Joe family, 3 grandsons. Adding up the 3 can't even match one of me. I married over at a young age. He, Joe Qingbai, come home for so many years doesn't even amount to a month. What is the difference between me and a widow? Who is on the losing end here? Lin Qinghe interrupted her and refuted. Mother Joe quickly responded. Mother doesn't mean that. Now Fourth has retired, he will never let you suffer. Dawa's mother, don't do impulsive things. Not let me suffer. I am nearly suffering to death. This isn't suffering. He stepped down now, how can I still have face in the village? The villagers must be secretly laughing at me. Not mentioning the villagers, just my second sister-in-law only. She must have gloated in delight a lot. Who knows how she'll pay attention to me behind my back. Lin Qinghe's face flushed with embarrassment and uttered. No, she won't. Although your second sister-in-law has a nitpicking personality, she doesn't dare to do it to you, Mother Joe denied quickly. After all, this fourth daughter-in-law was also a strong character. She never let second's wife profit. What doesn't dare? She doesn't dare only because of looking at Dawa's father's face. She's thinking about whether her son will be able to get some benefits in the future, so she doesn't dare. Now he has retired, she won't be polite, Lin Qinghe said, and then turned the topic back. Old madam, you don't need to persuade me. I will not easily settle this matter with Joe Qingbai. Quote, Fourth got a wound. Please let him nurse it well sick and leave any illness root. Mother Joe hurried coaxed. Lin Qinghe heard these words and immediately spat out a vicious sentence. None of my damn business. Joe Qingbai, who returned at an unknown time, had clearly heard an earful from the door. He didn't even know that his wife had this ability to say one thing and mean another. It was obvious that she was afraid he would get cold and be hungry. Forget last night, as she didn't know what happened and looked after him. But this morning, he showed his card and she still gave him a bowl after he got back from old Joe's house. His 3 sons also received a share. But, toward his mother, it was this ruthless appearance. She got 2 faces. He really didn't understand his wife. Inside, Mother Joe choked. Her mind said, this is your man, how is it not your business? But she knew she was angry now and no words can reach her. What's more, she can only exceed instead of going against her. Otherwise, once old Fourth returned, life would be upended. Father, hold me. At this time, Sanhua's voice sounded outside the door. The little guy wandered out to see his father, and directly headed over to hug his leg as he asked. Joe Qingbai picked up Sanhua. At this time, Mother Joe came out of the room. Mother, go back. There's no problem here. Holding Sanhua, Joe Qingbai conveyed. Mother Joe was filled with worry. Looking at her youngest son, whose wife was about to run, she urged, Old Fourth, come home with Mum for a bit. Joe Qingbai followed her the door, carrying Sanhua. Mother Joe whispered. Old Fourth, you heard it just outside the door, right? You need to have a good talk your wife, understood? If you can't convince her to stay, then you really need to take care of Dawa and his brothers by yourself. Even if her son divorced like this, it would never be a problem to find another. But the main point was that it wasn't possible now. With 3 sons, how can he get married again? Marry one back to abuse her 3 grandsons. Although Fourth's wife was like that, it was better than a stepmother, no matter how unreasonable the biological mother was. Without waiting for her son to speak, Mother Joe continued, go back and talk with your wife. Just promise her that she didn't have to work in the field. How she lived before is how it'll be in the future. It's enough that she can take care of your family. Next year, Dawa will be able to gather pigweed to earn work points. The household putting in the effort can get headcount share, so even without her going to the field, you can still live well. Quote, Joe Qingbai nodded seriously, I'll listen to Mother. I will explain it clearly to her. He seemed to understand why his wife talked to his mother like that. Of course, he wouldn't be so stupid to say it. He knew everything about earning work points. He won't make the living conditions at home become bad. Only when she saw him agreed, Did Mother Joe go back? It just she was still worried. At home, Lin Qinghe acted like nothing happened. Seeing that it wasn't 10 o'clock yet, she directed at Zhou Qingbai, I heard Mother said you have injuries. Come in and let me see. As she said this, she took San Hua into her embrace. Zhou Qingbai glanced at her and said, it's no big deal. Lin Qinghe just stared at him. Last night she was too shy. Now she can almost calmly face him. Her adaptability was very strong, especially when her commotion with Mother Joe was witnessed by him. She felt that she could take the plunge. Human awe, as long as they were willing to take the plunge, anything was possible. Zhou Qingbai saw that she won't accept any objection. He had no choice but to enter and take off his clothes to show her. Lin Qinghe was a little embarrassed, but when she saw the scar on his wound, she couldn't help but feel heartache. Quickly put on your clothes, lie down on the Kong at once. Lin Qinghe ordered. Zhou Qingbai obediently put on his clothes. The weather was still quite cold. He uttered, are there house chores left to do? Yes. Lin Qinghe nodded. Zhou Qingbai watched at her, obviously waiting for her instructions. Obediently, lie on the Kong for me, and completely nurse your wounds. We'll talk after that, said Lin Qinghe. Zhou Qingbai looked at her and persisted, the injuries on my body are fine. It's just fine. It doesn't mean it's completely healed. If you want to work, there's enough for you next year. And it'll be all done by you. Now quickly lie down. My temper isn't good, so don't add fire to it. Lin Qinghe frowned. What fine? She can feel the ache just by looking at it. Zhou Qingbai saw that she was really angry. He felt quite helpless. That easy to get angry. Resigned, he turned around to return to the kid's Kong. Lin Qinghe placed San Hua with him and let him watch over him. Then she went to heat up the Kong. At this moment, Dahua and Hua returned from the outside. These two brothers had gone out and flaunted the fact that their father came back. It made them more euphoric than getting new clothes to wear. Your father risked coming back through the snowstorm last night. He's not feeling too well. You guys go to the Kong and talk with him. Lin Qinghe suggested. Dahua and Hua held high expectation and awe toward their father, Zhou Qingbai. So hearing their mother say so, they all went. Zhou Qingbai saw his two elder sons coming in. He gestured for them to come over with his eyes. Dahua and Hua scrambled over and watched at him. Dahua revealed. Mother said father is sick. Then, father, you need to rest more. Last time San Hua was sick, Mother had to take care of him for the whole night without sleeping. Hua nodded. San Hua had a cold just a few days ago. Lin Qinghe had taken a lot of caution since she came, but he still caught a cold. That night she really didn't sleep for the whole night and took care of him. Dahua and Hua only knew about it the next day. Zhou Qingbai knew that it was not easy for his wife to take care of their three sons, but he thought when the kids get sick, she'll keep watch for one night. Father not leaving. Dahua's eyes shone. Hua couldn't help looking expectantly at him. Just not their little friends mentioned it. They heard the adults say their father won't leave anymore and will stay in the village. Not leaving. Zhou Qingbai affirmed. That's great. Dahua and Hua were excited. Naturally, children won't think too much. Their minds were very simple. They want their father to stay at home. But they don't know that if their father stays at home, there will be no source of income for the family. Outside, Lin Qinghe was thinking of making soup to nourish Zhou Qingbai when she heard laughter from the room. Although the relationship between father and son will worsen in the future, the three little men in the family have natural worship for their father so far. After all, he was so tall and so big. He looked very strong and better than the fathers of other children in the village. So they were happy to recognize him. Lin Qinghe cooked stewed seaweed ribs soup in the casserole pot. After all, she knew he still had injuries on his body. She must express that. Then, she made stewed pork belly with potatoes and shrimp skin soup. The pork rib soup was specially made for Villain's father. She and the children can have shrimp skin soup. At 11 o'clock around noon, her family can eat. The patient's soup was for Zhou Qingbai to drink alone. Neither Dahua nor Hua had the intention of wanting it. They expressed that they were fine with drinking shrimp soup. Zhou Qingbai darted a glance at Lin Qinghe. Lin Qinghe explained. Their father is unwell, so needs nourishment. Both of our boys are filial and will not fight with their father. These words made Dawa puff out his little chest and got Erwa to stop drooling, and his eyes shone instead. But Zhou Qingbai persisted on dividing the ribs between the mother and sons, and he drank the soup. Dawa and Erwa's expression displayed how touched they were. Father was reluctant to eat it and gave it to them. Lin Qinghe, you really know how to dote them. This soup's rib meat was simply heavenly. Still, she accepted his goodwill. She shot him a glance. Zhou Qingbai was also watching her. Quickly eat it. Once you finish, go to rest on the Kong. The weather is pretty cold. Lin Qinghe pretended to not mind and look away. After the whole family ate, Zhou Qingbai was about to clean up the tableware, but Lin Qinghe passed Sanhua to him. She cleaned it up herself. It was still that phrase. There were so many days to work in the future, no need to be anxious about this moment. However, it was obvious that Zhou Qingbai was someone who couldn't sit still. He couldn't stand it if he were to rest all day. After taking a nap, he went to sort the backyard. Seeing that he really didn't want to lie down, Lin Qinghe decided not to stop him. In the afternoon, Mother Zhou came again. Lin Qinghe had already thrown a tantrum when required. So naturally, she couldn't stay being in the right and not forgive. She declared, I can stay. But if I hear you guys ever pick on me, then I will pack up and leave immediately. Quote, Mother Zhou was in a bad mood today. Father Zhou was also in a low mood at home. Of course, Father Zhou didn't think Lin Qinghe would leave. He was down cause of his son's retirement. But after listening to his wife saying that his son was injured, he couldn't care about that anymore. He instantly asked Mother Zhou to bring some money over. Mother Zhou had yet to take out the money when she heard her talk. She quickly reacted. You can rest assured. You have separated off now, meaning we're two families. How you live here, old Zhou family won't intervene. No one will say you were in the wrong. Quote, judging by the injury on Dawa's father, if it's not properly maintained, it will probably leave a root of a recurring illness. I don't want to be widowed while I'm still young. And in the future, I'll need to boil medicine and serve him. Can you look around and see if anyone wants to sell chickens? If there is, help me buy 2. Lin Qinghe said, and then with a resentful face, I don't know what sin I committed in my last life. This life, I have to follow this kind of man. First, serve his sons, now wait on him. I'm born with a hard life. Quote, although she was listening to her complaints, the stone pressing in Mother Zhou's heart was put down. Let her complain if she complains. In the end, she was still willing to catch chickens to nourish her son. Wasn't this good? But I don't want old Zhou's families. Now third sister-in-law is about to give birth. Don't say that she can't even eat chicken during her postnatal confinement, as it will be eaten by my family. Lin Qinghe pointed out. Mother Zhou initially wanted to catch 2 from her family. Old Zhou family had 8 big egg-laying hens. At this time, the chickens were raised per head count, and 1 chicken per 2 person. Old Zhou family, including grandchildren, had a total of 17 people. So they can raise 8 chickens. 8 chickens seem a lot, but in fact, they were not enough to eat. And the eggs should be kept for selling to buy salt and the like. Therefore, eggs were precious to the old Zhou family, who lived so prudently. Mother Zhou, who planned to harden her heart to catch 2 old hen at first, threw it out of her mind after hearing Lin Qinghe said that. Thankfully, Mother Zhou was very popular in the village. It was not a big deal to buy 2 hens. She quickly returned with 2 tied-up old hens. In order to not cause her character to fall apart, Lin Qinghe didn't give Mother Zhou a penny. Zhou Mu didn't even say a word, because she knew that these 2 chickens were just used to nourish her youngest son's body. And her 3 grandsons could eat it too. As for Lin Qinghe, she was only one person. How much can she eat if she did eat? She secretly took 200 yuans out of her pocket again, which were all in a big bundle of 10 yuans. What are you doing? Lin Qinghe froze before uttering. We saved this from the time when Fourth sent it over. After building 2 rooms for eldest and second, only this much was left. Please keep it. Later, when Dawa and his brothers grow up, they'll need to spend money everywhere. Although Mother Zhou was reluctant, she still took out this small fortune of 200 yuan. During the time when Fourth's wife was separating off, they decided to use Zhou Qingbai's remaining money to build single rooms for the other three, so she can block their mouths. At that time, the bricks and tiles were much cheaper than now. The starting price of 1 square meter was 4 or 5 yuan then. And it wasn't big. Lin Qinghe's 2 single rooms and a hall was only 50 square meters. No labor cost was spent then. Father Zhou had called people including the Zhou brothers to help, so it didn't cost much. But now it was almost 10 yuans per square meter, which was more than doubled. It wasn't possible to build a spacious brick house without 1 to 2,000. At that time, only after using Zhou Qingbai's money and let the other three have their own single room, did they have no objection. This was what is left now. The 2 old couples still have their own retirement fund, which they won't touch no matter what. Other benefits have been claimed by Lin Qinghe. So this 200 yuan, Lin Qinghe decided to leave it. If Dawa's father knew I took both of you old people's money, he'll have a big argument with me. Lin Qinghe came up with this. This was originally earned by Old Fourth. I was keeping it for him back in those years. Now he's back, the money should naturally be returned to him. No one can say anything. These 2 chickens were also bought with this money. Mother Zhou pressed on. Lin Qinghe have no intention of accepting it. But Mother Zhou insisted on giving it to her, so she hesitated a little and then received it. She promised, I won't take it back to my maternal family. I will keep it for our living expenses. Mother Zhou was satisfied with her statement. She wanted to advise a few other things like living more prudently and don't be act so extravagantly. She estimated that she wouldn't listen, so she made no comment. When Mother Zhou went back, she told her other daughters-in-law that Fourth's wife paid the chickens. She couldn't hide the fact that she helped catch the chickens. It would be better to say it openly. Eldest sister Zhou and third sister-in-law said nothing. Actually, the 2 of them were a little relieved, especially third sister-in-law. She roughly calculated the baby was to be born next month. The family could only give 1 chicken for her to supplement her body. If it was gifted to fourth brother-in-law's house, she was most likely going to eat some eggs. Eldest sister-in-law was the same. She was due to give birth in March next year. She also wanted to keep the chickens for nourishment. Second sister-in-law pouted. Her mind wondered how much money the old Madame shelled out to Fourth's family. She kept it locked in her heart, not daring to say it out loud. The old Madame can really tolerate Fourth's wife. As for them, the old Madame was so strict. At Lin Qinghe's side, she went to the backyard at once to confess to Zhou Qingbai. I didn't want to accept old Madame's money at the start, but judging by her appearance, if I didn't take it, who knows what she would think in her mind. I was thinking about how the future would be long, so I collected the money. Lin Qinghe admitted. Zhou Qingbai was setting up a chicken shed. Responding to her, he looked at her and said, "You're in charge of the household." From his serious attitude, Lin Qinghe saw he really had no objection. There's no rush in making the chicken shed. When you're ready, come over and kill the chicken. It's really delicious to stew chicken until the evening. Lin Qinghe said. Zhou Qingbai nodded. Leave it to me. After finishing the work in his hand, he came to the front yard to kill the chicken. It was perfect to pass this work to him. Lin Qinghe boiled the water for him to remove the feathers. She lit the stove. A casserole pot was the best for stewing chicken. Starting now and stew until around 7 p.m. in the evening, it'll be so soft and tender. There weren't any special ingredients for the stewed chicken, just a handful of sesame seeds. No red dates were thrown in. The sesame stewed chicken was very flavorful and nourishing. Perfect for Zhou Qingbai's current state. Have some apple. Lin Qinghe scooped hot water for him to wash his hands, and then grabbed an apple for him. Zhou Qingbai stared at her. What are you looking at? Lin Qinghe asked. Nothing. Zhou Qingbai took the apple and cut out half for her to eat. Although Lin Qinghe gave him an eye roll, she was satisfied in her heart. This man was selfless. She accepted it as she spoke. This is for you, the patient. I will only eat this time for you. No need to be like, Zhou Qingbai said. Lin Qinghe knew what he meant and was too lazy to bother with him. It was no wonder that this tough-acting man would be maltreated by the original owner into going to the woods during the cold weather and carry with firewood. He didn't know how to be lazy when he was injured. She turned around and returned to the room, so she didn't catch Zhou Qingbai's softened gaze falling on her. Dawa, Hua, and Sanhua were all up in the room, but the brothers were lolling on the Kong, unwilling to get down as it was very warm. Mother. Seeing Lin Qinghe walked in munching on an apple, all three's eyes lit up. Once you get down and wears clothes, I'll give you each an apple. Lin Qinghe declared. This apple isn't as big as before, nor as sweet as before, Dahua pointed out as he dressed. That's right. Hua bobbed his head. So what? The previous ones were bought in the county city, and these were bought from the community's supply and demand cooperative. Lin Qinghe bit into the apple and directed Sanhua to dress by himself and replied. There were apples as big as her space's ones sold in the county city, but the quantity was too small to buy. As long as there was a source and she had been to the city, she didn't have to worry. The apples at home were not big, as they were locally produced. The taste was also not as good as the ones she took out of her space. Dahua and Hua finished dressing. Each went to get an apple to eat. Sanhua imperfectly wore his clothes, but still, Lin Qinghe didn't fix it for him. After more practice, he'll be able to. It'll be fine as long as he was bundled up. Sanhua's apple was turned into apple puree by Lin Qinghe. The little guy had a great appetite and was able to eat it all. Probably because of eating solidly and being in good health, his fever quickly receded the other day. Dahua and Hua knew that their father was in the backyard, and they all ran over there. They helped with fetching things. The brothers were happily busied away. Lin Qinghe also passed Sanhua to them. Seeing the time, she prepared for dinner. Because there was also chicken for tonight, Lin Qinghe made it relatively simple. She made dumplings with half a jin of pork belly. Tonight, just dumplings were enough. Simple and delicious. After simmering on the coal stove for an hour, the aromatic smell of chicken broth came out. The three brothers smelled it and went to stand watch in front of the coal stove. Lin Qinghe didn't pay any mind to them either. Got to say, she hadn't made any chicken dishes for them to eat ever since she arrived here. Only 1 yuan for a chicken. Any farmer family wasn't willing to sell it, because it was necessary to keep eggs, which was one of the few protein ingredients the farmer family had. Lin Qinghe did not chance upon any when she went to the county city. So she hadn't stewed chicken them until now. It was normal to be greedy now. Zhou Qingbai worked agilely. In a day, the chicken shed at home looked very proper. Their family can raise 3 chickens. It was also said that if there are no more than 10 people in the family, such as 9 people, then 5 chickens can be raised. But if it was 11 people, still only 5 chickens can be raised. So 10 was the dividing line for rounding down. Do you want to raise pigs at home? Lin Qinghe looked at the still empty yard and asked. Can we? Zhou Qingbai looked at her with some surprise. He knew she loved the cleanliness and this was a virtue. He also liked that his home was clean. That's why she didn't even raise chickens before. This time she permitted him to build a chicken shed, had him shocked. He thought she was also willing to raise pigs. Yes. However, you are responsible for cleaning up. Lin Qinghe said. Okay. Zhou Qingbai nodded. Lin Qinghe spoke no more. This year the pig raised wasn't owned by them. They had to apply with the team. Although it was raised at their home, it was owned by the team. So not private property. There will be work points though, especially for well-raised pigs. The work points can be worth half an adult. This was a good way of generating income. In particular, their feces. It can also be exchanged into work points. Of course, their vegetable garden in the backyard also needed it. Zhou Qingbai also had plans of raising pigs. He knew she loved cleanliness and did not intend to raise it at home in the beginning. He was going to set up a pig shed over at the production team to keep pigs. He won't raise too much, just 2. It was going to be inconvenient to take care of it. Now that she agreed to raise it at home, he was delighted. Now it can't be the same as before. Can't even eat well, so why care about the smell? Lin Qinghe explained like this. If his wife had such feelings in the past, he wouldn't necessarily keep it at heart. But for some reason, now his wife said it like this, he felt bad. He felt that he did not let her live a good life. How about raising it the outside? Zhou Qingbai said. Lin Qinghe knew what he meant when she heard these words. Are you a fool? Look, she stared at him. With such a large backyard, you raise it outside. And also, can you be at ease when raising it the outside? If someone with bad intention spiked their food, a whole year's effort will be wasted. Then she continued, I'm just saying it. You don't have to take it seriously. However, I won't clean up the pig's nest for you. You have to keep this in mind. When she was a child, she did a lot of farm work with her grandma. Although she can do it, she was sick of it. It wasn't a matter of being dramatic. Whoever done it, knows. Okay. Zhou Qingbai nodded. They had dumpling soup for dinner. The whole family was content. After eating, Zhou Qingbai went out. Lin Qinghe knew that he going to discuss raising piglets. No need to govern him. They had dinner early, at 4 o'clock. So around 6:30, Lin Qinghe brought out the chicken broth for the father and sons to drink. The chicken soup stewed with sesame seeds was very fragrant. Lin Qinghe decided a bit of soup was enough for her. However, Zhou Qingbai stuffed a chicken leg over. She changed it to 2 chicken wings. The chicken leg was divided between the 3 boys. As for the rest, it was Zhou Qingbai's responsibility to demolish it. The whole family was content after the meal. Then they brushed my teeth, washed their face, hands, and feet before getting into the land to sleep. You sleep by yourself. I'll sleep with the 3 boys. Lin Qinghe said and brought her sons back into the room. Zhou Qingbai watched her slim back depart with a pursed lip. He hadn't cared this morning, but only after a day of effort, he pondered if he agreed too early. Lying in the warm blanket, Zhou Qingbai was a bit unable to sleep. This day was a bit different from what he expected before he returned. He thought she would make a lot of ruckuses, but she didn't. Not only did she not, but she had also taken care of the food aspect well. The food was particularly good. He never knew her culinary skills were so good. Although she would cook when he returned previously, she only gave him a bowl of noodles for the whole day. Nothing else. Don't know if he was overthinking, but she seemed enthusiastic about him returning home. At this time, the sound of children's playing transmitted from the next room. And also her peals of laughter. Zhou Qingbai's expression eased. He believed that even though she was a little angry, she probably wasn't repulsed by him. Cluelessly to the man's pondering in the next room, Lin Qinghe played with her 3 sons for a while and then dozed off with them. Sleeping early at night, she would wake up early in the morning without anyone waking her. It's just that, the bed was too warm, she doesn't want to get out. But the thought of a wounded next door needed nutrition bugged her. Last night's chicken soup should have been long digested, and such a big guy, his appetite was really large. So Lin Qinghe got up. Now it was only about 6:30. When she got up, she found him just returning from the outside. It seems like he had gone out for a morning jog. Gone for a run. After a pause, Lin Qinghe inquired. Zhou Qingbai glanced at her. Go to sleep some more. I will make breakfast. No need. If you don't want to rest, go fix up a pig shed. The earlier it's built, the earlier we can pick up piglets. Lin Qinghe said. Zhou Qingbai nodded, then went to work in the backyard. Lin Qinghe cooked millet porridge, and a plate of cold fungus as a side dish, which was soaked last night. Perfect to eat today. It was almost time, so she roused up the 3 boys. She poured hot water out for them to wash their faces and applied the vanishing cream on them before coming out. She fried 5 sunny sides up eggs, 1 per person. This one should be eaten while it is hot, otherwise, it won't be tasty. Zhou Qingbai said nothing about her using oil to fried eggs. After eating a simple and nutritious breakfast, Zhou Qingbai continued to work in the backyard. Today he can complete the pig shed. Lin Qinghe said to Dahua, go call your eldest uncle, second uncle and third uncle to come and help your father. Zhou Qingbai insisted there was no need. Lin Qinghe brushed it off. You still have injuries. It's no deal to call them to help. In 2 days, I plan to make buns. I'll give them a few then. With this, Zhou Qingbai had nothing to say. The 3 Zhou brothers came over. There was a lot of friction between the women, but there was not so much between the brothers. Naturally, they would come over to give a hand, especially now that Zhou Qingbai, this younger brother who needs help. Moreover, the single room they live in now used the allowance that Zhou Qingbai had previously sent home, otherwise everyone would have to squeeze together. Especially since a single room needed a lot of money now. It used to be cheaper when they hadn't had enough to eat, so they have benefited a lot. Many people in the village currently had their first branch, second branch, and third branch stuffed into one room. Normally, their days were lively and noisy, and a lot of siblings turned against each other. Because of the contrast, even second sister-in-law's mind felt comforted. At least it was one family in one room for them. The few brothers came to help, so Lin Qinghe had them stay for lunch. Lunch was boiled sweet potatoes. Although the main dish was a little simpler, the side dishes were still okay. A bowl fried egg and shredded potatoes, a plate of stewed pork belly with starch noodles, stewed ribs and mushrooms, and a pot of seaweed rib soup. Even second brother and third brother were extremely satisfied with their food. They concluded that they haven't worked for nothing today. Eldest brother was kind-hearted, said repeatedly, "We're brothers. No need to treat us like this. It's only a small matter. It's okay. Eldest brother, eat ba." Lin Qinghe responded. Eldest brother was a little worried about the fourth's family's living condition. How much money was required to eat like this? While Zhou Qingbai didn't say anything, the gaze toward his wife had a hint of appreciation. Lin Qinghe secretly shot a glare at him. "What are you looking at? Eat." They came to work. Of course, she had to make some food. Did they think she was so petty? She ignored him and busied away feeding San Hua. This meal was contained some careful planning. Although every dish seems to have meat, the actual amount put in wasn't much. She only put 4 eggs in the pot of fried egg and potatoes. It was fried with lard, making it delicious. The plate of stewed pork belly with starch noodles had at most 3 jin. Stewed pork ribs and mushrooms, and seaweed rib soup was made with 1 portion of pork ribs. With this, it looked like the oil content was sufficient. At least the 3 Zhou brothers were very satisfied. It was adequate for Zhou Qingbai and the children. Because the 3 Zhou brothers came over to help, the pig shed was built in a day. In the evening, Lin Qinghe did not keep the 3 for dinner. She settled it by giving 3 apples each to bring home. "Sent you away with only 3 apples. Once second brother returned, second sister-in-law's response was dissatisfaction. After a day of work, there wasn't any brown sugar. Just apples. Was this how you send someone away? Noon meal was pretty good. Second brother didn't say anything. After all, the meal at noon was enough compensation. And because the 3 brothers went over, how much work can each one do? With fourth's wife's temperament, to not create trouble this time and still cook these dishes, second brother felt it was worth it. Eldest sister-in-law and third sister-in-law had no comment after learning about the lunch. They were delighted about the apples as both of them were pregnant with their children. Father Zhou and Mother Zhou were relieved. From the look of it, the youngest son's wife can be considered to be settling down and will no longer act up. Fortunately, we gave her 200 yuans, otherwise she wouldn't calm down so quickly, Mother Zhou remarked. Don't talk about this. As long as they can live well, it's enough. Since fourth's family will raise pigs, their future won't be bad. Father Zhou said. Mother Zhou sighed, but said nothing. She just hoped that fourth's wife can be more prudent with their living style. Not even 2 days, fourth's family got Dawa and Erwa to deliver 8 buns. Father Zhou and Mother Zhou each got 1, while the other 3 families had 2. It was filled with pork, fungus, and mushrooms. So tasty that one can nearly swallow their tongue. Eldest sister-in-law and third sister-in-law remarked that fourth sister-in-law was too polite. Between brothers, there was no need for so many gifts. This move of Lin Qinghe had shut second sister-in-law up as she had murmured the other day about her dissatisfaction with the 3 apples. Now she got face slapped. Lin Qinghe sent 2 buns, which wasn't a light gift. Once fourth brother-in-law retired, she knows how to behave. However, her life is soon going to go bad. Why pretend to be a big bad wolf like from Red Riding Hood? Using buns for human relations. At night, second sister-in-law grumbled to her second brother. If there is anything they need help with in the future, I'll still go. Second brother couldn't care less about the women's thoughts as he indulged in the aftertaste. This bun was so delicious that he can have a good dream at night. I had thought when fourth brother-in-law retired, she will cause a lot of trouble. But there's nothing at all. Say, how much money did fourth brother-in-law bring back? Asked second sister-in-law. It doesn't matter how much money he brings back, it got nothing to do with us, second brother stated. Second sister-in-law shoved him. I'm not eyeing it. I just want to ask. Wonder if there are 500. 500. You think too much. The last guy in the outer village who retired only got 300. Second brother pointed out. Doesn't fourth brother-in-law often gain merits? So they can give him more. Second sister-in-law said. I say you shouldn't care about these things. I believe no amount of money is not enough for fourth's wife to waste. Second brother waved his hand. Even though he was satisfied with the lunch from 2 days back, he was even more satisfied with today's 2 big white buns. But still, no matter how you look at it, fourth's wife doesn't know how to live. And no matter how much money old fourth brings back, with a swoop of a shopping trip, there'll be no income in the future. Second brother declared. Hearing this, second sister-in-law finally dropped it. This was indeed true. The old saying was right. A mountain of treasure at home can't beat daily entry of penny. With Lin Qinghe's prodigal nature, how much was enough for her? Even if a lot of money was brought back this time, it certainly wasn't enough to use. She used to love cleanliness so much and disdain this and that. Now, isn't she raising pigs in the backyard? Second sister gloated in delight. It wasn't easy to tidy up after 2 piglets. It was physically taxing, and also stunk like hell. In the future, arrogant Lin Qinghe had to face the pressure of real life, which caused second sister-in-law to have a thrilling feeling of trampling down the phoenix. Third sister-in-law was pretty far along with her pregnancy, so she didn't go out. Eldest sister-in-law came over. Although their relationship wasn't great in the past, she was still her sister-in-law. So eldest sister-in-law came over to persuade her, telling her that with family, there's no need to be polite. If they need help with something, it was fine to just let them know in the future. She doesn't have to make these resource-consuming food. Lin Qinghe's impression of eldest sister-in-law was still pretty good. As she was an understanding person, naturally Lin Qinghe was willing to get closer to her. Third sister-in-law was also the same. Among the sisters-in-law, it was only second sister-in-law she doesn't want to interact with. I promised mother that I would get third sister-in-law 2 pigs trotters for breastfeeding during her postnatal confinement. When eldest sister-in-law gives birth, I will also grab 2 for you to stew with peanuts. Staring at eldest sister-in-law's obvious baby bump, Lin Qinghe said. Then I won't be shy with you. At these words, eldest sister-in-law's heart moved and felt fourth's wife was very nice. During this stage, you should eat more apples, eldest sister-in-law. Don't be reluctant to. Wait for when the baby is born, then you'll be delighted. Lin Qinghe advised. What do you say this? Eldest sister-in-law paused. Look at my boys. How do they look like? Pretty, right? Lin Qinghe said while knitting the sweater. This sweater was for Zhou Qingbai. He doesn't have a lot of clothes. She had to step up the pace for him. This weather was really chilling to the bones. Fortunately, she got Zhou Dong to bring so much firewood, otherwise, the Kong doesn't have enough to burn. Dahua and his brothers are really pretty. Eldest sister-in-law couldn't help but say. This was not flattery. Zhou Qingbai grew up quite well. He was tall and handsome, let alone Lin Qinghe. She was a flower within and outside the village when she was still at her maternal home. And it hadn't changed much since she was married. Going out now, and say she was unmarried, people would believe it. Don't know if she was seeing things, but eldest sister-in-law felt fourth's wife had become more good-looking. Especially in recent days, she can't pinpoint which part looks good. It was just a feeling. Dahua, Erhua, and Sanhua all picked up their parents' best features. It can be said that they couldn't find such good-looking brothers out of the whole village. And because of this, Father Zhou and Mother Zhou extremely doted on them. Especially now that fourth's wife gave them special care. All of them looked so handsome, her eyes could drool. Pretty is right. Then do you know what I ate when I was pregnant with them? Lin Qinghe said. What did you eat? Eldest sister reacted. The thing that I have eaten the most was this apple. 1 a day. Buy more after finishing it. That's why the brothers are born with very good skin. Immunity system. This immunity system is their physical fitness. It's also very good. The brothers rarely catch a cold or fever. Lin Qinghe explained. This cost a lot. Eldest sister-in-law heard the words, exclaimed. It does. But why do we work so diligently in our life? It's all for the sake of the children. Can we possibly let our children lose at the starting line? At this time, one person eats, two people get nourished. And you serve the whole family. Now, what's wrong with you eating some apples while pregnant? Lin Qinghe continued. Now that she mentioned, the word spun around eldest sister-in-law's mind. How difficult pregnancy is. Even if the people in this era are strong, they basically do not take this matter seriously. But if they can, who wouldn't want to take advantage of this time to live a good life? But Sister Zhou didn't have the courage to spend her money. She felt pain for every penny she spent and couldn't spend so much money on food like she did without blinking. Apple doesn't cost much money. 1 coin can buy a lot back. You have worked hard for so long. It's no problem to give yourself a treat. Lin Qinghe coaxed. You can go back and explain to third sister-in-law about eating more apples during pregnancy. She had said what needed to be said. As for whether she listened or not, it was up to them. After eldest sister-in-law went back, Mother Zhou came over and asked her, "Did you tell the fourth's wife?" Elder sister-in-law had been instructed by Mother Zhou to go over. Zhou Mu felt that if she went over, she would definitely annoy fourth's wife. So she could only send eldest sister-in-law. "Mother, don't worry, fourth sister-in-law knows." Eldest sister-in-law said. "If she had kept it in mind, would I have to worry about it? Now that old fourth has retired, there's no income at home. If she keeps eating like this, how can it be possible?" Mother Zhou lamented. "I had told fourth sister-in-law." Fourth sister-in-law said she understood and won't do it anymore. Eldest sister-in-law said. Of course, eldest sister-in-law didn't say it. She felt that Lin Qinghe was giving her a perfunctory response. As a sister-in-law, she couldn't really teach her how to manage the family. She said what was need to be said and can't overstep with her persuasion. After Mother Zhou departed, eldest sister-in-law went over to third sister-in-law and discussed the matter of buying apples to eat. Should they group together to buy it? Once third sister-in-law heard about Lin Qinghe's personal experience and recalled how cute the brothers, she agreed without a second thought. So the two of them threw in 5 dimes each. When they gathered the fund, they asked eldest brother to buy a bag of apples. The two equally split it. Once Mother Zhou found out, she grumbled. Why did they buy this thing back? It's not like there's not enough to eat. Brother Zhou didn't think too much. He smiled and said, they heard from fourth sister-in-law that eating apples is good for the baby in her belly. She used to frequently eat it when had the boys. Now they grew up wonderfully right. As soon as she heard it, Mother Zhou almost missed and broke the eggs she had just took out to fry for tonight. She sent eldest's wife over to dissuade fourth's wife. But not only did she fail, she and third's wife got misled by fourth's wife. Does eating apples really let them become like Dahua and his brothers? Don't think she doesn't know. When fourth's wife was pregnant with Dahua, she was gluttonous. She ate everything, so how can it just be apples? It just happened that Mother Zhou couldn't say that. What can she say? Her 2 daughters-in-law were pregnant, so they weren't allowed to eat some apples. They didn't come to her for money and used their own private fund. Since this year's harvest was good, she gave each family 2 yuan's pocket money, so they did not come to ask her for money. The truth, Lin Qinghe wasn't pulling their legs with the matter of eating apples during pregnancy. This was the best fruit during pregnancy, as it was nutritional for both the baby and mother. What's more, it wasn't expensive. Why can't they eat it? A yuan can buy a bag full back. When the original owner was pregnant with the boys, she really liked eating apples. Not just apples, but everything else she could buy. Because of the fear of giving birth would damage the mother's body, the original owner went all out. It was for this reason that the boys had more nourishment in the mother's body than their peers of the same age. They were indeed very white and tender when they were just born. Not wrinkled at all. According to memory, Dahua was born at about 7 jins. Both Erhua and Sanhua were approximately 6 jins. These were very proper weights. Many children in the village were born with around 5 jins. More than 6 jins were very few, so these quite adequate. Lin Qinghe doesn't care what the old Zhou family thinks. She was busy knitting a sweater for Zhou Qingbai. As for Zhou Qingbai, he couldn't stay idle. Today he went out with the leader to bring back the piggies. Lin Qinghe saw that he could not sit still and didn't bother with him. But she still stewed a rib soup for him to drink. As for the other things, she would not interfere too much. At noon, Zhou Qingbai brought 2 little piglets back. The 2 little piglets were warmly welcomed by the 3 boys as soon as they got home. All 3 huddled over to touch and pet. Zhou Qingbai was clearly in a good mood. After lunch, he scrubbed the pot to cook pig food. It was still small, so not much to cook. When it gets bigger later, the portion will increase a lot. It'll be really busy at that time. Next year plant some more in the backyards. Zhou Qingbai just told her. Fine, you manage it accordingly. Lin Qinghe responded, and then compared the sweater in her hand with his body. Although she used visual inspection, she felt that her craft was great after the comparison. After a look, there was basically no discrepancy. It'll definitely fit. Zhou Qingbai's gaze toward her was soft. In the past few days, he really felt that his wife's impression was completely different from what she had given him in the past. Whether she was willing to live with him, he could still tell. These few days, she was meticulous about caring for him. She definitely held a spot for him in her heart. Unknown to Lin Qinghe, knitting a sweater made him have such a beautiful misunderstanding. As soon as she finished comparing, she looked up and found him staring at her. His eyes were very focused. Instantly she coughed in embarrassment and shifted the topic. It's great that it's fit. You can busy away. Quote, are there any more chores to do at home? Zhou Qingbai didn't budge and remained looking at her. He didn't understand that his wife had become a bit shy at the sight of him, but that didn't prevent him from watching his wife more. He did think she was pretty before. But now, when he looked at her, he felt his wife was really attractive. She looked white and tender. When she spoke, it was gentle. Even the educated urban youths in the countryside weren't as pretty as his wife. Lin Qinghe pondered, what's wrong with this man? When he first came back, it was neither cold or warm treatment. Starting from 2 days back, she kept feeling that once he was idle, he will come and stick to her. There's nothing to do. This winter is days of winter isolation. Lin Qinghe rummaged through her mind. There was really nothing to do at home and answered. Zhou Qingbai gave her a final glance, and could only withdraw. It seems that his wife still hadn't forgiven him. She did not plan on letting him go back to the room to sleep tonight. Lin Qinghe continued to knit the sweater. Zhou Qingbai headed next door to watch his 3 sons napping. Since there was nothing to do now, he decided to take an afternoon nap for a while as well. 2 old hens bought by Mother Zhou a few days ago, one was stewed and the other was still kept in the chicken shed. She planned to stew it again after a while. For now, it can live. The 2 piglets in the pig shed settled down in their new home. Now they have nothing to do. Zhou Qingbai took care of them carefully and the 2 piglets quickly adapted. In a blink of an eye, more than half a month passed. It was now mid-November. During this period of time, the villagers had different opinions about Zhou Qingbai's permanent stay in the village. Of course, because of the presence of Father Zhou and Mother Zhou, there were very few gossips about Zhou Qingbai in the village. Besides, Zhou Qingbai wasn't freeloading from them when he returned, so it got nothing to with them. However, there were some sayings about Lin Qinghe, especially among young women in the village who were displeased with her young miss attitude. They made a lot of ridicule in private. In the future, won't she still head the field like them? See if she can still dress herself up as a voluptuous fox. Because Lin Qinghe had no interaction with the people in the village, Lin Qinghe doesn't even know these claims outside. Maybe it should be said she had some inkling in her mind. Due to the generation gap between them, she didn't care at all. Lin Qinghe went out this morning. Yesterday she called Zhou Qingbai to go over to pre-order stuff with Mei Jia. Today, she came here to get it. That was your man yesterday? Mei Jia asked with a grin. Although Lin Qinghe verbally accepted Zhou Qingbai as her husband, she was still a bit embarrassed saying that. Sister Mei smiled. You are so lucky. You didn't see it. After he came yesterday, many people were enquiring about him. With that appearance as well as the upright temperament, not any average girl can match up to him. Must say, she saw Lin Qinghe and Zhou Qingbai, and they were really compatible. A talented man and beautiful woman, no wonder they can come together. Lin Qinghe didn't care about this stuff and changed the topic. She said, "The sap I gave you last time, is it good?" "It's very efficient. My eldest Guzi asked me where I bought it. I said the county city." She also said that the county city did not sell such a good soap. Mei Jia whispered. Lin Qinghe also lowered her voice. "I bought it last time after circling around the black market in the city. That person said that it came from the city. I didn't believe it. Now I hear this, it might be true." "That's no wonder." Mei Jia nodded. That piece of soap was really good to use. She didn't want to waste it, so now around half of it was left. Then she gave pork and ribs and so on to Lin Qinghe. And also 3 gins of kerosene. Although it was spending money, it didn't cost much. Altogether cost 3 yuan or so. However, Lin Qinghe bought 2 gins of apples with the subsidiary food coupon. As for the rest, she didn't buy any more. There was still a lot left at home. Mei Jia asked. "A few jars of honey arrived a few days ago. Now there is 1 jar left. Do you want it? No subsidiary coupons required. What does it look like?" Lin Qinghe's eyes lit up. She knew that the honey at this time was 100% pure honey. The benefits of honey were plentiful. Sister Mei took it out and showed it to her. The honey was naturally of good quality. A jar was about 3 gins, but the price was not cheap. Such a jar of honey cost 5 yuan. Lin Qinghe bought it with no hesitation. She bid goodbye to Mei Jia and came to the small street again to buy a gin of eggs. They were all sold by a rural person. The eggs were not expensive. She bought a gin for 3 dimes. The rest was poured out of the space. Then she went home. After returning home, Lin Qinghe passed the crystallized honey to Zhou Qingbai, put it in the room. Okay. Zhou Qingbai put the honey in the room, and then came out to wait for her arrangement. Lin Qinghe had an urge to laugh a little. Did this man treat her as his boss? She took out the meat, bones, and ribs from the basket, and give him the basket. "You put it with the rest." Zhou Qingbai did as told. The reason why she got him to go to Mei Jia yesterday was to display a known source for the meat. This way he knows where the meat came from in the future. Lin Qinghe chopped the big bone herself, and then put it in the casserole pot. The big bone was stewed with soybeans. This was also very nourishing. Dahua and his brothers were over at the old Zhou's house. There were more siblings over there, so the 3 brothers usually go there to play. Or they would go to another villager's house in the village to play. Lin Qinghe didn't stop them. It was all in her own village, and such a big child should not be kept in restraint. It was good for them to go out and play. "What are you standing there for? Grab an apple to eat." Lin Qinghe saw Zhou Qingbai as soon as she turned around and spoke. "You, go eat. Whatever needs to be done, I will do it." Zhou Qingbai came over and said. Male pheromones radiated from the man, making Lin Qinghe's heart couldn't help but jumped fast. "No need to treat me like a wounded person. It's completely recovered." Zhou Qingbai stared at her as he spoke. This gaze was a bit dangerous. Although Lin Qinghe doesn't have much experience, but in the modern social environment, even if she hadn't eaten big trotters before, how could she not watch the big trotters act on TV? Lin Qinghe chose to ignore his fully suggestive words, turned to start chopping ribs, and said, "Go grab some dry beans and soak them." "You get it, I'll handle this." Zhou Qingbai took the knife in her hand and insisted. Lin Qinghe's hand was held by him. She was a little nervous and almost struggled, but she forcibly restrained herself. Putting her effort to fix a relaxed and calm expression, she said, "Okay. You do it." Zhou Qingbai started chopping the pork ribs. Lin Qinghe went into the room, and then patted her chest. "What's happening? How can she act like she never saw a man before?" Just getting her hand touched by him, made her heartbeat speed up so much. Maybe it was so long without a man, made her athirst. After reprimanding herself for a while, Lin Qinghe took the dried beans out. These were left after sun-drying last time. She came over and saw that Zhou Qingbai was chopping ribs. Must say this man was actually very attractive and manly. His appearance and figure are impeccable. He was also very attentive to the family. At least Dahua and his brothers like him very much. Wait, why was she thinking about this? She didn't plan for anything to happen with him. It was fine to be so peaceful with each other. There was a difference of many years between her and him. Don't know how many generation gaps there are. Lin Qinghe walked over to soak the dried beans and saw Zhou Qingbai wanted to chop the other 2 portions of ribs and fan bones. Lin Qinghe blurted, "Don't chop. Wait until we eat it, then chop it. Otherwise, it will not that fresh. Call me when you need it cut." Zhou Qingbai nodded. Lin Qinghe saw that he didn't have any intention to go out. In her mind, she said, "The kitchen was only so big, why are you, such a big fellow, blocking around for?" Once her eyes clashed with his, she felt shy and said, "Why are you looking at me like this?" "The injury is recovered," Zhou Qingbai stated as he gazed at her. "And, Dahua and Sanhua aren't small anymore. They can sleep on their own." Zhou Qingbai continued. Lin Qinghe knew what it meant, but it was impossible to return to her room to sleep. She was not the original owner. Nominally she was his wife, and it was only nominal. Turning around, she started to busy herself. What not small? Dahua is only 6 years old now, and only 7 years old after New Year. Now the weather is freezing. I won't feel reassured to let them sleep by themselves. Then she began to question herself. Did she overnourished him this recently and let him have sperm swimming to his brain? She had known him for only so long and he wanted to enter her Kong. No door. Even the window was barred. Zhou Qingbai knew that this meant he banned from the room and was a bit dejected. He thought she had completely let go of her intolerances, but now it seems that it was far from it. Lin Qinghe doesn't care what he thinks. At noon, there were 2 dishes. The stewed big bone with soybeans and the stewed ribs and dried beans were very tasty. After eating, was an afternoon nap. Zhou Qingbai went back to his own room for a nap. Next door, the mother and sons dozed off. In the next room, Zhou Qingbai took off the newly knitted sweater his wife had given him. He wanted to sigh, eat, drink, and shelter. These were all managed perfectly by his wife for him. But the only thing was that his wife would not let him go back to the room, which made him a bit distressed. Although she was polite to him, he always had a feeling that she was taking care of a guest. Zhou Qingbai was lying on the Kong, and remained silent for a while before taking a nap. Lin Qinghe wasn't as carefree as she appeared. She couldn't sleep at all. She was disturbed by the man next door. What was happening? Didn't they come into an agreement when he returned? Everyone sleeps in separate rooms. The 3 boys sleep with her and he can sleep next door by himself. Why was he acting like this? He obviously wanted to return to here to sleep. She must hold on. She cannot comply with everything according to his desire, otherwise, he would really think she was kind-hearted. After secretly deciding, Lin Qinghe dozed off. The winter nap was also very comfortable. Lin Qinghe slept until 2:30 in the afternoon. When she woke up, she saw Zhou Qingbai sitting there on the edge of Kong. As for the sons, she didn't know where they ran off to. In this snowy weather, the 3 brothers can still mess about. Lin Qinghe was prevailed by them. Their energy was like it was limitless. Where are the boys? Although she knew it in her heart, Lin Qinghe couldn't find anything else to talk about on the surface, so she asked. Zhou Qingbai sat next to her and at her words, he spoke, "Grab an apple," and went to their grandparents' side. Lin Qinghe nodded and said, "Is the injury on your body completely healed?" "If it's healed, then it's time to go to the mountain to see if there are rabbits or pheasants. Don't think about how to get back to my room at home all day. You check," Zhou Qingbai said and started to undress. Lin Qinghe, on such cold day, you undress out of nowhere. What kind of flirty process is this? Zhou Qingbai only had 3 pieces on him. One was close-fitting top, one was the sweater knitted by Lin Qinghe, and lastly was a military coat. He came over and sat on her Kong. Without the military coat, he only had 2 pieces, and they soon came off. Lin Qinghe saw that his injury was basically fine, and uttered, "It looks fine, but I don't know about the inside. Let's nurture it some more." "Wife." Zhou Qingbai just stared at her without putting on his clothes. "On this cold day, are you not cold? Hurry up and dress. Don't catch a cold and need me to wait on you." Lin Qinghe didn't dare to meet his eyes and waved her hand. "I'll go back to the room tonight." Zhou Qingbai put on his clothes and announced lightly. This held no room for discussion with her. It felt like it was just letting her know. Lin Qinghe was still muddled even after he left. Then she snorted and mentally voiced out, "You can try returning the room tonight." After resting on the bed for a while, Lin Qinghe took some grapes out of the space and secretly snacked on them. She occasionally fed Sanhua the grapes. Only Sanhua. No one else gets it. There was no other choice. They were too big, too expressive. They can accidentally expose this. Then she examined the supplies in the space again. Have to say, the materials in the space were consumed a good chunk during this time. There were half of the apples left. The pears was also half. This was consumed relatively less. The most she took out was the apples for the 3 children to snack on. More than half a box of grapes was left. She ate this by herself occasionally, and then fed Sanhua once in a while. Not much got depleted. This was fruit. As for the supplies, 4 bags of rice was consumed. 1 bag equivalent to 20 jins. Flour was used more, almost 10 bags. 1 large bag of pork had eaten and there were 7 bags left. Over a dozen jin of eggs were consumed and there were still many left. The others were rock sugar, brown sugar and the like, most of them still remained. After inventorying these materials in her own space, Lin Qinghe was in a good mood. She suddenly remembered that she had to collect some stamps and the likes and keep it for its value increase in the future. As for which specific set, she had forgotten. In short, just collect them. Wait until which day, when she go to the county city, she'll go to the post office to buy it. Lin Qinghe got off the Kong, started dinner preparation. Pumpkin rice for tonight. Stir-fry the pumpkin with the meat, and then add the steamed rice to it. Stir it together to make the pumpkin rice. For soup, just stew seaweed soup. Simple and nutritious. Zhou Qingbai was boxing in the yard. Lin Qinghe saw it but acted like she didn't. She directly headed over to the kitchen and busied around. After washing the rice, she soaked it. It was still too early, so there's time. Lin Qinghe soaked the rice and went back to the room to continue knitting pants. Although their brothers have sweaters, but they still don't have woolen pants. The weather was too cold, that she can't stand it. Although the children are full of vitality, they still need to be kept warm. After Zhou Qingbai practiced boxing, he sweated a lot. He planned to take a bath. Lin Qinghe said to him when she knew it. During this weather, what bath? There's no bathroom. If you aren't afraid of freezing, you should go. Really thinking too much. Finding matters out of no matter. Wait for spring. At that time, we'll build a bathroom. Hearing this, Zhou Qingbai decided. You'll figure it out at that time. As for how much money, talk then. Lin Qinghe supported this. Without taking a bath, she can only wipe himself. Which was really unbearable for her. Fortunately, she doesn't sweat in the winter, otherwise, she can't live. Just heat some water and wipe yourself. Lin Qinghe saw that he sweated and uttered, "I have to change my clothes." Zhou Qingbai looked at her. Want to change, then change. Why tell me, after you changed out of your clothes, go heat some water. There's soap at home, wash it yourself. Lin Qinghe won't baby him. Simply said. Zhou Qingbai looked at her helplessly. When he first came back, she took good care of everything. Saying everything won't be an overstatement. Now there was no such treatment. He had to wash his clothes by himself. Of course, he knew how to. He washed his own when he was alone. But bothered him a little was her uncaring attitude. Lin Qinghe pretended to not notice. Men, these creatures can't be pampered. They can only be used, otherwise, they'll be worse the more you spoil. After standing for a while, Zhou Qingbai witnessed that she had no other gesture and knew that his wife was a hard-hearted. Probably because his injuries were better, so there was no special treatment for the wounded. Zhou Qingbai felt that he found the truth. He began to boil water. Wife, do you want to wipe yourself as well? Zhou Qingbai asked when he finished heating the water. Lin Qinghe, who was knitting, thought it was good to wipe herself, and responded, "Okay, you can use my wash basin and scoop some for me." Zhou Qingbai was delighted to serve his wife. He scooped a pot of hot water in. The temperature was just right. After putting it down, he said, "Wife, wipe yourself while it's hot. It'll be cold in a bit and become easier to catch the chill. You go out." Lin Qinghe put down the 1/3 finished wool pants and nodded. Zhou Qingbai came out and filled a wash basin. Then he went to the next door to wipe his body. Although it was just a body wipe, she must say that her whole person felt comfortable after the wipe down. Lin Qinghe wiped herself every day, otherwise, she can't sleep. Lin Qinghe also wanted to wash her hair. After counting, it seemed to half a month since she last washed her hair. This cold weather was such a pain. After an enjoyable wipe down, Lin Qinghe felt comfier. As for her hair, she'll wash it after dinner. She had to cook dinner later. Zhou Qingbai knocked on the door and came in to dump the water. He wiped himself and felt refreshed from top to toe. After pouring out the water, he came in. Lin Qinghe looked at him. If it's okay, how about going to the county city tomorrow? What are you going to buy? Zhou Qingbai nodded and asked. Nothing much. Just go and see if there are any snacks like red dates. You can buy some cloth back. I will take it to eldest sister-in-law to make 2 more pieces for you. Lin Qinghe responded. You make. Zhou Qingbai stared at her. I don't know how to. All of the boys are made by eldest sister-in-law, third sister-in-law and Zhou Shi. Lin Qinghe said. I'll teach you. Zhou Qingbai persisted. You know how to make clothes. Lin Qinghe uttered in shock. Zhou Qingbai shook his head. No. Lin Qinghe retorted in displeasure. How can you teach me if you don't know? I know my size, I can guide you. I will wear it whether it's good or bad. Zhou Qingbai's eyes remained on her as he spoke. Why did Lin Qinghe hear such flirty flavor from these normal words? But listening to him saying this, she won't be polite and said, if you won't disdain and not be afraid of me wasting cloth, then I can give it a go. The original owner can make clothes and she molded to his size, it should be possible to try. Last time with the boys, she was worried that it'll be ruined in her hand. Since there were no cloth coupons, it would have been ruined in vain. But now there were a lot of coupons at home, she naturally does not worry about it. And he said it himself, it was for her to practice. They had pumpkin rice in the evening. Dawa and his brothers were especially satisfied with the food at home. When their grandpa and grandma wanted to keep them for a meal at old Zhou's house, they ran faster than anyone else. After dinner, Zhou Qingbai consciously collected the dishes and washed the dishes. Lin Qinghe was quite satisfied with his performance, and instructed him, boil another pot of water later and wipe the 3 boys. Okay. Zhou Qingbai agreed. Dawa whispered to his mother, Mother, why is father washing the dishes? Why can't your father wash the dishes? Lin Qinghe directed an unsmiling smile at him. Because other people's fathers don't wash the dishes. My uncles never did it either. Dawa responded. That's them. Your father is happy to do it. You are still young. Wait until next year, and dishwashing will be your job. Lin Qinghe declared. Mother, you want me to wash the dishes? Dawa's face was filled with shock. What's wrong with telling you to wash the dishes? A big man doesn't even know how to wash a bowl. Did you not see your father? Lin Qinghe spoke with strong reason despite being lazy herself. No one else does it. Zhou Dawa couldn't help utter. Other people don't have food like our family. If you want to be their son, then go. Our family has our own rules. Besides, your father knows how to. Of course, you also have to. Lin Qinghe stood firm. It's the girls' work. If they knew it, they would laugh at elder brother. Hua interjected. Even he would be included. Your father helped mother to wash the dishes. That proves that he is a good man. Knowing that it's not easy for mother to manage the whole family, he willingly helps mother to do some household chores. You helping mother wash dishes shows that are being filial to mother. You know mother only gave birth to you 3 boys and no girl. So you were willing to wash the dishes for the mother to make it easier mother. Why should they laugh at you? Lin Qinghe said. Zhou Dawa was stunned by what she said, and could not refute back at all. If there is any opposition, you can refute. I'll accept the debate and argue back. But if you can't beat me, then you will take turns washing. Lin Qinghe stated. Mother, I'm only 4 years old. Zhou Hua immediately responded. After the new year, you will be 5 years old. When you are 6 years old, you will wash with your elder brother. Mother knows that you are good filial children and will continue to give you yummy food in the future. Lin Qinghe pronounced. Instantly, Hua looked bitter. It's still a long time before you were 6 years old. What's the worry? Lin Qinghe poked his little face. Mother, Don't need me to wash the dishes. Wa leaned over and planned to act cute. Mother makes delicious stuff, and you aren't willing to wash a few dishes for mother. Lin Qinghe looked at him in surprise, as if she was a little disappointed. This frightened Wa hurriedly said, then I'll wash for mother when I grow up. I knew my Wa is very obedient. Lin Qinghe voiced in satisfaction. Wa sighed. Mother, no matter how you look, you're like a stepmother. Yeah, stepmother would make new clothes and cotton coats for you brothers. Stepmother would buy new hats for you brothers. One per person. Stepmother would cook for you every day in different ways. I don't know who in the village who wants me to be their stepmother. Lin Qinghe retorted. Hee, I'm kidding. Zhou Dahua immediately said. San Hua dashed over. His mouth called for candy. This meant he wants to eat white rabbit candy. Lin Qinghe pointed out. Can't eat candy just after eating. Wait until tomorrow. The 3 packs of white rabbit candy that she bought last time, only 2 packs were left at home. The 3 brothers have already gobbled up 1 pack. San Hua was still clamoring to eat, and Lin Qinghe went to cut an apple for him to nibble. He settled down once something was stuffed in his mouth. Lin Qinghe let the brothers play on the Kong, as she continued to knit. Zhou Qingbai, who was doing the dishes, heard the laughter of the children in the room, as well as her occasional jokes. His heart couldn't be any warmer. After washing the dishes, he scooped up hot water and came in to wipe them. Each time he wiped down one, he sat them on a small chair to soak their feet. They were all tidied up by Zhou Qingbai. Lin Qinghe watched as she knitted woolen pants. She didn't intervene, but she did pay attention to them. Although Zhou Qingbai didn't talk much, he still had the potential of a stay-at-home dad. He took meticulous care of kids. After washing their feet and drying them, he drove them all up the Kong. Then he brought in Lin Qinghe's private footbath and let her soak her feet. Lin Qinghe showed no hesitation. As she soaked, she mentioned, tomorrow when you're at the county city, check if there are any pens and papers. Buy some for Dahua. He's 7 after the new year and can be sent to the team to study. Quote, okay. Zhou Qingbai acceded. Dahua yelled out from that side, study. Why study? I plan to go to collect work points with my father next year. It's not a problem to earn work points while studying. Lin Qinghe said, I'm not going. Dahua immediately maintained. Why not? Lin Qinghe asked. Studying is useless. Dahua groaned. Studying is useless. Where did you hear that from? Lin Qinghe stared at him. My second aunt, she said that studying is useless. Didn't those urban educated youth also study? They still end up working in the countryside. Dahua said. His father, go fetch the pen and paper. Lin Qinghe ordered Zhou Qingbai. Zhou Qingbai heard the 2 words, his father, and his face softened by 2 points. Although he didn't understand her intention, he still complied. He went to the cabinet and grabbed a pen and paper for her. Lin Qinghe soaked her feet while writing what Zhou Qingbai would buy tomorrow on it. In general, there were a good bit of things to buy. After completion, she showed it to Dahua. Do you understand? Dahua frowned. Without a doubt, he couldn't understand. This is what your father is going to buy in the county city tomorrow. If you don't study, you can't understand it. None of the decent jobs will be yours. Because if you don't study, it's like half opening eyes and be blind. Only with culture and knowledge, you won't be afraid of being overlooked wherever you go. Otherwise, you will only be able to work in this tiny village for your whole life. Look at the men in the village. They start a family at 17 or 18 and begin farming to raise the kids. Each and every one of them looked like 47/8 at the age of 27/8. Now, look at your father. If he had worked in the village in the past, he would have definitely been like the villagers. No escape. Lin Qinghe spelled out. Zhou Qingbai, suddenly have a sense of crisis. What should I do? Wife seems to judge by face. I'm not afraid. Zhou Dahua declared in a daring spirit. Not bad. Have some manliness. It's okay if you don't study. Thinking how that you will carry a hoe like your friend's father in the future and feel that you can survive, then from tomorrow on, you get a separate meal. I should let you adapt in advance to what a life without studying is like. So that way you won't be used to a good life, and be unable to endure hardship at that time. Lin Qinghe pronounced. Make me a separate meal tomorrow. Zhou Dahua froze. What? Are you afraid? Lin Qinghe raised an eyebrow. Make it then. I'm not afraid of suffering. Zhou Dahua maintained. Good spirit. I hope you can persevere. Oh right. Let's eat lean pork congee tomorrow. Lin Qinghe told Zhou Qingbai. Okay. Zhou Qingbai nodded seriously. He had no complaint with the way she educated their son. But his wife's word was written elegantly. So pretty to look at. It's been so many years, and she had never written a letter to him. Lin Qinghe wasn't worried about being exposed because the original owner did not write any letters to Zhou Qingbai. The original owner had been to primary school for 3 years, which the original owner finally won after much difficulty. Therefore, it was normal to be able to read and recognize words. At that time of the marriage proposal, the Zhou family said it was a plus to be able to read and write. That night Zhou Qingbai didn't leave. No matter how much Lin Qinghe glared at him, it was useless. So she arranged for him to sleep at the head of the Kong. Zhou Qingbai wasn't dismayed about the Kong head. One step at a time. Father, are you sleeping with us tonight? Dahua had forgotten the life of tomorrow. His eyes brightened. Save some firewood. Don't need to heat the Kong next door. Zhou Qingbai's reason was so upright. Lin Qinghe was too lazy to comment. As if she didn't know about his thoughts, but she didn't care. She cuddled San Hua as the mother and sons dozed off. Seeing how far she was away from him, Zhou Qingbai was very helpless. Fortunately, he was allowed to enter the room. The next morning, Zhou Qingbai went out for a morning run like usual. Lin Qinghe got up and cooked sesame lean pork congee. As for Dahua, it was just a few pieces of cornmeal pancake and that was it. She won't be soft-hearted at all. Let him experience his future life and see if he'll study then. While Zhou Dahua, he felt like he was picked on. He chewed on cornmeal pancake in the morning, which was accompanied by water as a drink. His father, mother, and younger brothers ate sesame lean pork congee with sunny side up. He had only a few cornmeal pancakes. The rest was a few pickles and nothing else. Don't be dissatisfied. Many people in the village eat sweet potato noodles. You need to be content with cornmeal pancakes. When you grow up and get married later, you won't be living with us. You'll live by yourself, Lin Qinghe said. Zhou Dahua felt that his future days were dark without any daylight. Zhou Erhua didn't dare to say anything. He certainly wouldn't want to live that kind of day. When he grows up later, he must listen to his mother and study hard. I'm heading to the leader's house to borrow a bicycle. Zhou Qingbai told her. Shall we buy one too? Lin Qinghe smoothly followed up. Zhou Qingbai nodded solemnly. We must have one at home. Then wait a bit, I'll get you money and coupons. Lin Qinghe quickly uttered. She doesn't feel it was a loss when it comes to buying a bicycle, even if a bicycle requires more than 100 yuans and many industrial coupons. It wasn't like they can't afford now. The most important thing was that she can go to Meijia to get pork in the future. She was familiar with Meijia now and knew that Meijia's man killed the pigs in the pork farm. She can discuss with Meijia and Meijia will definitely be willing. The max price of a jin of meat was almost 6 dimes and let Meijia profit 1 dime. It wasn't a big problem to take 3 or 4 jins. When she goes to the county city and sell it, she will get about 5 yuan. Although it wasn't much money, it was just 1 day of work, which was almost equivalent to others' 1 month's salary. After buying the bike and use it for a few months, she'll get the money back. So there was no need to worry about losing money at all. Dahua heard this and his eyes lit up. Our family is going to buy a bicycle. Yeah. Lin Qinghe put the money and coupons in a parcel and handed it to Zhou Qingbai. Can I ride it in the future? Dahua asked. If you go to school in the county city in the future, I can buy one for yourself. Lin Qinghe replied. Dahua widened his eyes in surprise, but soon his face frowned in dilemma. Lin Qinghe didn't mind it anymore. Toward the Zhou Qingbai who halted there, waiting for her farewell, she said, be careful on the road. Forget it, let him taste honey. Not only did she advise him to be careful on the way, but she also gave him a sweet smile. Satisfied, Zhou Qingbai head out with a bag and a basket. Lin Qinghe directed to Dahua, you eat maize mash at noon. Then what are you eating? Dahua couldn't resist saying. We will wait for your father to come back before eating dumplings at noon. Lin Qinghe responded. Dawa's small face collapsed. Recently, he became spoiled from Lin Qinghe's care. When he was with his biological mother, he wasn't picky about maize mash. And sometimes he had to eat dried sweet potatoes. That was disgusting. If he doesn't want to study, Lin Qinghe won't act considerately. She gave Hua and Sanhua a white rabbit candy each. None for Dawa. Why don't I get one? Dawa angrily burst out. Why else? Do you recall your little friends ever eating a white rabbit candy? Their father didn't study when he was a kid, so your son doesn't get white rabbit candy either. So you have to get used to this kind of life. Don't argue with me. Lin Qinghe stood firm. Fine, not eating. Dawa ran out in exasperation. Lin Qinghe wouldn't call him back. She told Hua to quietly follow. Hua understood without being explicitly told. She took out a white rabbit candy and let him find his brother. Lin Qinghe was idle, so she led Sanhua to the entrance to make a snowman. The snow fell really heavily last night. Zhou Qingbai got up early in the morning to clear the snow. After he returned, she didn't have to do any of this work. He done it, including cooking pig food and the likes. They were all handled by him. She will certainly help in the future when he goes off to work. But for now, she really had no plans to let him busy away on his own. The mother and son were having a good time when Chen Danyang from next door came by. Seeing Chen Danyang, Lin Qinghe greeted, "Where is Chen Danyang going?" and got Sanhua to greet her. The reason why she didn't mind chatting was mainly that Chen Danyang was pretty nice. Her husband's family was also from the old Zhou family, although they are a little distantly related. The ancestors of Zhoujia village were more or less related. There weren't any other surnames. But after living in the village for so long, it made no difference. My second son's wife just gave birth last night. Only when I went over, did I know there's no more brown sugar at home. So I thought I would go over to the supply and demand cooperative and look around. Chen Danyang said, "Better let Chen Danyang be on your way. One thing, at this time, most of the things in the supply and demand cooperatives are sold out. If you can't buy it, come over to me for some. I bought some back last time. You can use it to solve the emergency." Then Danyang thank you first. Chen Danyang didn't act bashful and readily responded. Lin Qinghe nodded. This Chen Danyang had helped the original owner to take care of her boys because the original owner was rarely looked after them. Sometimes she could leave the boys at home alone and would spend the whole day as outside. This Chen Danyang came over to help out twice. The original owner treated it as nothing. While Lin Qinghe, who inherited the memory of the original owner, mentally kept count. Chen Danyang had 2 sons. She currently lived with her eldest son's family. The second son moved once he married. It was the first family to split in the village, and it was also a peaceful split. Neither Father Zhou nor Mother Zhou had Chen Danyang couple's courage. But now it was clear that life was very good. Since Chen Danyang's second son had their first child. Speaking of this, Lin Qinghe's emotion surged. In fact, many people in the village gave birth one after another ever since the autumn rush. Counting the time, almost all of them were conceived around winter isolation last year. People in this era were like this. Because there was basically no other pastime. The only exercise was the couple's matter on the Kong. Otherwise, how can there be so many children at this time? Not mentioning others, just take Zhou Qingbai who had received a national education. After returning, he saw that she was in line with his image of an ideal wife. Didn't he still want to squeeze into her quilt on her Kong every day? Don't assume she doesn't know that when he first came back, he didn't have any thoughts about her. Later on, don't know what happened and he changed his mind. She didn't do anything special. She cooked 3 meals and boiled him a bowl of ginger and date soup before going to bed at night. Oh right, for the first few days, she insisted on boiling ginger water to soak his feet to drive off the chill every day. Other than that, there was nothing. As long as he was idle these days, he would approach her to find a sense of existence, even if he didn't say anything. Lin Qinghe continued to push a snowman with Sanhua. The mother and son became so delighted from playing. Dawa and Hua returned after half an hour. The mother and son duo's big snowman was almost piled up. You two come over and check it out. What do you think of our snowman? Lin Qinghe greeted the two of them. Dahua saw that his mother didn't remember what happened in the morning, and cheerfully came over. At the sight, Erhua uttered, "Mother, why didn't you call me as well?" The snowman had no nose and eyes. Think about what you can do to give it a nose and eyes. It'll count as you taking part. Lin Qinghe said, "Elder brother, quickly go in the house and get the walnuts. It can be eyes for the snowman." Erhua responded immediately. Dahua ran in to grab it. He also went to the kitchen to get 2 firewood out and plugged them on both sides of the snowman. Then he stuffed the walnuts. Like this, snowman was mostly completed. "Great work. Your imagination is very good," Lin Qinghe encouraged. Dahua stared at her and said nothing. "Study hard and learn many skills in the future. Mother will depend on you," Lin Qinghe said. "Our custom here is that parents live with their eldest son." Dahua blurted out. Lin Qinghe glared. "So, you don't intend to be filial to me and your father in the future?" "That's definitely not possible. When you and father get old, I will let you eat buns and dumplings every day," Dahua declared. Lin Qinghe recalled then. The custom from this place was that the parents live with their youngest son. Meaning, Father Zhou and Mother Zhou will live with her family in the future. For now, that was not necessary, as Father Zhou and Mother Zhou were still young. As for the future, let's talk about it then. It was too early to discuss caring for the old. Though she said that, Lin Qinghe still hopes that the two will take care of their bodies. Otherwise, when they live with her in the future, and their health is bad, the burden will fall on her shoulder. So she asked the brothers to play outside. She went in and cooked the ginger, date and brown sugar soup. She stored it in the insulated lunch box brought back by Zhou Qingbai and got Dahua to send it to their grandparents. Of course, she let all 3 boys drink a bowl each. Lin Qinghe had one too. It couldn't be more wonderful to drink this in such cold weather. It's really body warming. Lin Qinghe was going to make sticky bean paste buns. It was troublesome to make this sticky bean paste bun, but now Lin Qinghe got so much free time. Although the wool pant wasn't finished yet, it does not affect her making more food for the children. While she busied away at home, the brothers came back from their grandparents' house. They clustered over to help. Lin Qinghe didn't shoo them away. If they were capable to do it, then she would command them to help. Besides being busy, they also gain a sense of accomplishment. At old Zhou's house, Father Zhou was drinking ginger, date and brown sugar soup. Have to say, this was really delicious. In the mind of these people in this era, 2 things that mean good. One was having oil content and the other was sweet stuff. Stored in the insulated lunch box, was about 2 bowls worth. Father Zhou poured it out and drank his own portion. And the remaining portion was poured out for his wife. "Drink it while it's hot. What are you sitting there for?" Father Zhou said to her. "I never expected this. The 2 of us can still enjoy the filial piety from Fort's wife." Mother Zhou emotionally expressed, "It's enough that Fort's wife is willing to live peacefully. As for other things, don't mind it." Father Zhou stated, "If she can bring something to show filial piety, then eat it. If she doesn't, then don't demand for it." That was what Father Zhou meant. Initially, Mother Zhou was still a bit worried. But after these days, her heart settled down. It seems that Fort's wife had accepted Fort's retirement. So she listened to Father Zhou and decided not to govern too much. After drinking the sweet and nourishing ginger, date and brown sugar soup, Mother Zhou washed the bowls and the insulated lunch box and then returned the insulated over. She found the mother and sons engaged in making sticky bean paste buns. Mother Zhou asked, "Where's old Forth?" "He went to the county city." Lin Qinghe replied, "Why go to the county city?" Mother Zhou was taken aback. "Had him go buy some cloth. He doesn't have many clothes. Later on, I have to borrow the sewing machine from the house and make him 2 sets. Lin Qinghe answered with reluctance. Hearing this, Mother Zhou said nothing. "When will Xiaogu get her holiday and come back?" Lin Qinghe asked casually. It was impossible to say that the original owner had no friends in the village. She had a very good relationship with Zhou Xiaomei, the younger sister of Zhou Qingbai. The 2 had similar temperaments. They especially loved to be smug and vanity. The difference was that the original owner relied on the husband, Zhou Qingbai, while Zhou Xiaomei relied on herself. She was a worker in the food factory over at the county city, which was particularly decent. But her temperament was too spoiled and had compatible offensiveness with the original owner. Why? The original owner was pretty. Her speech was more superior, which got a flair of city folks. According to Zhou Xiaomei's words, it was probably only fourth sister-in-law who was worth to show off out of the whole family. The other three weren't good enough. Most importantly, was that when Zhou Xiaomei went to apply for this job, the original owner bought 2 tins with a wave of her sleeve. She told her to secretly give it to her director. With this, she got the job and deepened Zhou Xiaomei's relationship with the original owner. She often stood up for the original owner, saying that a beauty like original owner, a beauty, stayed home like a widow for her fourth brother. Her fourth brother must have accumulated 8 lifetime worth of good fortune. Mother Zhou was so close to breaking her lackey legs when she heard this. But these words entered the original owner's heart. The sister-in-law duo was like 2 snake rats were in a nest. Their relationship was close-knitted. Zhou Xiaomei was Mother Zhou's youngest daughter, but her status was far inferior to Zhou Qingbai. There was basically no doubt about this. What's more, she wasn't the only girl in the family. Before Zhou Qingmu, the eldest brother, was 2 elder sisters. This meant, Father Zhou and Mother Zhou have a total of 4 sons and 3 daughters. Whether it was a daughter or a son, neither was rare. The most doted one was still the youngest son Zhou Qingbai, who was also the most outstanding one. The rest can sit on the side. Mother Zhou responded. Last time, I entrusted someone to bring words back. Said that she would come back next month. I don't know when she'll plan to marry. The sooner she does, the sooner she can marry off. Truthfully, she was a little annoyed by this youngest daughter. Her monthly salary was 16 yuan, but she was only able to send home 3 yuan. The rest 13 yuan was wasted by her. And also, every time she comes back, she had to come over and run off at the mouth about how her fourth brother mistreated her fourth sister-in-law. Clearly, a person who stirs trouble. She had enough of her. I guess it's almost time. Xiaobu is 22 this year. Lin Qinghe said, 23 after the new year. She's not small anymore, Mother Zhou stated. Did Mother keep an eye out for her? Lin Qinghe's hands kept moving as she asked. How could she fancy a rural guy? Every day, she thinks about eating commercial grain. Mother Zhou Mu grumbled. With this kind of mentality, Xiaobu is being ambitious. Lin Qinghe said. Mother Zhou thought, pursue what ambition ah? Is it that easy to marry a city guy? Even if her daughter had a real job and it was decent to be in the city, but Mother Zhou still doesn't think her daughter can marry into the city. Lin Qinghe didn't discuss any more with her on this. Chen Danyang came back at this time and knocked at the door. Chen Danyang, we're home. Come in. Lin Qinghe shouted. Chen Danyang entered. When she saw Mother Zhou, she greeted with a smile. Mother Zhou politely made small talks. You're right, Qinghe. There was no brown sugar in the supply and demand cooperatives. Old Second is a blockhead. He made no preparation. Can you see how much you have and share some with Danyang? Danyang will pay for it. Chen Danyang spoke. Okay. Just go according to the supply and demand cooperative's price. How much do you want, Chen Danyang? Lin Qinghe affirmed. Are there 2 jins? Chen Danyang asked. Yes. Lin Qinghe went in, portioned out 2 jins of brown sugar, and put it in the jar brought by Chen Danyang. The quality of the brown sugar was satisfactory to Chen Danyang. Lin Qinghe said, it's only because it's you, Chen Danyang. If it was another, I might not necessarily give it. This is what I brought back from the long journey to the county city last time. Quote, Chen Danyang beamed and said that when she need help in the future, just ask. No need to be shy. And then she hurried back. Mother Zhou made no comment. She just thought that fourth's wife really wants to live well now. She knows to sell favors and the like. It was normal to give brown sugar out in exchange for money. It counted as a favor for willingly exchange it to deal with an emergency. It's almost time for third sister-in-law, right? Lin Qinghe mentioned. This time next month. Mother Zhou nodded. Lin Qinghe nodded. Zhou Qingbai went to the county city in the morning. Because of the bike, the journey back and forth was quick. He arrived home at 11. He brought back a bolt of earthen cloth. This earthen cloth doesn't require a coupon. Usually, It wasn't available in supply and demand cooperatives. One can only go to the black market and the price was slightly more expensive. If it was bought from a supply and demand cooperative, it can be a lot cheaper. A piece of earthen cloth, red dates, ginger, shrimp skin, seaweed, and the like. Besides those, were several gins of rice. More importantly, he brought back a gin of lamb. Overall, a lot of products were bought back this time. But the most important of these things was Zhou Qingbai's bike. He didn't go to the county city today by himself. He went with the leader's elder son, as he also needed to go to the county town to buy things there. So they went together. This time, Zhou Qingbai rode his own bike back. A brand new, Phoenix brand one. Lin Qinghe gave him 300 yuan. This one cost around 250 yuan as well as 32 industrial coupons. It was expensive as hell. However, Lin Qinghe didn't feel distressed at all. She grilled Zhou Qingbai in high spirit. Why is it available now? I thought it would be next year. I got special permission. Zhou Qingbai stated. Lin Qinghe understood. He had his channels. Although she saw that his expression was cold, there was a hint of, praise me, from his eyes. Lin Qinghe could tell without him saying, said, this hole must be freezing. Hurry in and wash your face with hot water. Then moisturize with little vanishing cream. You help me. Zhou Qingbai stared at her. Okay. For the sake of starting her own business next year, Lin Qinghe will serve him. She scooped hot water for him to wash his face and then smeared him with vanishing cream. Got to say, when she was applying the cream on him, his intense gaze focusing on her made her heart beat faster. You can do the rest yourself. Being stared like that, Lin Qinghe felt like having a heart attack, so she stuffed the cream to him and let him apply it by himself. Zhou Qingbai grabbed her waist. Wife. Lin Qinghe almost nearly exploded like an angry cat. She immediately tore his hand off and voiced to him, if you have something to say, speak. Don't be touchy. With this, she ignored him and ran away immediately like there was a wolf chasing her. Zhou Qingbai watched her slightly flustered figure. A slight smile crept on his face. Although he didn't understand what was wrong with him, he felt that it was reasonable for him to be close to his wife. But obviously, his wife had not adapted to his existence yet. The revolution had yet to succeed, the comrades still need to work hard. Zhou Qingbai put on the vanishing cream. Initially, he didn't want to apply these things, but remembering what she said about 27/8 looking like 47/8, he decided to let her smear it on him. The matter about Zhou Qingbai buying a Phoenix brand bicycle spread through the village at once. In this era, buying a bike would be the same as buying an advanced X car in the future. One can imagine how many people were outside the courtyard. Lin Qinghe had no interest in dealing with the villagers. And all of them that came over were men, including 3 Zhou brothers. Leave it for Zhou Qingbai to handle. She began to prepare lunch. Everyone outside was asking questions around the bicycle, with obvious envy in their eyes. Soon Mother Zhou heard the news and came with second sister-in-law. While eldest sister-in-law and third sister-in-law didn't go out very much. The whole ground was snow and ice and they were pregnant. One can't be sure of accidents. Old Fourth, you don't have much use for bicycles here. Why buy such a big bicycle back? How much does it cost? Mother Zhou was so distressed. Not a hint of joy could be seen. Such a brand new bicycle, how much had to be spent? Since he was retired, there was no allowance. There were so many expenditures in the future, why can't he save? It's more convenient to go to the county city when owning a bicycle. Zhou Qingbai stated, it's only so far. Is there any difference between having a bicycle and not? And it's not like you need to frequently go, said Mother Zhou as she suppressed her temper. In the end, she dotes her son and didn't say anything heavy in front of so many people. It's already bought not and cannot be refunded. Zhou Qingbai shook his head. Mother Zhou became speechless from anger. She pondered, was this fourth wife's request? She thought she had changed for better, but actually, she was waiting. But thinking how they separated now, Mother Zhou didn't say much about it. Zhou Qingbai dispersed the other people and led Mother Zhou, his 3 brothers and second sister-in-law into the courtyard. Old Fourth, you have bought this bike. Don't buy anything else in the future. Dahua and his brothers will soon grow up. This yard will have to be readjusted. Eldest brother Joe said. Second brother and third brother did not say anything. Second sister-in-law eyed the bicycle enviously. Bicycle aw. This is a bicycle aw. It was the real deal. Not worse than the sewing machine at home. Da-wah, wah, and San-wah continued to circle around the bicycle. They rubbed here and petted there. It was really rare. Lin Qinghe was busy in the kitchen. They were having dumpling today. She was in the midst of wrapping up the filling. Zhou Qingbai's appetite was pretty big. In one meal, he can eat an ocean-big bowl quantity. Eating so much, it was no wonder he had so much energy with nowhere to vent and always looked for opportunities to flirt with her. As for the outsiders coming over, she did not go out as Zhou Qingbai was here. Only after a conversation, did eldest brother and the others return. Mother Zhou hadn't left yet. She asked privately how much was this bike. Zhou Qingbai simply stated the truth. It made Mother Zhou agonized. She whispered, "Is your wife who wants to buy it?" "Mother, this is what I want to buy. I will use it for whatever I do. We need a bicycle. It got nothing to do with my wife." Zhou Qingbai answered. With this, Mother Zhou didn't say anything. Youngest son always tells the truth and wouldn't lie. "Mother, do you want to stay for lunch? We're having dumplings at noon." Lin Qinghe casually asked, when she came out and saw her. It was a special day. Why eat dumpling ah? Just spent more than 200 yuans, and still eat dumplings. Really don't know how to live. Mother Zhou didn't want to eat and returned not long later. Lin Qinghe didn't mind her. So she and her family clustered together for a meal of dumplings made with flour and pork. Ah, so tasty. After eating, Da-wah and their brothers were still hyped up about the bicycles. She got Zhou Qingbai to take the brothers out for a lap. However, Zhou Qingbai found them bothersome and did not really want to take them. What's more, he was looking at her. It was obvious that he wanted to take her out for a lap. Lin Qinghe, such a cold day, she doesn't want to go out and suffer from the cold wind. Seeing that she did not want to go out, Zhou Qingbai turned to his three sons, "Waiting for spring, then I'll take you out." Although he didn't satisfy his son's desire to go out and show off, Zhou Qingbai still placed them on the bicycle together. They can count as a child who sat on a bicycle before. Their feet were gliding, or floating in cloud nine. While at old Zhou's house, Mother Zhou lamented to Father Zhou how the whole Fourth's family doesn't know how to live. This bicycle costed so much money, why did they buy it back? Father Zhou ignored it, let his wife complain. Once she finished, he voiced out, "Now we are two families. They live their lives. Why are you being so concerned?" Old Fourth is not one to be unreasonable. He won't impulsively spend money. Toward his youngest son, Father Zhou was proud and trusting. He was clear what kind of temper and what kind of person he was. So he didn't criticize. Mother Zhou frowned in displeasure and said, "What do you men understand? If you don't spend prudently, even with a mountain of gold and silver, it isn't enough to feed the family. Haven't you went over and seen it? You said the piglets there are well nurtured. By that time, there will be 4 or 5 work points. It can't be bad." Father Zhou mentioned. Mother Zhou sighed deeply. "I hope for them to have a good life, and not sort out what they have and not have." Then she continued. "This year when Xiao Mei come back, I must get her to bring more money home. When Da-wah gets married, he'll have to rely on his grandfather and grandmother. His parents are unreliable." Quote, "Then ask Xiao Mei to bring more back." Father Zhou was in agreement and nodded. After all, Da-wah was the eldest grandson of their old Zhou family. The youngest son and eldest grandson was the lifeblood of the elderly. These two lifebloods were both occupied by Lin Qinghe's family. At home, second sister-in-law was very unsettled. She believed that Lin Qinghe's life would be worse in the future. Who would have known that they bought a bicycle out of nowhere? End of chapter 50. See you in the next chapter. Thank you.